Hey guys, how's it going? How's everybody doing tonight? Feeling good? Ready to start? I hope so. Hey! Welcome, welcome! What's up? How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. Where are you, chat? There you are. Oh, hey, chat! Look at your glorious faces. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, indeed. You got gifted a membership. That's nice. I'm doing good. What's up, Keith? What's up, Quinn? Hey, Sponge. What's up, Rubber Ducky? Did I announce on Discord that I'm live? I did. Nice. I'm glad that I did that. All right, everybody calm down for a second. All right. Who's new? Who's old? Who's here? The pasta, welcome. Keith, welcome. It is not too late, actually. You still have a moment to. But keep in mind, this is for the member wheel for the night. So if you are a member on the channel, you have to go to the member tab in the YouTube community, whatever, or go to my Patreon. Welcome, Squid. Welcome, Tradosio. Ugly Games. Peyton, how's it going? Keith, how's it going? You guys think we're going to look at some homebrew tonight? Not only are we going to look at some homebrew, we're going to find the One Piece, I decided. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Unclear. I'll tell you what, if we found the One Piece, though, everyone would be pretty upset, I think. I think they'd be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Persuasive Wink coming in with the 10. Whoa, whoa, wee, wah. Bow, 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 bow. Thank you, buddy. Very kind. Persuasive Wink champion. I would be a great pirate king. In fact, I think I'll be the pirate king. I think that's the move. Right? In fact, the more that I'm thinking about it, it's definitely the move. Like, why would you be anything else? It's a great idea. Now, I don't know what my crew's gonna be yet. I don't know what sort of weird powers we're going to find along the way. But yes, I will be king of the pirates. I am Cinder. And you can be on my crew. You can be in my crew. You can all be in my crew. Who said they wanted to be my first mate? Oh, Keith gifting subs. Thank you, Keith, for gifting a membership. Very, very kind. Peyton, you could try to be my first mate. I don't know if you can. It's going to be hard. Can you fight? What do you dream of, Peyton? What do you dream for, Peyton? Quinn Bracey with the 10. Thank you, Quinn. This is for being your good luck charm and getting you 32 on your ACTs. Let's go! They need smart people at sea, Quinn. We could use someone like you on a crew like ours. Oh, yes. So. Okay, everybody. Calm down a little bit. Just calm down. But yeah, I'll be your pirate king. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Guys. How's it going, team? How's everybody feeling tonight? Who's here? I got to figure out how to balance the audio a little bit better. We have a member wheel that we are looking at tonight. If you are new to the channel and you don't know what that means. Oh my goodness, Trodosio with the 5 gifted. Thank you, my guy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I should make sure the Discord is ready. Oh, I'm so behind. Had a weird day. It wasn't a bad day, but had some odd moments. So, if you are new, if you submitted Homebrew to the stream for the member review night tonight, guess what? You can be on stream with me. That's right, friends. And all you need to do is go to the stream waiting room in my Discord. So if you sent Homebrew to the member review tonight and you want to be on stream with me and you want to come on stream and you want to talk about your Homebrew and you want it to be more of a discussion than me just sort of railroading through your piece, then I strongly encourage you to go to the stream waiting room and I will pull you in when your piece gets called. Squid with the 10! We are a glorious bunch tonight. A glorious bunch indeed. So, is it anybody here's first time on stream? Here's the wheel for the night, by the way. Oh, no, this is not the wheel for the night. I didn't make the wheel for the night yet. Hey, if you haven't if you haven't got your piece in yet, you have a moment to get it in. Where is the thing I wanted to play? Is it? I think it's this. It is that. All right. Oh, who's new? Raise your hand if you haven't been to stream before. First time? All right, well, the wheel will look like this, sort of, when it's done, but it's not ready yet. You can still submit. All right, I'm responding. All right, we're gonna make the wheel right now, super fast. Like lightning. Here we go. Here's a wheel from the other night. Goodbye. Here's a wheel for the night. Hello. All right. So a little bit of a smaller wheel for the night. But folks, if this is your first time on stream, if this is your first time here, if this is your first time submitting to the member review, then I strongly encourage you to go to the stream waiting room so we can talk to you on stream. But also, no worries if you can't. And I guess I can show you guys what this is all about, right? How many people haven't seen the opening song? I feel like a lot of you. Anyway, this is Homebrew review night. My name is CinderBlocksally. Sorry we started a little late. It's good to see all of you. Should we dive in? We should dive in probably, right? Yeah. Let's dive in. On a cold night. On a cold night. Tonight. On a cold night. On a cold night. Who's ready? I know I am. What do you think fate's gonna decide? I don't know. Chat, do you want the wheel to make noise tonight or no? Let's do a poll. We're gonna put a poll up. Because I don't like the wheel making noise, but sometimes you guys like the wheel making noise. Wheel noise? Boo, it's lame. I like it. Wah. All right, vote. Vote, friends. How many of you are lame? How many of you like it? Oh, I like it. God damn, you all like it, huh? I hate it. You're gonna make me do it? You son of a gun? You dang hooligan? Ugh, fine. I think we got to put the sound on for the wheel. Oh, it bothers me so much. It bothers me so much, but you know what? I see. We'll end it. We're ending it. All right, here's the wheel with the noise. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. Oh, I wonder what sound it'll make at the end. I'm gonna go crazy from hearing that sound. Miles is up first. Ooh, Miles, are you in the Discord? Is the question that I have. Let's see. I do not see you in the Discord, Miles. If you have a different name in the Discord, come let us know. If you're reading this, it's the first time you reviewed one of my homebrew, relatively new here. I made this Bard subclass a few months ago. Simply could not figure out what to call the main third level feature except meta magic until recently, when I heard about musical phrasing, in which songs are written specifically so that they can be performed in different ways to allow expression. Soon after the name meta music appeared. Oh, okay, let's take a look. Let's see what we're working with here. Yeah, change your vote. Yeah, you wish you had it. Listen, we can't just go changing votes, but don't you wish you didn't do it for the don't you wish you weren't in it for the meme? Don't you wish that? I wish that. I wish you weren't just in it for the meme. All right, where's the chat? I need to fix this. There we go. All right, let's take a look, shall we? The College of Inspiration. The College of not Inspiration, of Orchestration. All right, we need a little bit of orchestral music probably for this, right? Probably, right? Okay. Oh, this is spooky. The College of Orchestration. How's it going, guys? Are we diving in too fast? I kind of just wanted to dive in. I realized I've only been streaming for like 10 minutes almost. All right. Discord doesn't want to work tonight? What do you mean Discord doesn't want to work tonight? Oh, your Discord doesn't want to. I see. I have a cough. I'm sorry. Music is used by many kinds of... Music is used by many kinds of bards to cast magic and inspiration, but seldom have as much control of those as the College of Orchestration. Don't start your sentences like this. Just start it. This is a thing that all of you do. Every single one of you does this, and I don't know why, and I need you to stop. And what that is you write your homebrew where you say, everybody does this, but my thing does this. Don't do that. Just start with this. Just say, College of Orchestration bards control. I don't know. I don't know. Talk into the fucking. I don't know. Whatever. Start with this. This is the only part of the sentence that matters. Figure out how to make this the sentence. Hey, Cinder, do you know you can middle mouse click a web link to open it in a new tab? I've never known anything, Average Delta, in my whole life. But that is, I did know that, actually, yes. I don't know why. Did I do something that you didn't like? I like right-clicking. It's powerful. These bards draw on the power and control held by conductors of entire orchestras of musicians, able to amplify and manipulate the magic they wield with precision and flair. The bards of this college take pride in directing immaculately crafted spells and songs. Often these bards go on adventures in pursuit of new experiences and inspiration to further their quests to ever more powerful and beautiful concertos. All right, it's an interesting idea. I do feel like you got to get rid of all the stuff that's like, but what other bards do? Nothing wrong? Good. I'm glad there's nothing wrong. You kind of, you think that flavor kind of works in this case? I disagree. May is kind of fine here. I don't know if he was talking about it in the extra doc in the thing, but May grammatically is a fine thing to use. It's more of a style choice to use it in the later parts that I disagree with. Let's see what we get at third level. At third level, we get two things. We get Tools of the Maestro and metamusical phrasing. Also, Keith, thank you for the 2. Also at third level, we probably don't need also at if it's the first thing we get. At third level, you gain the ability to use wands as spellcasting foci for your bard spells. Okay, I like that. Additionally, you learn Prestidigitation and Toll of the Dead if you don't already know them. They don't count against your number of cantrips, and they count as bard spells for you. Additionally, you can cast... When you cast Toll of the Dead, it deals thunder damage rather than necrotic. All right, cool. I like the alternative Toll of the Dead. You're nervous? Good. Metamusical phrasing. This is a little bit. This is basically a ribbon feature, but it's a good ribbon feature. I like it. When you join the College of Orchestra at third level, you gain the control over magic and you gain the control over magic characteristic of your archetype. There's something grammar wonky there. You gain control over magical characteristics of your archetype. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to say with this sentence. I would probably just not use it. I would probably just say, when you join the college at third level, you gain the following metamusic options. You can only use one metamusic option on a spell when you cast it. You should clarify what metamusic is. If that is what this sentence is trying to do, it has failed. So what you should probably say is, at third level, you gain access to meta. You gain access to a special feature called metamusic, where you can reshape spells. Or something like that. Anyway, you get 3 forms of metamusic. Powerful chords, molded song, and transformed melody. When casting a spell... This is powerful chords, by the way. When casting a spell, you can expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to roll the Bardic Inspiration die and subtract the number rolled from the first saving throw made by a number of chosen creatures affected by the spell equal to your proficiency bonus. Ooh. I'm going to be honest. I think that is too strong. I feel like you could do it to affect 1 creature affected by the spell, but by affecting a whole lot at a time, that's really strong. I feel like being able to make, I don't know, 4 different creatures get a minus D6 on a saving throw is a lot for 1 use of Bardic Inspiration. Yeah, I agree, Matt. It should definitely just be 1. Molded Song. When casting a spell, you can expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to roll the Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to up to the first saving throw, a number of creatures affected by the spell equal to your proficiency bonus. What are you trying to say? If the spell deals damage, the creatures you chose take no damage on a successful save. Are you trying to say that creatures can add it to a saving throw? So, same thing, it should just be one creature. When you cast a spell, you can expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration die and roll it. One creature of your choice affected by the spell can add the number rolled to the first saving throw they make against that spell. Period. Just make it one. Transformed Melody. You can expend one use of your Bardic Inspiration and roll the Bardic Inspiration die when casting a spell that deals a type of damage from the following list to change that damage type to one of the other. Acid. This is probably, I don't know if you just Okay, I'm going to say two things here. One, the way that we are suggesting you to mellow out Powerful Chord and Molding Song, it kind of makes them not that different than ordinary Bardic Inspiration. And what I'm realizing as I gave that feedback is maybe what I just said of this should target one creature and this should target one creature isn't the solution. Because if you make those what they do, they basically just do what a Bardic Inspiration die does. The problem is that extending that to just many more creatures is not balanced. So you need to figure out what that in-between is going to be. If you want to have the ability to use your Bardic Inspiration to affect multiple creatures affected by spells, you need to think of a way to temper that down. And I don't know exactly what that should be, but you need to be thinking about things like bounded accuracy here, where a good way to think about bounded accuracy is as simple as this. The spell Bane or Bless, which give you a plus 1d4 to your attack rolls, or a minus 1d4 to your attack rolls, is very good at level 1, and is also very good at level 20. It doesn't need to be a d12 to be good at level 20. It is still just as good at level 20. So what I would strongly encourage you to do is maybe change the way these work so that instead of it being based on the Bardic Inspiration die for what number changes, maybe it's the Bardic Inspiration die for how many creatures can be affected, but the change is way smaller or something like that. That's my feedback. And also, this is just meta magic. There's just a meta magic that does this. I don't think you should just give them meta magic and just change its name. I feel like there's probably a more interesting thing you could do here. And I would strongly encourage you to play around with trying to come up with an alternative option that isn't just a sorcerer meta magic. Molded Song is a lot like Careful Spell. I mean, I think I almost don't think it's worth to get too deep into these because I think both of these should just change. I think they should just both be different. In fact, I kind of think all three should be a little different. I think that if you want to use Bardic Inspiration die to do a thing that you can do an area of effects or affecting multiple creatures at a time, I think that's fine. But I think you got to scale it appropriately, and I would push away from it being just what meta magic does. At 6th level, we get Magician's Sonata. There you go. Boop, boop. The Magician's Sonata. At 6th level, your composition permeates your quiet moments. Your compositions permeate your quiet moments. It's a little bit of an odd phrasing. If folks are unsure how to submit to the member wheel, you either have to be a tier 2 member on YouTube or a Rising Seeker on Patreon, and then you literally have to submit to the very specific thing. You don't automatically get put on it. So you have to be a member, and then you have to click the submission form on the member tab. Or the Patreon. Honestly, Patreon is a lot easier to find because it's just right there. With YouTube, you have to click on the thing that says member, which is hard to do. Not everybody knows how to do that. Magician's Sonata. At 6th level, your compositions permeate your quiet moments, allowing you to regain spent magical energy during short rests. You can spend short rests in quiet focus, akin to meditation. You're sort of just repeating. This isn't adding anything. I'd probably just drop this sentence. If you finish a short rest in such a way without interruption. What? I wouldn't know. I would drop this whole part. Don't say may, say can. You can roll your Bardic Inspiration die. You regain expended spell slots of a combined level equal to the number rolled. You can't gain spell slots of higher than 5th level. What does that have to do with being an orchestrator? It's a very powerful ability. It's a very powerful ability, but I don't understand what it has to do with being a College of Orchestration. So I'm going to give you 2 pieces of feedback for this one. One, if you think that this ties into the fiction of this subclass, you got to sell it better, because the way it's written right now, you're not really selling it. The second thing is it still kind of just feels like we're pulling class features from other classes. So I don't know. I would encourage you not to do that. I would encourage you to start building some more unique features. Like this sort of just feels like Arcane Recovery, but with a Bardic Inspiration. And maybe that's cool. Maybe you're into that. But is the ability to recover magic more quickly an orchestra bard thing? I don't know. I'm not sure. I wish I saw a little bit more about like organizing or guiding or leading or having an effect on, and stuff in a larger way. This needs to be an ability to force everyone to dance to Thriller. I don't know if I would call that a conductor move, but I can see it. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the emojis. I need to add some new ones. Let's look at Conduct Magic at 14th level. At 14th level, your control and mastery over magic has given you the capability to seize control over spells that don't live up to their potential and improve upon them. As a reaction to seeing or hearing a spell being cast within 60 feet of you, you can attempt to take control of its magic. If the spell is being cast using a spell slot of a level lower than the highest spell slot level you have and a level lower than 4... What? If the spell slot being cast is using a spell slot... If the spell being cast is using a spell slot of a level lower than the highest level of spell slot you have... Okay, so if I have a level 8 spell slot, level 6, and a level lower than 4, why not just make it level lower than 4? If you're 14th level, you can cast higher than 4th level spells. So you don't need both of these caveats. You just need this one. You succeed in taking control of it, and the initial casting has no effect. If the spell... What does it taking control of it mean? I guess we'll find out. If the spell slot being used is a level of 4 or greater, but still qualifies, you must make a charisma check of DC 10 plus the level of the spell slot to gain control. So if it's a spell slot of level 4 or lower, you just automatically do it. Oh, I just think you should have to do this roll every time. This is extra level of confusion, complication that you don't need. If you successfully take control of the spell, you must use your action on your next turn to cast the spell you took control over, using the spell slot of a level higher than the spell slot was being... What the fuck? This is so convoluted, my guy. Okay, so what this ability does, this is how you need to write this ability if you want it to do what you want it to do. If you see somebody casting a spell and you have a spell slot available of 1 spell slot higher, you can use your reaction to attempt to stop that spell from being cast, and then cast that spell using that 1 spell slot of a spell slot level higher that you have on your next turn. So it's like sort of counterspell. It's like counterspell, but you have to cast the same spell on your next turn, and you have to have a spell slot of a level higher than it available to do so. It's like Steel Spell, but it's like it's pretty convoluted way of doing it. Like it kind of reminds me of like isn't the Arcane Trickster gets a version of this, right? Isn't this what the Arcane Trickster gets at 14th level? Spell Thief? Or 17th level? Like, it sort of just feels like this, but different. It's like this, but also counterspell. It's not really counter wish. I don't really see why you think it's that. There's no wish element here at all. It's sort of like the Rakshasa bounce back, but with more complications. I'm going to be honest. This is another one where I don't see why I don't see the fiction of this being an orchestrator, personally. And I think that if you really like this idea for a spell, you really like this idea, you should you gotta simplify it a little bit. Like, there's just too many levels of confusion happening here, and too many caveats and stuff. I would just make it, if you see somebody casting a spell, if a creature within 60 feet of you that you can see casts a spell of whatever, cast a spell, you can use your reaction, make a charisma check, DC 10 plus the level of the spell. On a success, the spell fails, and you get the ability to cast a version of that spell once on your next turn. Just something like that. Easy. Make it like a sentence. It might be easier to have them make a save against your spell save DC. Well, that's the other thing, is like, I don't understand why we're using all of this language, because it literally doesn't need to. It can just be basically counterspell plus you get a free use of the spell next turn. Or not a free use. You get the option to cast it next turn if you want to, if it's not a spell you normally have available. So, I think it's an interesting idea for a mechanic. It's not particularly unique. It's very similar to the Rogue Arcane Trickster ability. It's also pretty similar to there's a Ranger ability that's pretty similar too. The Monster Slayer has something like this. One of these things. It's a little bit of like this too. It's sort of like this. It's sort of like the Monster Slayer's Magic User Nemesis feature plus the Rangers, or plus the Rogue's Arcane Trickster feature. So, I mean, you could make it work. I do think it's probably got to be a once-a-day thing. I don't think it should be a Charisma modifier times per day thing. And I'm gonna, unfortunately, I kind of just have the same feedback throughout the piece. I'm not buying the fiction. I'm not seeing where the flavor is meeting the mechanics here. I feel like there's a lot of, there's talk here about, I don't know, there's an element of control that I feel like we're talking about here that I don't know, when I'm imagining an orchestrator should be conducting, they should be doing a lot of stuff, affecting a lot of things. And the only thing that we have that's doing that is this. So I feel like if I were you, I would lean more into that. Lean into the more of you are conducting. Like, you're conducting your allies. Maybe you're helping them move faster, or, like, I don't know, giving them little buffs or defenses or stuff. That's the path that I would take it if I were you. I like the idea of an orchestra, of like a conductor bard, but I feel like the mechanics that are being expressed here, they don't feel like a conductor bard. They sort of feel like a sorcerer bard. They sort of feel like if anything, they feel like more of like a magic-focused bard. Like a bard that gets meta magic and can recharge spell slots and gets a special version of counterspell magic stealing. All of that feels very arcane-focused and not really conductor-focused. Don't have a lot more feedback than that. That is pretty much it. Let's give a round of applause to Miles for sharing their piece. Thank you, Miles. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Thank you for sharing. I hope you continue to work on it. Jean Canestri. Welcome. Thank you for the 10. Very kind. You could make a homebrew bard subclass using the One Piece's main crew bard as a base. Call it a soul bard. I can even imagine a subclass features now. Won't say because maybe spoilers. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but there is a soul bard. Well, there's not. Is there not a soul bard? There sort of is a soul bard already in D&D. There's the College of Spirits bard. They're sort of the soul bard. Regardless, thank you, Miles, for sharing your piece. Let's spin again with that goddamn wheel noise. Next, we got Ross Gosling. I think I saw them in the Discord. Let me just check. I did. Let me grab them. Hey, Ross. What's up? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Too bad. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Welcome to stream.
Thanks,
What are we looking at today?
So I made, what did I make? Sorry.
Ethereal strings.
Yes. Essentially I made this set of strings that can be strung up into any stringed instrument, so it's kind of a bit of a loose one for bars to use. And I don't think I really nailed much of the theme that I was going for. It's not very evocative. The description seems to misalign with the features. But with the features, it's like there's the enchanting prelude, which is like this bonus to initiative, because I thought, well, if you're a bard, you might want to get in there early and try and CC things and control the battle. Instrumental versatility is so when you cast bardic spells, you can use tunes instead of verbal components. So maybe if you're in a conversation, you can just be like delicately plucking away at your lute. And
Interesting.
they can't necessarily counterspell that without knowing. And then discordant crescendo. This was my confused feature. So when you affect a creature with a spell, you can then force them to make an extra you can force them to make a saving throw and then potentially add damage on top. Okay. Which I feel like maybe just adding damage isn't that interesting, but you could trigger this off the back of really anything. You could hit them with a firebolt and then add some thunder damage on top if possible. I don't know really well.
Okay. So it's sort of like a magic item that you add to either an instrument or a magical item already, because you're like you could restring like a magical lute with this.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I love that idea a lot. I wonder. So here's what I would suggest. First of all, I think all of these features individually, I think that they're fun and good. I really. The instrumental versatility one, I think, is probably the one that's the most interesting to me, just because I could see a lot of interesting roleplay potential for that. But one piece that I feel like you should think about a little bit here is, to me, I feel like the coolest aspect of being able to have magical strings is adding an element of like versatility, where it's like you can change your strings. So if I were you, what I probably would do is and I don't know how keen you are on like building out this item or working on it more or whatever, but if you are, if I were you, I would call it same thing, ethereal strings, pretty much everything the same, except instead of it being all of these features are tied to this one thing, I would describe it as like, this is a set of ethereal instrument strings that you can use to restring your instrument. Over the course of a long rest, you can pick a set of strings, and you basically break down all the features into different string names. So like enchanting prelude, that could be, like, I don't know what you'd call it. You could call it like traveler strings. Instrumental versatility could be like subtle strings. Discordant crescendo could be like heavy metal strings. And then I would probably even add one or two more and make it so that over the course of a long rest, you could essentially apply that property, depending on what string type you choose, to a magic item or to an instrument. So it wouldn't be giving you all of them at the same time. You would be picking, but because you're picking, I think you could add a couple more. And would really help fill out the flavor of these magical strings, because I do think that there's an element that you're missing here, which is I don't think you want the strings to just be a static upgrade. I think you want them to feel like a thing that you're like adding to yourself, and like making it a little bit more dynamic. I feel like that could be a good space to play.
Yeah, that's kind of a great idea. I guess kind of in that headspace then, like there's the my mind's gone blank. The one you'd mentioned, like the Traveler strings or something. The Soul strings, like it's kind of you're picking a loadout. It's I guess I don't know where initiative really falls in. I'm just my mind immediately goes to like a combat versus RP, but that's a bit of a
well, I think that there's an argument for both, right? Like as you said, the subtle strings are great for combat to avoid counterspells.
Oh yeah, true.
So I think that there's an element of that in either of them. But I think that yeah, I think that could add to a lot of, I don't know, I think that could add to it could make a lot of fun. And one of the reasons why I think that modularness would be good here is because bards are not modular casters. Like they have the spells they have, and that's what they have. They don't prepare spells. They're not picking their spells every day. They just have their spells. So this would be a way to add something onto the bard kit that would feel a little bit more modular. So when all the druids and wizards and whatever are picking what spells they're using for their day, the bard can be like figuring out what strings they want to use, you know?
Yeah, and you're not overwhelming them. Like if you gave a cleric all of this as well, it'd just be like make 1,000 choices.
Delport says that they wanted to point out that if you want, you can keep several of the benefits at once. If you want to keep several of the benefits at once, you could make the strings only work on non-magical instruments. Oh, that's an interesting idea too. So like if you wanted to go in the direction of keeping all of them, it can almost be like these magical strings will make any mundane instrument into a magical item. That's kind of a cool way to think about it also. A different direction, but also I think a cool way to go potentially.
Yeah, I think the way my mind was going was kind of like this allows me to give because the party's level 5 at the minute. I'm just like I can give them this thing now that later it could still be relevant later if they do get a magical full-blown magical instrument later. They can still incorporate these strings if they're still relevant at that point.
Is this for your home game? Do you have this for like a character in mind? Okay, then I'm going to suggest one other thing. If you do go in the direction of you can pick which types of strings that they can get, did you give them this item yet or no?
No.
So this is what I would do. If you like the idea of, oh, there's different types of strings that can do different things, it should come in a set. So it's like a box that has, like there's these strings and these strings and these strings, and it should be missing a couple. So it should come with like 3 or 4 sets of strings, but it should clearly have space for like 5 or 6. Because then the player will be like, there's other types of magic strings I could go find. You know? Even if you don't end up putting them in later, it's a moment where it's like, oh, wait a minute. This might not even be it. Like, now maybe I want to go find some ethereal strings from other realms and shit. It could turn into like a quest of some sort. I like that idea. I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
Yeah,
but if I could peer pressure you, I'm peer pressuring you. I like it. I think it's pretty solid. Okay. So the other thing is like, I think that the way that it is written as is, I could see an argument for it being very rare or rare. I feel like it sits sort of in between if it's doing all 3 of these at the same time. I would maybe put a charge mechanic on something between discordant, crescendo, and instrumental versatility if you keep them all together. But I think if you don't keep them all together, if you just make them all, it's like a once a day, not a once a day. You get one of these a day. I think rare is totally legit. Do you have any other specific questions, concerns, answers, yearnings?
Well, I suppose just to clarify on the discordant crescendo then. Do you think the approach of just dealing extra damage is interesting or
I do.
fun?
I think a bard is one of the only classes that it would be interesting on. But I think it is on a bard because bards get very few damaging spells. And the way that this
Right. Okay.
works, it could allow you to turn any spell potentially into a damaging spell, which I think is pretty different for a bard very specifically.
Mm. Yeah, I guess I thought that.
Yeah. The only other thing I
Okay.
would probably say, actually, now that I'm looking at it, is I probably would not make it 2d4 plus 4. I probably would just make it 4d4 or 2d or 3d4. I wouldn't make it add a modifier. I would just make it do more dice.
Right. Okay. Cool. Makes sense.
Yeah, you could even just make it like 2d10 or something if you feel like it's not high enough. You don't need to make it more dice. You can make the dice higher. But yeah, it's really solid. And I love the flavor. I think the flavor is really fantastic. It sells it really well.
Cool. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, man. Any words for the people before I hang up on you?
It's 1:20, so I might disappear.
All right, good night. Sleep
Hopefully
well.
not disappear.
Rest up, good sir.
Goodbye.
All right, bye. All right, let's give a little round of applause to Ross for their ethereal strings. Very flavorful. Very flavorful. Flavorful indeed. Should we spin again? Probably. Tax collector with the 5. Thank you. What did you say? 1 second, I'm going to burp. Oh, shoot. It's Baba. I'll grab him in a second. Tax collector says, how should I balance a lever action rifle? I want to know so I can be a cowboy lawman. Tax collector, there's a whole table and variant rules for guns and rifles and stuff in the Dungeon Master's Guide. The way that I've seen people do it most of the time is they do more damage, but they have to reload, which eats up the action economy, so they're not able to just shoot as much, and they have the potential to misfire. And if they misfire, they have the potential to like require repairs. So some people will do it where it's like maybe a rifle will do 2d8 damage instead of 1d8 damage, like a bow. But if you roll a 1 or a 2, it misfires, and then you need to use an action repairing it before you can fire it again. Something like that. Can we refresh the wheel at some point? Yeah, we can refresh the wheel. We'll refresh the wheel after this one. Let me grab Baba. I think I saw them. Yeah, I did. Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
Too much. Just getting a little Baldur's Gate 3 in.
What are you playing in Baldur's Gate 3?
What class?
Yeah.
I'm my personal run, I'm doing a ranger, sort of beast tamer ranger. And in my main run that I'm doing with a buddy of mine, I'm doing a sort of paladin, Dark Urge paladin.
I still haven't really played a normal game yet. I've only played on friends' games, but the most fun I've had so far has been being the barbarian or the paladin. Paladin's really fun. I don't know. I didn't expect to like being paladin so much, but I really was enjoying it.
Yeah, the smites are just,
It just feels so good. It just never felt so good. All right, so what are we looking at?
So let's see. What I believe this
looks like
was...
the Crystal Tower.
Yeah, this is the Crystal Tower Compendium. I think a spell in this is what I sent. Goran's Stone, level 2.
I think you said it. Goran's
Yeah, I think
Stone.
Yeah.
All right, let's find it. Where do I find it? Oh, custom spells. Goran's to Stone. Hey, folks, fun fact. If you are sending me like a compendium in a Google Doc, putting in that little table of contents on the sides where you hit this button, you can see it. It's so nice. Big recommend doing that.
Yeah, I do that for my own organization these days, but
why is it
it's handy for you too?
Oh yeah. Why is it hard to read? There we go. Everything's all wonky for some reason. All right, there we go. Goran's Stone, level 2 transmutation. Casting time 1 action. Range self. Duration 1 hour. Concentration. Components a smooth pebble. You transform into a small stone. If you drop to 0 hit points or die, you revert to your normal form, and any excess damage carries over to your normal form. You use the following game statistics for the spell's duration. You have an armor class of 10, or an armor class of 16, AC of 10. I feel like you shouldn't have any strength or dex, or I feel like you should have nothing for strength or dex. Unless
I was thinking maybe 0 strength, but it's really only for saving throws anyway. So
yeah. It has your senses. The stone uses your proficiency bonus. Simply a rock. The stone does not need to be blah, blah, blah. So basically, okay, I'm going to say something that I normally don't say. I don't know if we need a stat block here.
This one was the only new transformation spell I've done recently that I questioned whether or not I need a stat block, because it does so little.
Yeah. I feel like Matt just said he thinks you only need AC and HP, and I kind of agree. I do feel like you could say you automatically fail any strength or dexterity saving throws, and this is actually what I would do if I were you. I would make it so you automatically fail any strength or dex saving throws. I would say either you automatically succeed. No, that might be too strong. Maybe you have advantage on Constitution saving throws, and then Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma just function the same. And then I think, other than that, I think you could just be a rock.
Yeah, I think that does make sense. I think that stat block maybe ends up taking a bunch of space, but doesn't really take anything away in the end. But yeah, I definitely see what you mean.
And I like the idea of it. I also like the idea of it giving you advantage on con saving throws for some reason. It requires concentration to maintain anyway, so it's not like going to be something you're going to be able to stack with other spells. But it does make sense that a rock would have better constitution than a person. But the idea is a lot of fun. The idea is a lot of fun. I could imagine quite a few uses for this, whether through like subterfuge, like turn into a rock to like be in a garden, or like turn into a rock and someone puts you in their pocket, or like turns into a rock and someone like throws you over a wall or something. The one thing that I was going to say is I do feel like you should give some specifics about the dimensions and look of the rock that you can make.
Yeah, I think I went back and forth on what exactly sort of description. Small stone is, I feel like you kind of get the idea, but like I could give it, I was thinking like, 2 pounds or something like that, or unassuming.
I would treat it like, the spell catapult, where it gives you a range. So it's like you become a small stone from this size and this size to this size, from this weight to this weight, something like that.
Gotcha.
Just because I do think
they have a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, because my first thought was somebody will try to put you in their pocket, and then I was like, well,
Sure.
I don't know if small stone is that small. Oh, I guess that might be something that we should figure out.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
mean? What's small?
Are you small enough that you can be thrown
Yeah.
between the bars of a jail cell? Is another thing that I thought about immediately. So like, that's a couple things that I think we could get in there. But other than that, I think it's great. I love the idea. I also love anything we can do that gets druids tied to nature in a way that isn't plant related. I'm so sick of plants.
It's a wizard spell, but yeah, I could see this being very much.
Oh, I was thinking druid, but I think it's great for a wizard too. I think it's good for anybody.
Wizards could get basically, I could definitely see having some more interesting transformation spells in general. I think is something that D&D kind of could use.
Yes, I agree.
But yeah. I'm glad mainly that you could immediately saw the utility beyond, because like sometimes I have put things like this in front of people. They ask like, why would I want to be a stone?
Mm-hmm.
I think that D&D players in a game, the creativity just sort of like flows, and if like this was an item, players would immediately come on those. I think that it's something that I kind of worried about, but more and more.
Somebody said, better question, why wouldn't you want to be a stone?
Yeah.
I like it a lot, my guy. I think that the main thing that I think conceptually it's perfect. I think the thing to think about is how do you want to express the mechanics of this engaging with players. And I do think the best bet is
getting a little more specifics in there.
Yeah, and like there's places where there are like expressions of how object interactions work that you could pull stuff from, but I don't think it has to be super complicated. I really think it could be mostly as simple as like you use all your same stats, you automatically fail strength and dex saving throws, you have advantage on con saving throws, and other than that, you can take no actions other than to revert back to a normal form. You can be this big to this big. You can look like this to this or whatever. Yeah. It's great. I'm a big fan. I would want this in a game. If I was a spellcaster, I immediately would want this or try to convince other people to get this spell for sure.
Awesome.
Questions, concerns, yearnings, aspirations. What's your dream? Are you going to be on my crew? Are we going to find the One Piece?
I have no idea what One Piece is about. I
don't really know what it's about either, but I just know that other people are obsessed with it, and I liked the Netflix one, so I'm just going in dumb. Here's what I realized about One Piece, Baba. Here, I'm going to be very honest with you. If I have learned anything from One Piece, it is that you do not need to know a lot about a thing to decide to be obsessed with that thing, because it seems like One Piece is about a kid who has absolutely no idea what he's doing, but really earnestly wants to be a pirate and a pirate king. And it works out because he's just being earnest and sincere, and that's what he wants to do. So I feel like I can do the same thing. I feel like I can just be out there. I'm going to be the pirate king. I don't need to listen to it. I don't need to watch a bunch of One Piece. Exactly. If I'm trying to, like if we're trying to take advice from One Piece, if we're trying to learn from One Piece, the thing that I would learn most from One Piece is that I should not watch One Piece. I should just go out and start trying to be the pirate king.
Right.
And get the One Piece.
I mean, do you want is your ambition to be the Homebrew king?
No.
Maybe
Homebrew has
be
no
the Homebrew king. Yeah.
No.
Pirates. I would say pirates don't have a king either. But anyway.
I don't know, but I don't know. What about? Let's say that to the One Piece. Okay. I
guess so. Yeah.
The One Piece is real. It's in the Grand Line or whatever. See, I know a couple of the words. I don't know. I'm figuring it out. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll be king of the Homebrew.
There's deep lore.
I'm going to be king of something. I don't know what.
Okay.
Something. We're going to figure it out. One of these days, we're going to figure it out. All right. No other thoughts. But you're wonderful. This is a really fun spell. Thank you for sharing.
All right, son.
All right. Oh, you hung up on me first. Power to you. Yeah, I would just use that spell in my game. That's very good. I like it. I can show you the world. Kakiku, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? Suki? Let's see if Suki's here. Monk subclass. I don't think Suki's here. They are not. Hey, Mr. Block. I have a monk subclass that has been kind of a weird name, but is genuine attempt at something serious. Ooh. I like when something has a weird idea, but it is an attempt at something serious. Silly things taken seriously are some of the best things in the world. Looking for criticism, especially on how I could have less words. Oh, you got a lot of words in there. Let's take a look. Way of the empty stomach. I love it. Oh yeah, refresh the wheel. I'll refresh the wheel. Refreshed. Thank you for reminding me. All right, Way of the Empty Stomach, Monk. Haven't we seen the Empty Stomach Monk before? I don't remember it. I don't think we did. I really don't remember. I'll take a look at it because I genuinely don't remember it. So I'm okay with looking at it. If you made me forget, I'm fine. The music, that sounds so weirdly appealing. Yeah, I know. Listen to it. You don't think so either? We've seen this? Wait a sec. You remember this one? All right, well, I'm going to look at it for a second because I don't remember it. And this person probably didn't realize that they didn't submit it, but maybe they didn't realize it. We're going to... Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm seeing it too. All right, I'm gonna read the beginning of it, but we're not gonna review the whole thing because it does look like you didn't make any changes from the last time I looked at it. So let's see what happens at 3rd level. It's when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, your body begins to reject nutrition. You are considered to have eaten 0 food and water each day, regardless of how much you drank. Instead, you can spend key points equal to this your half much. Okay, so this is what's happening at so this is still. The issues that we faced before, we still have. There's 2 things going on here. The first thing is that you give us an issue, and then you give us a way to solve that issue by spending key points. And then, instead of making that an issue, you just give us extra key points. So, it's not really a gameplay loop that's going on here, because it's sort of like, here's a weird little challenge, and now here's a bonus that just deals with the challenge. So now it's just nothing. Also, in a weird sort of way, gaining 5 key points at level 3 is both too powerful and not powerful enough. It's too powerful at level 3, but also it's like, this will not counterbalance this at a certain level. Additionally, you can spend 3 key points to gain advantage on a skill check or to roll an extra damage die on a roll before you see the roll. So, I would also tell you that 3 key points to get 1 roll of advantage, or to get, what was the other thing? Or to get an extra roll of a damage die is terrible key point spending, considering the fact that normally you could spend a key point to just make 2 whole extra attacks. So, I don't know when I reviewed this before, but I did, because now that I'm looking at this, I recognize all of these features, and there's still all the same issues that I had before. I think that what you should do, I think you should get rid of this whole mechanic. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say get rid of both of your 3rd level features, whole thing. Get rid of them. Gone. Now, if you aren't going to give any sort of downside to being a way of the empty stomach monk, and you aren't going to arbitrarily just give them a bunch of key points, the question that I need you to ask yourself is, what benefits, what bonuses, what special powers should a way of the empty stomach monk get to make them feel like a way of the empty stomach monk in a way that is unique? That isn't just a monk, but a little better. That isn't just advantage on rolls or more key points. What unique powers does this monk get to make them feel like a way of the empty stomach monk? And start giving them those powers at 3rd level. That's what I'm going to say you should be doing. So we're going to stop reading it here because it looks like you didn't really make any of the changes based on any of the things that I said before. Yeah, this is also ridiculously overpowered. I don't have anything else to say about it. I would say whole cloth, rebuild from the ground up. I'm not going to look through all the features because by 3rd level, this isn't a subclass. And I think that by 6th level, it's like this is just way too strong, right? Let's see what's happening. I'll just look really quickly. You can spend a key point to make 2 unarmed strikes. You can already do that. That's called Flurry of Blows. Or spend a key point to make 4 without spending an... What? Yeah, so, like, all of this... None of this stuff makes any sense. None of this stuff makes any sense. I would strongly encourage you to look at some monk subclasses that exist already and look at the types of things they get at the levels that they get. And, again, what matters more here... Yeah, it's broken. It's overpowered. We all can agree that it's really overpowered. But that's not... the bigger thing to pull away from here. The bigger thing to pull away from here is, what is this monk supposed to be? Whenever you're making a subclass, and folks that are watching at home, this is now a message to you because you are going to be sending me Homebrew, and I want you to be thinking about this too. When you're making a subclass, you need to ask yourself a question. And that question is, what things do I need to give this so that it can do what it needs to be unique? And what things can it already do on its own? So, like, for example, the Way of the Mercy Monk. What unique things does it get? At level 3, it gets 2 very unique things. One is that it can now heal by punching. And the 2 is now it can do necrotic damage. So immediately we're getting 2 very strong, unique vibes here. We're getting, oh, this is a healer monk, which is totally different. And now it's necrotic. So there's like a life essence vibe going on here. And then at 6th level, that just expands. Now, instead of just dealing necrotic damage, we are poisoning. We're not just messing with life essence, where we can use that to twist things, to hurt creatures. And also, not only are we healing, we can get rid of the blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned condition. So not only are we healing life, we can twist life essence to make creatures overcome hardship. So there is like a clear intention going on, a clear vibe that we are working towards. Whenever you're making a subclass, this is less important for magic items or things like that, where they're like sort of just do one thing and that's it. Although they really ought to have a vibe. Everything, honestly, should have a really strong vibe. Everything should. But it's critically important with subclasses, and that vibe needs to be expressed through the mechanics. It can be done in a roundabout way, but it needs to be done. So if any of you have an idea for a subclass and you think it's really cool, and then you start to write it, and then the features that you give it just make it better at its base class stuff, then I would tell you that that is not going to work. And that you should attempt rewriting it and figuring out what unique things it can use that are not just base class stuff, but better. Make them change. Make them do something distinct. Add new options. That's the way that you make your homebrew evocative. That's the way you make somebody excited to play your homebrew. Not just because they're excited because the numbers go up, but they're excited because they can envision stories. You want a player, when they're reading your subclass, you want a player to start to imagine the adventures that character could go on. You want that player to imagine what that character's voice would sound like, how they would be walking into a room. You want them to start to tell a story using your homebrew. And that is not going to work if you don't give them some unique evocative tools to build that image with. All right. Thank you very much, Suki. Let's give Suki a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Let's spin again. So loud. I hate it so much. Hold action. All right, let's grab hold action. I think I saw them in the... I did. Ahoy, hoy, hold action. Hello. Are you here?
Ahoy, hello. Good
Welcome.
evening.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. How are you?
I am I'm going to be king of the pirates. I'm the best.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy to let you know that I've been all across the Grand Line, and I've swam across the Calm Belt with Silver's Rayleigh. I can help be your guide.
I don't know what a lot of those words are, so it sounds like you can certainly help. What are we looking at today?
It's actually a cursed item based on one of my favorite D&D monsters.
The red cap.
Yes, sir.
I love red caps too. Do folks know what a red cap is? Let's just show them really quickly so they know what we're talking about here. Red caps are like evil gnomes. It's like the best, but like evil garden gnomes is the best way to think about them. So they like look sort of like regular gnomes, but like super evil. And they dip their hat in blood, and they kick you with their iron boots, and they're really strong. Right? That's pretty much it.
That's the guy.
All right, let's see. These rusted heavy iron boots are conspicuously tinged with crimson. It's a cursed item. It's legendary. Okay, cool. Medium or small creature. While wearing these boots, you receive the following. Your movement speed decreases by 10 feet. You have disadvantage on dexterity acrobatics checks and disadvantage on stealth checks while moving. Okay. Makes sense because you got big cloppity cloppers. Wicked Punt. That's a good name. As a bonus action on your turn, just say turn, singular, you can move up to your movement speed and make a melee attack roll using your proficiency bonus and strength modifier against the creature or object you can see. On a hit, it takes 2d8 plus your strength modifier, magical damage. I think you can just say bludgeoning. Because it's a magic item, I feel like it's implied that the damage is magical, but maybe that's not. I don't know. I would assume that the damage is magical by the nature of it being a magical item. If the creature is medium or smaller, it has to make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. Okay. So basically, this is a pretty powerful ability because it's a bonus action dash in addition to being a kick. Was that intentional?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Is it also intentional that it's a bonus action dash, but only if you can kick someone? Like this isn't a bonus action dash. It's a bonus action run towards an enemy.
Yes, you have. Yeah, I was intending people to run towards things and kick them. If there's nothing to kick, why would you be running?
Got it. Love it. All about it. Okay. Compelled to kick. These boots must bathe in fresh humanoid blood at least once every 3 days. If they fail to do so, the wearer begins to perish. Every 24 hours past the 3rd day that the boots go unsatiated, the wearer gains a level of exhaustion and cannot recover from exhaustion. Normally, this exhaustion can only be reduced when you finish a long rest after soaking these boots in the blood of a humanoid that has been dead for no more than 1 hour. 1 hour. I might make that 1 day. When you finish a long rest, this way your exhaustion level becomes 0. If you die as a result of exhaustion, your body crumbles to dust. They can okay. So, okay, 2 things. One, I think that the 1 hour thing should be 1 day, or at least 8 hours, because I could very easily see situations where it's like you kill a guy with these boots and you want to like go make camp for the night, but you can't because you have to if it takes an hour or longer to get camp. You're going to not be able to bathe them in his blood. So I would make it 8 hours just to give the player a little bit of leeway to like be part of the adventuring party day and not have that be too much of an extra stress. The other thing that I wanted to point out that I don't know how I feel about is that for a legendary item, it does one thing. It does a lot of things that are bad, which is good. I like all of them. All of this is great. Compelled to kick is great. Wicked Punt is also great. Is it enough to merit this being a legendary item? I don't know.
That was why I think I submitted it and wanted to ask. I wanted to ask about the rarity and the DC for the saving throw.
I think if it's legendary, the DC is fine. If you were gonna, I would make it go down to like 17 or 16 probably if it was very rare. I'm wondering if there's other stuff we could give this. I would rather give this something else and keep it legendary than tone it back. I like it a lot, but I think it needs something else. Too. Yeah. So now the question is do you want the other thing to be more tied to literally you having these iron shoes like weaved into your feet, or do you want it to be more tied to like red cap stuff, like lore?
I spent a lot of time looking at the red cap lore when I was putting it together. I could honestly go either way. I tried to play really kind of as close to the flavor without taking away any kind of narrative potential that someone might use for it eventually. So it has a very vague description, so on.
The only other thing I might add is I feel like you could add some roleplay element where like maybe I almost want to suggest something like you have advantage on intimidation checks against fey, like good aligned fey creatures. Just because they recognize the boots, you know? It's like if a fey creature, if somebody who knows what a red cap is sees you in those boots, they're like, oh, that's a scary guy. So I would maybe go in that direction, maybe.
See, I had kind of considered toying with something like reducing their charisma or persuasion checks or increasing their intimidation, but I really couldn't decide which way to go.
I think you should tie it to the alignment of the creatures that are affected by it, because the Fae are so different. But I could very easily see this them doing something where they give you a bonus to intimidation based on a creature, based on like a Fae creature being like, oh, I don't like red caps, you know?
Right, like, oh, I've seen those boots before. This isn't good.
Yeah. And if you wanted to, you could make it like more of a thing. You could also sort of say, I mean, it's a little bit of a wonky mechanic, but you could also just make it just flat out a bonus to intimidation, or a bonus to intimidation against creatures that recognize. Like, magic items are a place where you can get a little bit weird with mechanics, so this is probably okay, but it could be a tedious thing. But you could do something like you have a bonus to intimidation checks against creatures that recognize the boots as red cap boots. You could do something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's where my head
I
sort
like
of goes.
the. See, and I'd considered something like, because they're obviously conspicuously dirty boots. I had thought about adding something like people will see your boots and get suspicious, or
yeah. That's a good idea too. I like that. Yeah. I could see that for sure. Yeah. You could also go in the direction of like, you could also give the boots like a special just like attack that like isn't tied to the punt. And if you did that, I probably would make it not that good. Or maybe not that good, but like I wouldn't make it as strong as the punt. But maybe you could make it like do more damage to structures or something, like you just like kick holes in walls. I don't know. That could be another direction you go in. A little bit different, but that's also where my head goes a little bit with them. If I had giant metal boots, what else might they do? I don't know. Probably want to kick stuff with them.
I was afraid of making things too long. But yeah, the punt originally had like a double damage to structures or objects. But I didn't really want to take up more than half the page. But I'd feel good about kicking.
It's a legendary.
doors.
It's a legendary item. So when you're dealing with items that are legendary or artifacts, you have a little bit more wiggle room to make them longer. It's okay. It's okay in that circumstance.
Awesome. Excellent.
Yeah. I like them. They're fun. Any final thoughts, questions, concerns?
No, actually, I was just I wanted to see if Oh, nope, we covered that already. No, thank you for your time.
Yeah, no problem. It's a fun item. Oh, you hung up already. All right, well, you're still watching on stream, hopefully. So if you are watching on stream, the only thing that I was going to say is they need to, just to reiterate, I do think that whatever you add on, it should be a good thing. Like, they need a little bit more power. But yes, I like them. They're fun. Fun little item. All right, let's give a round of applause to Hold Action for their red cap boots. Very nice, very nice. I really, really enjoy when somebody takes a piece of lore and turns it into an item. That's like a really fun thing. And I feel like it's one of the best ways to come at item design specifically, or spell design, to take influence from things in the game world that might like be connected to them. Also, it's like a really nice thing to do to make an item tied to a monster, so that if you ever use that monster, you can just make that item a part of what you get from killing it, which is cool. Although I wouldn't give you that from killing an ordinary red cap. It'd probably have to be a special circumstance, but you know what I mean. All right, let's spin the wheel again. No, we're keeping it all. You guys voted for it. We're keeping the damn noises. I have to live through, if I have to live through this hell, if I have to live through you guys being the type of jabronis that vote for something like that, you got to live with it. And now you can shame those that made that vote. Maybe I'll change it later. We'll see. It's a good suggestion, Matt. It's a good suggestion, Matthew. You were being thoughtful. You were being very thoughtful. I was being unthoughtful. You were doing everything you should have and more. Atriarch coming in. I watch too much lockpicking lawyer. After not being able to sleep one night, I threw this together to try to make locks a little bit more interesting. Oh, interesting. Is this going to be a magical lock thing? Huh. Lockpicking lawyer is a lot of fun, by the way. Why is my screen all not the way it's supposed to normally be? I gotta fix it. There we go. Okay. Expanded locks and lockpicking. Oh, interesting. So I'm probably not gonna dive super deep into this, but I will give it a little bit of a skim. Let's lower the music a little bit. We're going to read let's see the nitty gritty. Throughout the land, locks can be categorized into two types, padlocks and fixed locks. These two locks function the same, but some exploits are effective on one type or less on another. Padlocks. Double lock you can buy, where do we get to the mechanics? Give me mechanics. Fixed locks, the doors, checks with thieves' tools. When a thieves' tool check is made, an attempt, it takes roughly 30 seconds to 1 minute. Requiring the thief to focus on the task in the entire time. If the thief rolls particularly well, consider reducing the extended time on the check. This only matters if the thief is in high stress situation. Are you trying to give mechanics here, or are you giving just like talking still? So as soon as you start, if you're trying to introduce new mechanics to the game, as soon as you're doing it, don't be vague. Be very specific. Constructing a lock. I'm going to be honest. The main feedback that I have for you is that your opening is not super organized in a way that is fun to read. Like, is all of this just explaining this? So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. I see this table that says lock level, DC, hardenings, and weaknesses. I love that there is stuff going on. I'm a big fan. Big fan. But if I can be very honest with you, I do not love that there is not a single obvious mention of the word hardening or weaknesses here in bold. If I was going to be introducing a new locking mechanic, this is what I would do. All of the stuff that's sort of casually conversation stuff, intro, should be this and nothing else. I would not separate the difference between padlocks and fixed locks unless I'm explaining the difference between them. There should be a bold, like a paragraph should start with the word hardening and bold, and then explain what a hardening means. There should be a paragraph that starts weaknesses, bold, and explains what a weakness is. The most important thing when you are making a document where you are creating expanded rules, the most important thing is making it easy to navigate. You should think about introducing new rules not just as explaining them, but as the resource somebody is going to be actively looking through and reading when they're playing the game to use the feature. So if I have to like go, like, I don't want to. I see you say hardenings down here. Now I'm starting to see that, but I still want to know what a hardening is before I'm looking at this chart, because I might not want to read to page 2 if I get to here on page 1 and I still don't know what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? When a thief first encounters a lock after failing a thief's tools check, they don't say may, say can. They can make an intelligence or investigation check against the skullduggery DC, depending on the skill they choose. What is skullduggery? So, like, what is the point of a skullduggery DC? That should be explained earlier, too. Like, so they can make a history or investigation check against a skullduggery DC. What does the skullduggery DC mean? With an intelligence history check, the DM tells the thief the DC of the lock. With an investigation check, the DM tells the thief one of the following features. 1 hardening the lock has, 1 exploit the lock has. And then you have a list of exploits and hardenings. Okay, so I mean, listen, the core. So here's what I'll say. All of this stuff that you like, if I was gonna do this, I would get rid of about half of what you wrote here, and I probably would say, we want to make locks more interesting, so we are adding 2 new elements to locks. We're adding 3 new elements to locks. They are now either padlocks or fixed locks. And they have a hardening and a weakness. Hardenings are things that make them more difficult in unique ways. Weaknesses are exploits that you can take advantage of that make them weaker in unique ways. In order to determine a lock's weaknesses or hardenings, you can roll a skullduggery check, which is a history or investigation check. And then you got to tie it together in a way that, like, I don't want to be this deep in and not know what the fuck is going on yet still. So the core idea I like. We're not going to worry about diving into the meat of it right now because this is going to just be different depending on games and that sort of thing. But the core idea of changing lock picking so that locks have unique strengths and weaknesses, I think it's a great idea. Love it. All here for it. I think you are shooting yourself in the foot with your layout. And I think that a good way to think about when you are making layout for especially a new game mechanic where there isn't a layout that people are comfortable with. Like when you're making a subclass or a spell or a magic item, there is an established layout. So the closer you are to that, the easier it is to read, the more people sort of pop through it. But when there isn't an established layout, when you are making something brand new, it is critically important that you make the exploration of that document, especially the beginning of it, as easy, as carefree, and as flowy and logical as possible. Everything should spill into the next. There should be very clear, bold. You should be able to skip and dance around it with the ease of a ballerina across a newly sheened floor. Otherwise, people are going to get lost in the weeds, and they're going to either focus on something that you didn't intend for them to focus on, they're going to miss something important, or they're just going to be like, you know what, not for me. And they're not going to use it. So I do think that if I could give you any feedback, the most critical feedback is the introduction, is everything before the breaking it down. I think you should spend a little bit of time and reworking. And in the same way that you have like some bold stuff here, that's got to be throughout. There's got to be more clear communication of these mechanisms that you're adding and how they're intended to be interacted with. Does that make sense? Pirate King! I'm not the Pirate King yet. I will be the Pirate King. You can be a dual-wielding cutlass sword grunt on the crew? Sure. Yeah, of course. What's your dream, Walker? Do you have a dream? Can you fight? It's so true about the weeds. Readers will focus on literally anything besides what you expect them to. Delport. This is Delport. So Delport, for folks that don't know, Delport is also a long-time friend of the show, and he put together a really interesting compendium. I don't know, maybe it was a while ago. I don't know, but most of the feedback that I had for him was all formatting related, and eventually he published it, which is pretty cool. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Atrioc. Formatting will bury you or save you. Spend a little bit more time on it. Make sure that everything is a little bit bold where it needs to be, and don't spend too much time explaining things that are not relevant to what the mechanic is intended to do. All right, thank you. Let's give Atrioc a round of applause. I really do like the idea of doing a new alternative lockpicking, and I think making new mechanics for it is cool. But you really want to make sure that we're getting that explanation in here early. Especially like for example, like on this, even just on this page where padlock and fixed locked are bolded, that makes me feel like that's really important. But it feels like it's not that important. Now I don't know. It's confusing. And we don't want to be confused. We want to be excited, you know? All right, thank you very much. Spin her again, shall we? Get ready for a loud noise that you all voted for. Jared. Hey, Cinder, been working on this for a while. Warlock subclass of make deals. Having a hard time with the expanded list. Also, you moved the 10th level Fra. You moved the 10th level Fra. All right. Let's see, is Jared in the stream? Jared, you said you were going to be on stream. I don't see you in the stream waiting room. If you're here in some form or another, let me know and I'll pull you on. But if you're not, then goodbye. Don't worry about it. Shadow Man. Through trade and commerce, may it be entertainment or business, your otherworldly patron is the Shadow Man. That is weird language. I would probably... The thing is, that here's what's weird. This is the most ordinary type of business ever. So why is our other patron the Shadow Man? So I would probably change this language to make us understand why what the Shadow Man is first. So I would probably say... The Shadow Man is a being that entrusts people, or you know, you don't even say what the Shadow Man is. So I would probably say the Shadow Man is the patron of warlocks who seek to, you know, build a life of trade and commerce or something. To be recognized and rewarded by their patron, the goal of these warlocks is allowing them to continue the cycle, claim... Yeah, this flavor text needs some work, my guy. First of all, this is all one sentence, which is insane. You just need to acknowledge that that's the craziest. That sentence is too long. So let's assume the sentence ends at the word Shadow Man and says, and put a period here, and then this is a new sentence, and it says, the Shadow Man is a being who entrusts warlocks with a piece of their power to further expand their influence through the same process, sealing deals with other creatures. So here's the problem with this flavor text. None of this part, this is every warlock or every patron. So I would probably say the Shadow Man is a patron of deals and trades. Warlocks who, you know, take up patronage with the Shadow Man learn to wield the power of commerce or something like that, you know? You didn't vote, but it's a pretty loud noise as it is. Somebody said I could do something in the settings, but I don't know where that is. I don't know how settings work. I think they were lying to me, probably. Oh, maybe it's here. Confetti and sound. Looks like this has to do with the spinning speed. Doesn't have to do with confetti and sound. Oh, there we go. Sound. Off. There we go. We'll keep the confetti on. Because I'm not a monster. Alright, let's take a look at this, what this guy actually does. So it's a sell you stuff. It's a tradesman warlock. Alright. We're keeping the ticking, I think. We'll see. I think I just made the sound off. I don't know. Whatever. We're gonna figure it out. We'll see what happens when I click it. Spells are command, identify, calm emotions, detect thoughts, clairvoyance, glyph of warding, compulsion, secret chest, animate object, Gaius. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like for a salesman warlock, these are mostly fine. You could do a little bit more mind control-y stuff, but I think a lot of those are already on the warlock spell list. The thing that's tricky about the warlock spell list, the warlock expanded spell list, is you just have to pick spells that aren't already warlock available, and there's not always a lot of options. There are also a lot of spells that are part of Acquisitions Incorporated, which is a sort of third-party module thing that has a lot of spells that have to do with trade, and you might want to incorporate some of those if you wanted to do something like that. You can keep the ticking sound and turn off the... We'll figure that out when we get there. Derek, remind me. Eldritch Coin. We get 2 features at first level. Eldritch Coin and Bargain. Why do we get 2 features at first level and then... Why does it say 10th level and higher? 10th level and higher. What is going on here? How is this organized? What the fuck? Is this all one feature? Jesus, are you serious? Okay, I'm going to be very, very honest with you here, and I mean this in the kindest of ways. There's no way that this can all be one feature. That's too much. That's a lot of one feature. You think those are invocations? Well, I don't know. They're listed in the middle of this thing like they're not invocations. So we're gonna dive in. We'll see how far we get through it. Eldritch Coin. At first level, your successful transactions with others are rewarded and manifested in the form of an Eldritch Coin, a unique currency that your otherworldly patron creates and accepts. Your Eldritch Coin is unique to your otherworldly patron. It can be oddly shaped coin. Blah 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 blah. What does it actually do? What does it actually do? When a creature within 60 feet of you dies, you can use your reaction to get a number of Eldritch Coins equal to your proficiency bonus. You can only earn a maximum number of Eldritch Coins equal to your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. This number will almost always be higher than your proficiency bonus, so I don't feel like you need this. Unless you mean the maximum you can have at any time is this number. In which case, change it to say the maximum you can have, not the maximum you can earn. Because the maximum you can earn means the maximum you get each time. When an Eldritch Coin is more than 60 feet away from you at the end of your turn, you can make a magically return to your hand. Okay, so this is basically just a mechanic for gaining charges. It's just a charge mechanic. So basically, anytime a creature within 60 feet of you dies, you can use your reaction to gain charges equal to your proficiency bonus. The maximum number of charges you can have at any time are your Charisma bonus plus your Warlock level. And then we get this, which I'm almost hesitant to read. E-Pro, welcome to the crew. We're going to find the One Piece. Dark Bargain. You gain knowledge in handling transactions with other beings, ones specifically designed by your otherworldly patron. You know 2 dark bargains of your choice and learn a third at 10th level. You can change the ones you have prepared. After you finish a long rest, your dark bargains must target a willing creature other than yourself. A creature can only benefit from a dark bargain at one at a time. You can make a number of dark bargains equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. If you're making a charge-based mechanic, you shouldn't use one mechanic for charges. Don't have this be proficiency bonus times per long rest and then a charge-based mechanic. Like, why are we making a charge-based mechanic if we have this already? Like this, you know what I mean? Like, you're double dipping in something that's confusing. It doesn't make sense to me. Apple on tree. If there's one thing I've learned from Luffy, it's that you don't need to watch any One Piece to be in One Piece. I feel like people that watch every episode of One Piece are way less One Piece than me. I feel like I'm way more One Piece than they are. Just by the nature of the fact that I don't care about watching every episode of One Piece. Like, that alone is it. Because I'm following my dream and being the Pirate King. That's all you need to do. So, if I were you, I would probably reorganize these into... Oh my god, wait, this just keeps fucking going. Oh, no, that's a different feature. Jesus. Okay. So how many of these options do we actually get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you're going to give 7 options, I'm going to read a couple of these, but I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this is just too much text, my guy. Like, I don't know. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Like, this is the kind of this kind of mechanic I feel like works a lot better on like a fighter, where their base class doesn't have a lot going on, so it's okay to add a good chunk of customization. Like, this kind of reminds me of like a Rune Knight. Like, if you look at a Rune Knight gets a lot of options, and they're like wordy, right? Like, that's a wordy option. But the one thing that I want to point out about the Rune Knight options that I'm hoping you do is that they all function exactly the same. If you look at them mechanically, they all give you some bonuses to some skills and do a once-a-day thing. So you can really easily see, like, okay, bonus to some skills, once-a-day thing. Bonus to some skills, once-a-day thing. Or once-a-rest thing. Bonus to some skills, once-a-rest thing. Bonus to some skills, once-a-rest thing. So there's a pattern, makes it very easy to read. So I'm hoping that you do that. We're going to read a couple of these, definitely not going to read all of them. Blood Money. As a bonus action, you can choose one creature that you can see within 60 feet and forcefully draw out their vitality. You can expend a number of Eldritch coins up to your Charisma modifier. The creature can then expends and rolls that many of their hit die and regains hit points equal to the total roll. You can then choose to gain the benefits of this bargain, allowing you to regain hit points yourself. That's very strong. Or gain a number of coins equal to your proficiency bonus. The mini game of coin collection, I am not a fan of. Gonna be honest. I wouldn't make this a mini game where you're like getting coins back, and I would not do that. You can use when a creature that is within 60 feet of you makes an ability check, you can use your reaction to expend. Are they all reactions? Bonus action, 60 feet of you, expend. No, they're not all reactions, but they all seem like they're bonus actions. When a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, you can use your reaction. Maybe they all are. Regardless if they succeed or fail their attack. I'm going to be honest here. I think these are doing too many different things. I feel like it's a little too all over the place. Like, the healing kind of really threw me off. What is this? What do they do? You can expend a coin to increase a... To increase what? An ability check. You can expend coin to increase an ability check. And then if they succeed, the check is made with disadvantage. What? This is not me doing a good review, but I feel like that might also just because there's a lot too much going on here. So what's happening is that I'm getting what's happening that is you are watching in real time as I am getting frustrated with the formatting of this piece. What is happening here, Shadow Man creator, is that you are falling victim to something. And I am now falling victim to you falling victim, which is that the more pieces you add, the more words you add to a document, the more abilities you add to a thing, the more critically important it is that you format it nicely. So just, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but just by the fact that every single one of these is like a reasonably long block of text makes it almost unreadable. Like my brain melts and I don't want to read it. So what I'm going to suggest to you is figure out, if you can't figure out how to turn these features into something that is roughly 2 lines, I would say not longer than 2 lines a feature, then I think you need to rewrite them. I think you need to redo them, come up with something new. Because having this many features that are this long is too much. And it's the fact that it's getting tiered and stuff, it's just overcomplicated in ways that is not going to, it's going to be really hard to balance. And the other thing that I want to point out is when you give a lot of options that do a lot of different things, you kind of shoot yourself in the foot for flavor. Like, you sort of lose the plot for vibe. It's like if I give you 16 different flavors of ice cream, what flavor is my ice cream supposed to be? I don't know, because you're giving me 16 different flavors. So if I were you, I feel like Dark Bargain needs a massive, massive overhaul. We're not going to read the whole thing. I think we're not even going to read it more. We're going to move on from it because it's just making it hard for me to read. But I'm going to ignore Dark Bargain. We're going to assume you're going to dramatically rewrite the first level so that you give it features that are very easy to digest. And if they are giving a lot of options, those options are clear, crystal clear, and really nicely formatted and really expressly, really clearly expressed. Let's look at the 6th level feature, Bargaining Fate. At 6th level, your patron is granted you the ability to change fate. After rolling initiative, but before the first turn of combat, you can choose to swap places in the initiative order with one creature you can see. If the creature is your ally, the ally must first agree to... You could say... the way that you say this, you say that if the creature is unwilling... You don't need this sentence. You can just use this one. If the creature is unwilling, they must make an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw. Their choice? That's odd. Either way, you must expend a number of Eldritch coins equal to the difference between your initiative and the one you swapped. This is a really strong power. Swapping initiative with a creature is very strong. I think it's a cool idea for a mechanic in general. I don't understand how it ties to a bargain maker. I'm not seeing the lore, flavor, mechanical connection. And I will continue to underline the fact that I disagree with the mini game of coin collection and coin spending. I feel like it's just gonna be tedious. Like, this is the sort of feature that should just be, you should just make it like once a day or once a short rest. It's just easier that way. Like, I don't think we need the coin collection mechanic. I just don't think it works. And I think if anything, it makes it this thing where you kind of need to make all of your powers a lot weaker so that you can account for getting to gain and account for the constantly having coins. You think it's bought time? Maybe that's the goal of it, but it's not selling me on it right now. Dark Bargain Rewrite. Choose an Eldritch Invocation with no prerequisite after a long rest. The target ally has that invocation until you or they finish a long rest. Oh, Databank, honestly, that's a great solution. That's a great solution. Giving another player an invocation would be a fantastic way to represent a Dark Bargain. I agree with that idea. It's radically different than what this person is doing, but I agree that it would just be good. Dealer's Shop. You gain access to your otherworldly patron's wares. May it be physical or magical. Some may even be questionable in nature. You can perform a 10-minute ritual in which you enter a trance, sending your soul into the realm of your patron's shop. You can magically vanish and enter the dealer's shop. You're just sort of repeating. I don't know how much we need all of these stuff to be. Your sentences are too long. Is what's happening. Too many words are happening. You gain access to your otherworldly patron's wares. Period. After performing a 10-minute ritual, you can vanish from your place, from wherever you are, and enter the dealer's shop. Period. Just that. Your patron will assist you in your transactions for 1 minute, after which you return. You exit the shop early if you use a bonus action or you die. Any objects left in the shop appear harmless in unoccupied spaces. I'm just going to... This button. This is the one that you need to familiarize yourself with. It's the Enter key. It will make all of this so much easier to read. Just make some paragraphs, my guy. If you put a paragraph break here, this will look so much nicer. You can use any purchases you make after exiting the shop a number of times equal to the amount you purchased. What does that mean? You can use any purchases you make after exiting the shop a number of times equal to the amount you purchased. So does that mean if I purchased 3 things, I can use 3 things 3 times? So that means if I buy a hat and a laser and a scooter, does that mean I can use the scooter 3 times? And the hat 3 times and the laser 3 times? I don't understand. Each purchase's effect lasts until you finish a long rest or otherwise stated. Wait, so can I use it 3 times, or is it last until I finish a long rest? Milk Boy, thank you. It's an every day is a shopping day warlock. Just be careful not to wear out your credit. Oh, man, I don't know. And then we're getting a bunch more options here. Yeah, it's just too much, dude. I'm sorry, it's just too much. Like, it's this is once per turn when you roll for damage, you can choose to deal additional damage equal to your charisma modifier. We already get that. It's called Agonizing Blast. So one of the things that I think is so important when you are making something for D&D is to ask yourself the question is, what do you get access to? What does your subclass get access to? Because if your warlock can choose to take the invocation Agonizing Blast, then why would you make this an option? If you're going to make invocations options, then all of this should just be based on buying extra invocations. If you're not going to make this based on... If you want to make this If you're not going to base this off of pre-existing invocations, don't base any of it off of pre-existing invocations, because you're bloating it. You're bloating your document, and it's making it so it's like, I don't want to read any of these features because there's 20 of them. And my guess, I'm not gonna read all of them, but my guess is I could find a handful more that are also going to be essentially things that you could just get from being a warlock. And it's just, you're wasting your space. You're wasting your space. The space is critical. When you're reduced to 0 hit points, you automatically succeed on your death saving throws. No action required. You get a long rest. That is too strong. That's obvious. Yeah, I mean, that's just too strong. That's basically your warlock's, that's a warlock's 20th level feature that you're just getting for 20 coins. Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, I like the idea of a warlock patron that does deals and sells things and has a shop that you buy things from. I think that that's fine. I think that that's cool. 20 coins means nothing. We can't compare it to something. Yeah, exactly. I like the idea fundamentally, but I think the expression of that idea needs some dramatic work. And I think that it's really hard to understand how much coins we're going to have, because you don't really have a max coin. You say how many coins you can earn, and then you also say how many coins you get, and it's like, is the earn one a max? And then let alone on top of that, it's just options on options on options to the point where it doesn't feel like anything. So I think that if you want to make a subclass around having a lot of options of things you can buy, you need to make sure you are dramatically simplifying those options. I really like DataBank's suggestion of turning the first level feature or whatever into like an invocation thing. I think that that's a great idea. And I feel like what you should probably do for this is, instead of having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 options, I feel like you should have 3 or 5 max. And I don't think you should use this coin system. I don't think it's working. I like the idea a lot of a bargain seller warlock. I've seen a couple people. I've seen one person do like a pact of like IKEA, I think, or they did a pact of a Walmart or something, and it was all built around being able, or a pact of the coffee shop maybe, but it was all built around being able to buy stuff, and that worked pretty well. But it worked well because it was all the features were very simple and straightforward. And if you're not making your features simple and straightforward, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot, and people aren't gonna read your piece. All right, let's give a big round of applause to Jared. Thank you for sharing. Simplicity is what you seek, friend. Simplicity is what you seek, and it shall guide you. And it shall guide you. It shall guide you. All right, let's do another spin. Oh, I guess it's not doing any sound anymore. All right, we'll try to. All right, we'll turn the sound. We'll turn the sound on for the ticker. Turn the sound on for the ticker. Ivy, you're next. All right, let's turn the sound on for this. Let's see. Sound on. Ending. No sound. Save. There we go. You missed the sound? I'll tell you what. You are allowed to try to convince me to put it back on, and you can pressure me if you want, but I might not listen to it. My GF Tortle. You can try to persuade me if you want. My GF Tortle Barbarian, but if you're annoying or whiny, I'm going to ignore you and then yell. My GF Tortle Barbarian got bit by both a werebear and a werewolf at the same time. Oh, you asked me about this already you asked me about this in a YouTube comment. So this is your homebrew set of rules for a mutated lycanthropy curse. My GF was totally up for the chaos of custom rules for this, so let me know what you think. I really want it to feel like a curse that you could eventually make it your own. All right, well, I'm kind of curious. We'll see what you base it off of. The curses in D&D, the were curses in D&D aren't designed to be super complicated. It was 69%. Yeah, man. Welcome to fucking the world. I feel that subclasses based on arbitrary resources like gold are really iffy. Some DMs are super generous. Well, that one wasn't based off of gold. It was based off of, it was like its own charge mechanic. They were just calling it gold. But it was still unclear. It was unclear enough that, yeah, I agree. It was sort of iffy. I'm still not sure what to call this. A weremut? I would call it a were chimera, probably. Because chimeras are when you mix multiple creatures together. So, okay. So what the fuck are we looking at here? I'm going to be honest. This seems like a lot of features. Let's dive in, though. Weremut transformation. When you were originally cursed, it starts out uncontrolled and chaotic. That sentence is so... It started out. Don't change tense in the middle of a sentence, my guy. This is past tense, present tense, past tense. Makes it sound really bad. While your curse is uncontrolled, you may randomly transform into your hybrid form once every 7 days at midnight. What does that mean? Where's the mechanics for that? Is that just the thing that the Dungeon Master has to figure out? Is there a dice being rolled? We need mechanics here. Your form looks like a mix of 2 original curses. This is all just flavor text. Where's the actual mechanics? When you shift to your hybrid form, any mundane, whatever you're wearing, becomes tattered. And any non-magical armor you are wearing becomes damaged, taking a -1 penalty. Oh, that's pretty intense. Your form retains some traits of the original. You gain the following traits depending on what lycanthropy you were infected with. If you were bit by a werewolf or gored by a wereboar, you gain the werewolf and wereboar traits. Okay. I feel like you could probably turn all of this into a sentence. And then this needs to be more clear because this is a mechanic. You get a climb speed. You get relentless. If you take 14 damage or less before you reduce your hit points, you're just the 1. I would not make it 14. 14 is really high for this feature. I'd probably make it 7. Advantage on stealth. Fly speed. Fly speed of 50 is really strong. So the only thing that I would say here is that a lot of the wear features are stronger or weaker in different directions. And if you mix them together, you can make things really... You could probably make some really overpowered characters pretty easily. So just be careful about that. While the curse is uncontrolled, you cannot speak, you have to use your movement and go to the closest creature and bite them. Do you get a natural bite attack with all of these? If you don't get a natural bite attack, I probably wouldn't force you to bite them. I'd probably force you to attack them. DC Wisdom 15 save to control your new form. On a success, you revert back. I would make the saving throw to return to your new form higher or lower, depending on how many different forms of lycanthropy you had. So if you had, like, I would probably make the DC... This is what I would try to do. I'd probably make the DC 13 or 14 plus 1 for each different type of creature you can turn into. So if you have Were Tiger and that's it, it would be 13 or 14 plus 1. If you have Were Tiger and Were Boar, it would be a 13 or 14 plus 2, etc. I feel like that would make it balance out those extra powers a little bit more. Once you have control over your form, you can use a bonus action to transform into your hybrid form. You can speak, use weapons, bop, 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 bop. Casting spells is difficult. Con saving throw to cast spells. What happens if you fail it? Transformation lasts an hour until you use a bonus action to transform back, or if you reduces your hit points. What happens if you fail this con saving throw? Is the spell wasted, or do you just have to do something else? You get +1 to all melee attacks and damage rolls made while transformed. It's fine. Cursed defense. You have immunity to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage made by non-magical weapons. I would not do this on a player character, personally. This is one of those things where it's like it makes sense for the monster to have. It's a little bit overpowered for a player to have. You get a bite that deals 3d6 damage. That is too strong. So what you have to keep in mind here is, like, what this means. Okay, so if I was being a fighter, let's say I was a fighter, okay? If I'm a fighter and I have a natural bite attack with a That means I can be doing 3d6 damage on every bite. Like, my bite attack is stronger than a great sword. Your bite attack should not be stronger than a great sword. This should be a 1d6. Maybe a 1d8. The thing is, all of these different were creatures have different types of bite attacks because they're different types of creatures. So, for example, the were raven, it gets a fly speed of 50. I don't know what the were raven gets in D&D, but I'm sure they get a fly speed. But the reason why it's okay that they get a fly speed is because they're weak as shit in other directions. So, if you make it so everyone is getting all of these benefits and stuff, it's just going to be a little too strong, in my opinion. Like, this is going to make whoever the were creature is probably stronger than most other fighters or barbarians, like, dramatically. So it's kind of shitty, I think, to make a thing where it's like, now your druid is going to be better at being a barbarian than the barbarian. I wouldn't do that. So I think you got to tone a lot of this stuff back, and I think we need a lot more curse in here. Gotta bounce to do your Thursday night game. All right, buddy. If your homebrew comes up before 11, would you hold off reviewing it until you come back? I will, but there's a chance that I might not look at it, depending on how much I get through. Like, if it's like 1:30 and I'm tired and I haven't looked at your piece yet and there's still a couple left, I still might not get to it. So that has to be okay, Kelf. But either way, get to your game. Be good. Hopefully we'll be chilling. This shouldn't be a class. Yeah, it shouldn't be as strong as a class. So it's an interesting idea. I think it's a little too strong right now. I think that, like, all of this stuff needs to be toned back. I think that the other thing to keep in mind is that I think the best way to give somebody variety of turning into different type of were creatures is to not give them is not to do what they did in Underworld, where you get the strongest of all. I think it's to like almost make it like it's an alternative thing. And I would not, like, I mean, the other thing is you said it's for your one player that is a werewolf and a wereboar. Like, those are almost the same animal. Like, they're not that different. I don't know. I don't think you need... I wouldn't build a brand new mechanic around it, other than maybe giving them a weaker version of Relentless on their werewolf or something like that. I think that you could very quickly fall into a situation where this is just going to be stupidly too strong. It's a neat idea. I just wish there should be more negatives to being a were creature of multiple types of were creatures. It shouldn't just be so good. And then you obviously got to fix all the natural weapon bite attacks, bestial, all this stuff needs to be pretty fixed, pretty dramatically changed. It's a neat idea though. It's a little too strong in its current position, in my opinion. Yeah, I hope that's somewhat helpful. If it's for your home game and you don't care if it's too strong, then don't worry about it. But if it was something that somebody sent me online and said, hey, could I be this in this current state? I would say no. This doesn't work. It's stronger than a subclass. How do you balance warlock subclasses or patronize them? Depends, I guess. I think the best way to balance them is to look at different warlock subclasses that already exist and to use them as a comparison. And not overload what you give them. And I would also make sure the things that you give them are not things that they can already get access to. Normally, the first level feature and the 6th level feature sort of works together to, like, fill out the main vibe. The first level feature should do most of that work. And then either the 6th or the 10th should be something sort of defensive. And then the 14th is usually like a once-a-day big super move. Ivy, did you not want to come on stream? I guess you didn't. Yeah, it's a neat idea, Ivy. I just think it's doing it's a little too strong for a curse. I don't know. Unless you really want the player to like having the curse, then I would get rid of some of the shitty stuff, but I still think you got to tone down this stuff. All right, let's give a round of applause to Ivy. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. If you want to be a were dog plus a were cat, maybe make a were mutt. Although I do think you should call it the chimera, because I feel like that fits a little bit better. Because mutt is sort of like a mixed breed of dog. It's like very different than like mixed breed of creatures, you know? Chimera is mixed breed of creatures. In fact, a tiger plus a lion is called a chimera. Like a liger is a chimera. That's what it literally is. Oh shoot, it's Steph Bowen's turn. Let's see. Is Steph in this chat? Steph, if you want to come on stream, you got to go to the stream waiting room. Hi Cinder. Yep, still terrified. I've learned so much from you in the past few months. Thank you again. I'm worried the first and second level features are too strong. And that's pretty much the subclass. So, it's back to the drawing board. Please help. All right, let's take a look. The Darkness Domain Cleric. Darkness. Thank you, mistress. May I have another? That's funny. The gods of darkness may be unreliable at best and malicious or cruel at worst, but nevertheless they demand worship. All right. Each evokes a distinct flavor of terror, and then you get into them. I would spend less time talking about specific gods of darkness. If I were you, I would probably try to break it up so about this much of the flavor text was somewhere between like maybe this much of the flavor text was talking about what the subclass is like to play separate from the specifics of certain gods. And then the second paragraph I would make talking about specific gods, because it doesn't really look like you actually talk about what this subclass feels like until the end, where you say you're not afraid of the dark, but the dark may be afraid of you, which I think is cool. Or I think it's cool. Also, Shar is not the Raven Queen. I feel like that depends on the lore you're coming from. Whenever people give this, it's all just suggestions, so it doesn't need to necessarily be accurate to whatever you think it needs to be accurate to. Here's ours. However you worship the night, you are devoted to fear, destruction. Yeah, like all of this part here should go before all this stuff, because this is what we need first. We need to know that we worship the night, we're devoted to fear, destruction, extinguishing light, that we're not afraid of the dark, and the dark might be afraid of us. That's what we need first. In the so like they might be, maybe this person watched Critical Role more or is into different editions where the Shadowfell is run by the Raven Queen. Or did I say that wrong? Shar, also known as the Mistress of Night of the Raven. Oh, they just called them Shar. I see. Oh, maybe that's different. I don't know. Maybe they go by different names. Doesn't matter. Let's look at the spells. Shar can be the Raven Queen if that's the lord for your campaign. It's made. Okay. Edgy is easier to write. I like edgy when edgy is done with sincerity. Arms of Hadar cause fear, darkness, Shadowblade, animate dead, fear, Death Ward, Everard's Black Tentacles, Dream, Wall of Force. Your Wall of Force appears opaque. This is a really good spell list. I really like the spell list. It is strong, and it is evocative. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm wondering if Animate Dead is the move. I know Animate Dead is a spooky spell, but I feel like it is... Unless this feels like an undead cleric, I would probably drop it. Let's see what we get at first level. I also like Wall of Force being opaque. I like that. At first level, you see through the darkest night. You can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, to a distance of 60 feet. That is a little bit too strong to just give as a first level feature. Think about multi-classing. That's such a strong multi-class dip now. You could make this a channel divinity, but this should not be a thing that you just have all the time. Also, as a bonus action, you can magically share the dark vision of this feature with other willing creatures you can see within 15 feet of you, up to a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier. All right, so here's one thing that I want to point out is this feels really similar to the Twilight Cleric. I don't know if you're familiar with the Twilight Cleric, but that is literally exactly what the Twilight Cleric gets at first level. They get dark vision to a range of 300 feet, and then they can share it with other creatures. Don't do this. I would not give them essentially just a different version of Eyes of the Night. And your version of it is just like much, much stronger. So I feel like I would completely drop the magical darkness thing. And honestly, I would drop this too. Because at this point, it's just like, this just feels like a Twilight Cleric. And we don't want this to feel like a Twilight Cleric. I also feel like you are not somebody that guides people through the darkness. This is not the vibe. You're Nightmare and Fire. So who cares if your allies can see through the darkness? Fuck them. You know what I mean? You're not here to guide people through the shadows. You're here to wield the shadows. So I would lean in that direction. I think that if you wanted to make yourself be able to see in non-magical and magical darkness, I would make it part of your channel divinity. Getting dark vision alone, I think, is fine, but I would drop the magical darkness part. I think that I would build something else at the first level, something a little bit more unique and sort of focused in the vibe of like the dark of darkness. Let's see what we get for this channel divinity. Midnight Shroud. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and a sphere of midnight emanates from you. The sphere centers on you, has 15-foot radius, and is filled with darkness. It moves with you and lasts for a minute or until you are incapacitated or die. A creature in the dark with dark vision can't see through this darkness and non-magical. So it's just it's just magical darkness. If any of this shroud overlaps in the area of light, it's dispelled. The light's dispelled. While using this feature, creatures must have line of sight to you. A creature, but no longer need to see you to become frightened. Okay, so what do you mean? Where does the frightened come from? Is there a mechanic that we're getting that has to do with fear that I'm missing? I think what you mean is like when creatures are affected by like a fear spell, if they see the orb of darkness around you, that counts as seeing you. I think that's what you mean. Isn't that what you get for this guy too? Okay, so I want to point something out. The channel divinity that the Twilight Cleric gets is very mechanically different, but it is literally the same when it comes to what it's doing. It is creating an orb of darkness around you. So I don't think this should be I feel like we need something new. Because on one hand, you're essentially just casting the spell darkness on yourself. But on the other hand, which is strong. It's really strong if you have the ability to see through magical darkness. I would probably just tie it to this, and I would maybe make the orb smaller if you're going to do that. Maybe you have a 10-foot radius of magical darkness centered on you that you can see through, but other creatures can't see through. Something like that. But even then, it still, flavor-wise, feels really similar to the Twilight Cleric. So, again, if I were you, I would spend a little bit more time thinking, okay, one, how can we make this so it's like we are bringing the horror of the darkness, you know? Let's try to incorporate that vibe in. And then the other thing, and this is maybe just going to be the feedback I have throughout, is, and it's not just for you, it's for anybody that's making homebrew, if you have an idea for something that is sort of similar to another subclass that exists, you really have to put in the extra work to make sure it doesn't feel like that subclass. Because it creates this dynamic where it's impossible not to compare the two. And I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? We want to let the things be their own thing. So being able to channel divinity to cast... actually, this probably shouldn't be channel divinity. You get the darkness spell. So how is this different than just casting darkness? This is just darkness. Yeah, so we need a different channel divinity here. Maybe the channel divinity is the ability to see through magical darkness, so you can later tie it with darkness. But if you're getting darkness on your spell list, I don't think the channel divinity should be darkness. That doesn't make sense to me. I would probably make it something different. So again, I think we want to lean more into how to make the darkness frightening, how to wield it like a weapon, that sort of thing. And then at level 6, we get cast darkness enough to any creature to become affected by the fear spell. Cast darkness enough that any creature inside becomes affected by... yeah, you could do something where you could tie fear to magical darkness, for sure. You could do something like that. It's not a bad idea. It's an interesting idea. Mistress, may I have another? Years of chronic pain cause you to laugh off the acute. Starting at 6th level, when you take damage, you can use your reaction to roll a d6. Add your wisdom modifier to the number rolled and reduce the damage by that total. The die becomes a d8 at 11 and a d10 at 17. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Pretty straightforward feature. It's a minor damage reduction. It's not crazy strong, but it's definitely it's definitely a solid little idea. Because it is, one second. Because it is, because it's limited in use, I do sort of feel like, I do sort of feel like it could be a little stronger, maybe. Like, maybe, what about this? Like, what about this? What if this is how it works? But if you use this feature while you are in magical darkness, or while you're in some element of darkness, what if you can roll the die twice? You know? Like, let's start incorporating that in. That's, you know, it's like you're better defended in darkness. It'd be a cool mechanic for the darkness domain to gain immunity to the frightened and something else. You could do something like that if you wanted to. Have you guys seen the guy? Have you seen the guy who's making stat blocks a day on r/homebrew? That's a lot of people. A lot of people do that. All right, let's keep moving. I think it's a solid feature. If anything, though, yeah, let's tie it into the darkness. Let's make it stronger in the shadows. 8th level should be called Divine Strike. That is true. And you do psychic damage or... Oh, yeah, psychic damage is fine. I think necrotic damage could also work here. And then we get Midnight Dreary. At 17th level, you summon the bleakest nightfall yet. The sphere created by your Midnight Shroud now emits a 30-foot radius. Your enemies in the darkness have disadvantage on wisdom saves. I think that this is okay for what you have it as its current state. If anything, I think it could be bigger if you were going to be it, because 17th level, like, let's get crazy, right? But I think that you should change Midnight Shroud. So in its current state, I wouldn't keep it as is. You made it. Welcome. Welcome. I'm so glad you made it, Spitsky Benton. So I think that the flavor of this is nice, and I think you're dancing around a really interesting idea. I think you need to dive deeper into it. And honestly, I feel like what you need to dive deeper into it is to use your own flavor text that you wrote. Lean into the fear destruction. You know? I think that'll do you well. We want to pull away from the Twilight Cleric. The Twilight Cleric is all about seeing in the darkness and, you know, getting all these in the darkness little bits of power. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You want to make yours feel dramatically different than that. You want to be a spooky feller. A creature of mysteriousness and spooks. All right. Interesting idea. I really like the idea. I want it to be a little bit more dark, and I encourage you to push it in that direction. And also just to pull a little bit more away from the Twilight Cleric. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Steph. Oh, yes. We can do a wheel refresh, sure. Thank you, Steph. If you are a member or a patron, you can submit to the member wheel. But otherwise, if you're not and you're like, hey, wait a minute, I still want you to review my homebrew too, guess what? You can submit it for Sunday. And the link is in the description of the video. I think. Unless I messed it up. No, I didn't mess it up. I'm a king. I'm a pirate king. Let's see. Spongeman. Full class? Well, you know I'm not going to review the whole full class, but I'll pull you into the chat. Hey, Sponge Man, what's up? Hello, Sponge Man, what's up?
Not much.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Bold of you to send me a class.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I was only going to get the first few levels looked at.
So what is
but
it? Tell me about it.
Oh, sorry, didn't quite catch that.
What is it? Tell me about it.
So, it's sort of like an elemental, like... Honestly, it's kind of like Avatar inspired a little bit.
Okay.
Where you sort of move the elements, manipulate the elements. But like mechanically, I was kind of going for a like manipulate the action economy type vibe.
Oh, weird. Okay, cool. So it's a D8. What's its main stat?
Wisdom.
Okay. You have a number of D4s as seen in your Elemancer table that are used for many of the options. They're recovered after finishing a long rest. They become D6s, then D8s, and D10s, and D12s. When you choose this class, choose one of the 4. So you get your elemental. You pick your element at first level. And they do damage. So you get fire, cold, lightning, or fire, cold, thunder, or bludgeoning. So at first level you have 3. Second level you have 4. Okay.
It's basically level plus proficiency, but I didn't want to like have it scale up if you multi-classed it out.
Got you. If you ever want to do that, if you ever want to write it, I mean, having it as a table, I think is the easiest way to do it. But you also can if you ever want something to scale with a level of the thing, you can say, you have a number of charges equal to your wisdom modifier plus your level in this class.
Yeah, I guess that would work too.
There's a couple things that do that. Okay, so the save DC is 8 plus wisdom plus prof. That makes sense. At first level, we get elemental strikes. Starting at first level, you can expend an elemental die as a bonus action to cloak a weapon in your hands with elemancy in your elemancy element for 1 minute. When you hit a creature while it's active, you can have the energy begin to envelop them. The creature takes damage equal to a roll of your elemancy die. Is that in addition to the damage? At the start of their next turn. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Until they take the attack action to shake free the energy or one attack if they have multi-attack or attack or extra attack. Additionally, the effect ends if your elemental strike ends. You need to rewrite that whole thing. That is confusing. So what you want this thing to say is, while your elemental strikes are active, if you hit a creature with your elemental strikes while this feature is active, that creature is enveloped in the energy of your elemental type. At the beginning of each of that creature's turns, they take damage of the elemental type equal to a roll of your elemancy die. Period. At the end of each of their turn, and then you have a separate paragraph, and then you say this. They can use their action to remove this feature. This feature ends if they use their action to remove it, if they make an attack, or if something else. But it needs to be. I would almost consider making it bullet points or something, because it sort of feels like there's no structure to the sentence and it just keeps going. Like this is all one sentence, actually. That's crazy.
Oh. Oops.
No. Yeah, this is all one sentence, not the whole thing. But that's crazy. That's too much. Turn this into a paragraph with normal length sentences, and I would turn the things that can turn it off into bullet points if you can't figure out how to organize it in a way that is a little bit more easy to read. Bullet points are a great organizing tool, and it is not. There is no harm in just doing bullet points for a thing instead. Makes it a lot easier a lot of the time. When you use your hands instead of a weapon of elemental strikes, what does that mean? What is a weapon of elemental strikes? You mean a weapon?
Oh, oops. Or typo.
When you use your hands instead of a weapon for elemental, for elemental strikes, your unarmed strikes deal damage equal to your elemancy die, and you can make a ranged spell attack using your wisdom modifier. So I'm gonna. So this is, you're just doing the same, literally same feedback. This feature shouldn't be one feature. This is like 3 separate things, and I'm not sure why you put them together into one. Maybe just to try to make it simple, but in trying to make it simple, you made it confusing. Like I shouldn't forget I shouldn't forget about this first part while I'm reading this. Like there's just too much going on here. So what do you want this thing to actually do? So I think what you want this thing to do is that at first level, you can use a bonus action to like enter an elemental fighter mode. When you're in elemental fighter mode, your attacks give the elemental condition. Separately from that, your unarmed strikes now deal damage equal to your elemental thing dice, and they can be made at range with a range of 60 feet. Like you need to break down the core components of this and figure out which of them make sense to be one feature and which of them don't. And if they all are tied to this 1 minute long like mode that you enter, think about it like rage. So like if it's, because it seems like this is basically like an alternative rage mechanic. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, I guess, like, now that you mention it, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
So like if we look at rage, look at how the way rage is written. The way rage is written, it extends as a bonus action, you can turn it on, and then bullet point very clearly says all the things, and then afterwards it says how long it lasts, what the limitations are, how it ends early, all of this stuff.
Okay, yeah.
How often you get it. So that'll make it a lot easier to read. It will also make the people that are reading it understand that it's like a fighting mode that you enter a lot faster.
Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
All right, cool. Let's look at Elemancy Focus. When you reach second level, you have put enough into development of techniques focused on your element, depending on your choice of elements at first level, and your active element. You gain one of the following enhancements to Elemental Strike. Fire. So basically, it just depends on which element you picked, right?
Right. So part of the idea is that you have the option to pick more than one element when you make when you pick the class.
How do you do that?
It says you pick one or more.
Oh, I missed that. Why would you never not just pick all of them?
I guess mostly just because you felt like it.
I disagree with that. I think you got to limit it. Otherwise, just make it so you're picking all of them. Like if you want to give someone the option to just be a fire elemancer, that's like the same as giving someone the option to just be a fire spellcasting wizard. I don't think you need to build into the class that you can choose to limit what you get if you have a character in mind. Unless there's specific mechanics that affect the number of elemental elements you pick, and there's like a downside to picking more that kind of balances it out, I would just make it so you're picking all of them, because it's going to get confusing otherwise. Like, there's not a logical reason to give it an option.
Makes sense.
Okay, so basically, at second level, you're picking one of these things. So when you're doing, you gain one of the following enhancements. Okay, wait a minute. So just to be clear, because these are split up by type, does this fire enhancement only work when I use fire elemental stuff? Because the way this is written, I could have all 4 of these things. I could activate my elementic strike. I could go earth, so I do bludgeoning damage. Could I use the fire thing if I go earth, or no? Do I have to use the earth one?
No, I intended to have it say that it's like based on your current active element, and you like pick an element when you finish a long rest.
All right, so that needs to be clear a lot. I don't know where you need to. That needs to be somewhere then, because I don't see that anywhere.
Okay.
Like the way that yeah, I don't know. I feel like then make that elemancy. I mean, like, so wait, so are you? But wait a minute. So are you limiting?
Yeah.
You just said you're picking when you finish a long rest. Are you limiting which elements you get or not? I'm confused.
So yes and no. You pick a set that you have when you take the class, and then each long rest you can switch between them.
Oh, just drop the first part. That's literally a step. That's a confusing step for no reason. So drop that first part. So I would just say,
Makes sense.
I would just say you pick an elemental type when you finish a long rest, and then this one you need to clarify that it's affected by the elemental type that you pick. So if I take a long rest and I do fire, my elemental strikes do fire, and I get access to the fire feature. If I do water, I'm doing water, and I get the water feature. Do you know what I mean? You have to that needs to be pretty crystal clear. Fire creatures take persistent creatures that take persistent damage take fire damage equal to 2 rolls of your elemental die. Creatures that take persistent damage have their movement speed reduced by 10. Your movement speed is increased by 5. I'd probably make your movement speed increase by 10. Okay. Your AC increased by 1. All right. These are pretty okay. So these are all decent. The only thing that I would say is I feel like they almost feel like on the nose in a way where I wish that they felt more evocative. I don't know. I'm not like I almost want to say maybe. Let me ask you this: what is the goal of doing the persistent? Like, why did you go with elemental strikes as applying a stasis effect, as opposed to it just being a burst of damage in that moment? Like, what's the logic behind that?
Honestly, the logic is mostly because I wanted that to be the effect.
So, but what's the intention?
Really, I think the flavor of the stuff kind of came after the idea of want a thing where you slap someone with energy and it holds them in place.
Okay, I got you. I feel like there's ways to express that I would probably try to get in earlier, because I feel like doing damage at the beginning of a thing's next turn does not really feel like that. It feels like the reason why I say that is because you have the fire one dealing 2 rolls of its damage die instead of dealing 1 like the rest, and that made me think. I was like, wait a minute. I feel like the fire one is the only one that should do persistent damage because it's burning. The rest don't feel like they make sense to do persistent damage. Like, I could see them having persistent effects, but there's I don't know, the logic of my brain of it kind of was like, I feel like you could make it feel a little bit more distinct if you allowed just fire to be the one that did that persistent damage. They're all doing persistent damage, you know?
Yeah, I guess if each one had its own persistent effect.
Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna do this, and the reason why I asked why you made it different is because it's just very, it's not. It's not. It's so. This is not. And this is not saying it's bad, but it's so different than what I would have done. In that I just would have made your strikes do a little bit of elemental damage. So I was like, okay, maybe there's a gameplay loop or something with it being damage at the start of the thing's next turn. But I don't see that. So I feel like maybe if I were you. Oh, I hate this fucking song. I should just take it off this list. If I were you, I would probably make it so when you do elemental strikes, you're doing a little bit of extra damage on your turn, maybe once a turn when you hit or something. And the applied effect that is lingering, that they can remove or maintain or whatever, is only extra damage for fire. And for all of the other ones, you continue to lean more into these other things, you know. The cold one slows them. The I don't know. You can figure out what you want to do with the other ones, but I would lean into that more. Whenever you're making a class whole scale, whenever you're making anything, you should have gameplay or story. You should either through specific gameplay mechanic loops you're trying to build, or gameplay you're trying to create, or story flavor you're trying to create. One or both of those should back every choice you make. Otherwise, it becomes a thing where it's well, what's the point? And if you don't have the answer to what's the point, then it usually means there's something wrong going on, you know?
Yeah.
Let's look at minor elemancy. Additionally, when you reach 2nd level, you gain control of... What is this word? Orquences?
Oh, I tried to spell occurrences, but I guess I forgot to spell it right.
Okay. Write up your document in Google Docs first next time. That's what I do.
Yeah.
It helps with spelling. I'm terrible at spelling, but people don't always realize it. You gain control of over occurrences of your element in the wild. As an action, you do the following: create a tiny plume, create a tiny ball or plume of your element in your hand that requires concentration, lasts up to 10 minutes. You can move it up to 30 feet as a bonus action. It can't deal damage. It must remain within 60 feet of you. Destroy up to a 5-foot cube of your element. If it was created as a part of the element, you must make a wisdom save check. What? You must make a wisdom check against the caster's spell save or be able to affect it.
As if it's like a wall of earth or a wall of fire type effect.
I would not do that. I would not have these affect magic. Move up to 5 feet cube of your element harmlessly. Can I ask a question? Why not just give them access to mold earth, gust, control fire, and control water?
That's a good question.
I would probably do that. Unless there's something specific you want this to do that is unrelated to those 4 cantrips, I would probably just do that. Shape water, yeah. And then the other thing that I would say is that it is important to note that rules as written, magical elements created from spells or magical effects do not function as those elements. So, for example, you can cast the spell Fireball underwater. When you shoot lightning into a big body of water, it doesn't electrocute everything. And I would not give access to a feature where you can just like cut holes in spells, unless you want to make that very specifically the intention of that feature. And then you got to make it somewhat limited in use, or there needs to be some sort of contested check or roll or saving throw to see if you can accomplish doing that. I think that's a cool idea if you want it to be that, but that has to be done with intention. Because the way that it's written right now, just being able to cut a hole in a wall of fire is a little bit too much. And I feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I wouldn't just like casually drop it in as a bullet point 2 of like a thing that is doing a couple things. I would make it its own specific thing. Philip, you hate the rules as written? I mean, you know what, Philip? Then if you are a dungeon master, then you can ignore it. But if you are a player, then you can shut the fuck up, because the reason that rule is there is to make dungeon masters' lives easier. Yeah, I like the idea in a nutshell. I think that you definitely accomplish the goal of making it feel pretty distinct at level 2, which I like. I think that you are overcomplicating some things in ways that I don't understand why, and you should pull back a little bit. And I think you should sort of draw a line in the sand in terms of how this thing grows, with how many elements you have access to, how often you have access to them, like that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a pretty neat idea. Do you have any questions, concerns, yearnings, aspirations?
I mean, like all children, I yearn for the mines, but that's about it.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing.
Thank you for having me on again.
Yeah, and I hope you keep working on it. Let me know how it goes as it builds.
Thank you. I will.
Alrighty. See ya.
Yeah.
Wait, before you go, one question. Why did you choose not to... What are... I'm not going to look at them, but what are you planning on doing with the subclasses?
So the subclasses give you access to a sort of like more esoteric element. Like it's got metal, wood, art, and darkness.
Ah, okay, cool. Okay, that's an interesting way of going about it. Okay, I buy it. All right, cool. All right, thank you very much. That was Sponge Man. Let's give Sponge Man a round of applause. Guys, Sponge is doing something here that is hard to do. Sponge is doing something... Bye, Dab Man. See you later, buddy. The one thing that I want to point out that I think is really nice about this is it does feel pretty distinct by level 2, which I like. It is really hard to make a thing distinct by level 2, and I feel like 99% of you don't do that. So I like that. I think that it definitely needs some cleaning up and some refocusing. But yeah, interesting idea. Interesting idea. Somebody else made a somebody else made a Avatar style element controller a while ago, and they built it entirely around area of influence. So it was like you could manipulate the element that you were connected to within a certain radius of yourself, which I thought was a really interesting idea. I don't remember how mechanically it worked, and I feel like it wasn't super well organized, but it was a really cool core concept and really out there, really different sort of idea. Yeah, like an aura, exactly. Data bank? I hardly know a bank. Is Data here? Data! I think I saw you in the chat. Come into the stream if you want me to bring you on stream. Hold action! Oh, there you are. I'll grab you in a second. Are there any themes that you would like to see in an item spell subclass in the next few weeks? Should I dare to make a One-Piece homebrew? I mean, listen, you can dare. A lot of people have dared before. They're usually bad. You're more than welcome to try. You could. I will tell you, I'm the Pirate King. I'm gonna be him. So I'm gonna be a king of the sea. I'm gonna go to the red line and the green line. All the lines. I'm gonna go to them. No. To answer your question more specifically, the things that I get the most excited for, honestly, this is so silly, but it's true. My absolute favorite homebrew to read is homebrew that is either directly inspired by something from media that I know. Like, I want to make a Spider-Man monk, or I want to make a Batman ranger, or I want to make a, I don't know. What's a book that I just read? Whatever. I want to make a Nazgul assassin or whatever, something like that. I feel like I like that. And then the other thing is anything like anything very like monster oriented. I like. So like anything that helps players feel more monstrous, I'm a big fan of. So if it's inspired by something I know in the real world, it's kind of fun. And I like it if it's monster related. All right, let me grab Data. But you can do whatever you want. You don't need to try to impress me. Hey, Data, what's up?
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh yeah, it's going good.
Welcome to the stream. What are we looking at tonight?
I don't know. What did I do? Oh god, no, this is my first homebrew.
It's a fighter that's supposed to vibrate when they hit.
Yep, it's kind of like if you ever like punch some like a steel pole and your body vibrates in response.
Yeah, I do. That's what I do most mornings when I wake up. That's how I wake up most mornings.
Yeah, we all know our pole punching habits, obviously, but the idea is that if you're getting bonked around in battle, you're gonna instead consolidate the vibrations. This was literally the first idea I ever had for homebrew. It kind of got me into the game.
Okay, very cool.
And I also, because that is silly, I was sitting at my computer. I'm getting ready to go home, and I'm about to go home. But I was sitting at the computer. I'm like, I should watch him spin the wheel just in case he pulls me. And lo and behold.
All right. Well, if you have to dip early, or if there's any specific part you want me to look at, let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to dive in.
Nah, I'll take you with me.
All right, cool. A person who studies the art of fighting will often find themselves shaking in fear, shaking with adrenaline, shaking from blows. Most steady their hands, steady their minds. Most learn to shake off the vibration, but some do not. They harness the vibration, use the vibration. Interesting. Now, you do the thing that I don't love, where you say most do this, but they do this. But it's kind of in the middle of the kind of in the middle of the paragraph, in a way that makes it work a lot better. Because this intro is cool. Not many fighters can harness this strange power. The few who do are quickly snapped up by those who can afford. Snapped up by those who can afford it. What does that mean? Kingdoms, Archmage, and Influential guilds will all recognize and seek control of those who wield such unique power. Unless you plan on them being mercenaries to be like a core part of the subclass, I probably would drop that second part.
Fair enough.
Kinetic growth, 3rd level. We only got 1 3rd level feature. Let's see if it does enough. How many years ago did you write this?
I found your stream about. I wrote this, and I have updated it since.
Okay.
Like,
no,
example,
I'm not asking because I feel like it's. Oh, I'm asking because I don't see Booming Blade on this, and I feel like Booming Blade is such a obvious choice for this subclass as a feature to get, but I accept that we're not getting it.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you
Sorry,
now. I
that
can
was
hear you
bad
before. I can always hear you.
Okay.
Data.
I missed what you said for about 3 or 2 seconds.
I said I was asking because I was wondering if this was written before the spell Booming Blade came out, because I feel like Booming Blade would fit on this.
Yep.
But let's keep reading for now. Kinetic growth. You consolidate the vibrations from hitting others. After you hit a target, you store the weapon's damage die dice. Don't do that. Don't write like that. Just say damage die. You can add the die as force damage on the next hit. If you don't, this damage disappears. What does that mean? This stored damage can carry through action surge. All remaining extra damage is lost at the end of your turn. If you are hit with a physical or melee or ranged attack before the start of your next turn, you can deal damage. That weapon's damage die as force damage on the first attack of your next turn. Why would you ever save up damage?
That's so that you can your first attack that turn can also get it. The idea is that,
but it's like it's the true strike. It's the true strike conundrum. Why would I save? Why would I not do damage now to do damage later?
No, what this is saying is, like, if you're hit between turns, then you get a damage dice on your second.
What about this? No, I'm talking about the whole first paragraph.
Yep. I don't know why you wouldn't.
All right, so I would just completely get rid of, like, I would get rid of this and make something different.
Oh, I think I give uses for it later on,
but later on is not third level.
We're going.
We need the action by third level. So.
Wait, no. It's if you miss, it's lost, basically. Does that make sense?
You're not hearing my point. If I hit you with a sword, okay, and I do 1d8 plus 4 damage, and I choose not to do that damage to add that damage later, there's no benefit to that. That's just me choosing to do damage later as opposed to now. It's exactly the same as True Strike. It's like, it is better for me to do the damage now than to do the damage later. There's no dip, because later I might miss.
Yeah, but the intention is that since you're making a lot of attacks, the benefit is that you're gonna, your next attack gets a bonus if your first attack hits.
But your first attack then isn't doing anything because you're not doing any damage.
Not anything special, but if you hit, you do extra damage on your next attack. That's the idea of the. Maybe I'm just missing it. Are you not doing damage if you use this feature? So what happens is, let's say you have a D8 weapon.
Yeah.
You hit with your first attack, it does normal damage.
Okay.
You hit with your second attack on the same turn, it does it's normal damage and a D8 of force damage.
Oh, you need to just write it the way that you just said it, because that is not what's written here.
Yep, I know.
So rewrite it to say that, because that is not what's written here. Also, I feel like that can't stack a lot. That has to stack very, very little. And in fact, I would also argue it shouldn't be based on the weapon. I would also argue it should not be based on the weapon die. It probably should just be a number, and that number could increase over time. Like, it could be a D4 that becomes a D6, becomes a D8, that sort of thing. It doesn't read like it's just one weapon, so I would be hesitant. I would be careful about that. I would make that clear also. So yeah, I think it's it's a fine idea. It's basically like if you can store up doing damage. I think you need to clarify how long that store up can last, and then also
the store up lasts until your next attack.
So if you miss with your next attack, it doesn't continue after that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, all of that just needs to be written clearly in this feature, because right now it's a little bit disjointed. Yep. The other thing that I would say is I also think you could just throw in them getting Booming Blade. I think that's fine. I would just give them Booming Blade.
It needs a ribbon now that I think about it. Which I don't know.
Booming Blade, done. Ribbon over. Easy. You could also do something. You could also, if you want to do more sound stuff, you could also just say that, like, you can make your voice really loud. You can you could project. You could give them part of thaumaturgy or something like that. Let's look at 7th level, active diffusion.
Yeah.
You've learned to toggle your vibrations at will. When you focus, you can momentarily pass through objects. Oh, that's fun. Peer and reach. As an action, you can make parts of your body incorporeal. You can pass one appendage or an object you are holding through solid objects like doors, thin walls. It lasts for 1 minute or until you lose concentration. You can never use your movement speed to pass through objects in this form, such as walls. Okay. As a reaction to being hit by an attack, you can make your body vibrate until the start of your next turn. Every attack roll, including the trigger one, has disadvantage against you. And then cut through. As a bonus action, you begin vibrating to ignore the bonuses to AC from shields or parries until the start of your next turn. And we can do this con modifier times per long rest. These are all really interesting. I kind of wish we got a taste of this earlier. I really like the vibe of all of these.
It was originally the 3rd level, but I kind of moved it around because most of these are utility, and 7th level is supposed to be utility, and 3rd level is supposed to be the damage feature.
Yeah.
So originally, because you didn't have second attack, the 3rd level feature is kind of built around having second attack, and it's weird because this is the one fighter that would get damage at 7th and utility at 3rd.
I think it would be okay to switch them, honestly. I don't know. It's one of those circumstances where, like, sometimes, like, you can break the rules sometimes. You can break the rules sometimes, and
okay.
And I think that this might be an opportunity for that. Also, thank you, Solaroid, for becoming a member. You're too cool for school, my guy. You're gonna join my pirate crew, and we're gonna find the One Piece.
Oh yeah, someone was asking about what Patreon or membership tier they should go for earlier. So if you want to give them the spiel,
the easiest way to do it, here's the way to think about it. If you're like, I like this fucking guy, I want to give him $1 and don't really care about anything else, then you do the regular one. If you're like, I like this fucking guy, I want to come on the stream with him, and I want to give him, I want to do the member stuff, then you do the $5 tier. If you're like, I like this guy, and I want to support him more, and I want to make sure he's comfortable and happy and does this forever, then you do the higher up tiers than that. And if you don't have money, if you don't have money or can't afford it, then you don't worry about it and you just come hang out and we all have a good time together regardless. Yeah, man, I think you could probably switch these back. This is what I think. If I would probably, I'm trying to figure out how, I'm trying to think about how you could make peer and reach more. I almost want to separate
peer and reach is very dangerously close to pass wall, but I don't want to give pass wall.
No, I understand that. This is what I think you should do. I think cut through and blur should be separate from peer and reach. And I think peer and reach should be something that is more actively usable and less strong. So, like, maybe limit further the depth of the thing you can reach through, and really make it clear that it's like it can just be like your hand or just your arm.
How far? I tried that. I'll have to take a look at my earlier ones. It was just like one appendage at a time.
Yeah, I think that's what you have here. You say one appendage or object you're holding, and I think that's fine. I would probably. What I do think, though, is I think it's interesting enough and complicated potentially enough that I think it could be its own feature so that you have a little bit more space to sort of break down things that you might need to break down that you would be concerned about being too strong or would maybe be common enough that they should be addressed in terms of, like, you know, interacting with objects you can't see on the other side of the wall or things like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, if you just made peer and reach its whole thing in the same way that kinetic growth is its whole thing, I think you have the space to flesh it out in a way that it will be, it'll have a little bit more breadth and not be overpowered. That's what I'd say.
And if that's the case, it probably should stay proficiency bonus number times per day, but or con modifier I think I used. But what about the other two? Should they be on a resource? I think so, at least.
Yeah. I think. I think this is so too. You could sort of make this like a psi knight, where you have like you have just like a you could do it where it's resource by ability, but I think if you're going to be doing a bunch of different stuff that are resource based, you should just make it like a cyanite where you have a resource that you tap into as a part of your core class subclass, and they all use it. That's what I would do if I were you. Kelka an du today. Good night, good sir.
All right. Yeah, I'm thinking on my side.
All right, let's look at Consolidate Force. You can use a bonus action to consolidate the damage from your kinetic growth. You know you use this after the attack hits. If you do this, you forego the damage of kinetic growth. You can choose one of the following effects based on the number of successful hits, including through your action surge. What does that mean? So it stacks, I guess?
No, so the thing is that if
is kinetic growth intended to stack?
No, but it the number of successful hits determines the number of dice, and you forego the damage to get the benefits.
Yeah, but I thought kinetic growth only ever lasted one hit to the next.
Yeah, so whenever you hit a creature, you instead use your bonus action to consolidate them, and then you can basically do a big move based on how many successful hits you get in. And again, the number of hits can roll through your action surge. It should just be number of hits, successful hits. That would be a better way to describe it.
Yeah, I think I'll read what the features do, and I'm gonna assume you're gonna rework how they're incorporated because it's just unclear and a little convoluted feeling right now. The one hit feature is at the end of your turn, you create a vibrating ward around yourself. You roll the damage of your weapon for each successful hit, and gain that many temporary hit points until the start of your next turn. Okay, so you get 10 hit points. At any time you roll your vibrations into the ground and cause an earthquake centered on a point you can see within 30 feet. People in 5 feet make a dex save. You roll your damage die on a successful hit. Creatures who failed the save are knocked prone and take that damage. So you make a little earthquake. Or 3, you teleport up to 30 feet. I think that you need to rewrite these two so that they are both as simple as this one. like this should I feel like you're sort of starting to fall into the same trap that the Dark Blessing Eldritch Coin Warlock was falling into, where there's this mini game going on that I don't think we need. The mini game of like the building up of the hits, it's just adding complicated for not needing it. Because we look at what these actually do. What do they actually do? Temporary hit points,
earthquake,
knock creature prone, deal a little damage, teleport. Like, I don't think it needs to be more hectic than that. You know what I mean?
And do you think it's okay to do like an extra damage per hit, and then also get like those benefits?
I probably wouldn't make it happen every time. I probably would make it limited in use. But I think it's fine. I think it would be fine.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth on. It is sort of a mini game, I guess.
Some people like that. Don't get me wrong. That's not inherently a bad thing at all. It's just, I think, not often the clear. It's often not like the straightest line between the 2 points of idea to homebrew, unless you like really are enjoying it.
Wizard is kind of a mini game, but it's a fun mini game because it's based around what you're already doing.
Yeah.
So I need to just make sure that it's easy to play, I guess. If it's a mini game, it needs to be easy to play.
Mm-hmm. Solaroid, did you submit homebrew for this week, or you just became a member? So Solaroid, the way that you submit homebrew is you have to go to the member tab or the Patreon, and you have to submit through the document there. You have to submit. If you haven't submitted homebrew yet, it's not on the wheel. So you have to just follow the instructions. Do that. So go to the community tab. There's like a member tab on YouTube that you got to go to, and then you have to click the member thing, and then you got to send something there, and then it's there. All right, improved diffusion. You have honed your vibrations to a precise degree. When you pass through objects using active diffusion, you can make any part of yourself corporeal on the other side. Could you not do that before?
No.
Oh.
It was pure in reach. You could only really reach your body through and not do much.
Then what's the
Now's
point
the
of
point where you reach your hand.
what's the point of being able to reach through with your body if you can't interact with anything?
I mean, it looks like a ghost. It could scare some people.
Okay.
It's not great.
All right, you gotta yeah, go that. Then I don't know. Whatever I said about that, change it to keep that in. I don't know. It doesn't. If that doesn't do anything, it doesn't fucking do anything, and it's not a feature.
I mean, do you think it's okay for somebody to reach in and just unlock a door from the other side?
That's what I thought it did. That's what I thought it did. There's no fucking point if that's not what it does. It's like hey, you can cast an illusion of one of your limbs on the other side of the door. All it takes is for you to put your shoulder up against it. That's not a feature. That's nothing.
Right.
So I assumed that you could just do that at 3rd level. If you don't want it to be that, then I think you need to think about what else it could be, because it should feel more like something. It is kind of spooky. That's true. You can make any part of yourself. When you use your bonus action to ignore the AC, you also ignore non-magical bonuses from armors. I don't know how I feel about that.
Very situational.
It's very situational.
It also makes
How does
DMs
it
recalculate ACs
how
on
does
the
it
fly.
how does it handle natural armor?
That's the thing. Like my biggest issue is animated armor, which has like an AC of 18, but it's also technically an armor.
Yeah.
It doesn't handle it animated. Originally, it had like it reset your the enemy's AC to dex 10 plus their dex. Dex mod.
Yeah, I could see that. Why did you?
Is that better?
I don't know if that's better. I don't know if it's better. It's clearer, for sure, because I wouldn't be wondering how it would interact with all sorts of stuff, because I would just know that that's the mechanic to do. So I think it's a little bit more clear. I don't know if it's better, but I do think it's worth thinking about how to represent that. You could also clarify that that it also ignores non-magical worn armor. That might be a way to do it.
Yes.
So like an animated armor isn't wearing armor, it is armor. A purple worm isn't wearing armor, it just is big. But a guy wearing armor is a guy wearing armor.
Now, should I also just make it if you have a natural AC, here's what your new natural AC is calculated as, or?
Do you think this should affect natural ACs?
No, I don't think it does.
No, but I'm asking, do you think it should? Do you think it should?
I don't think it. Not really.
Yeah, then don't worry about
issue.
it. Just have it go through worn armor. If you make it specifically worn armor, natural armor is avoided by that because you're not wearing it. It's just a part of you.
Okay.
You know? I also will say that I think that if this first part is just a part of the 3rd level feature, what you could do with improved diffusion at 15th level is you could add that you could stick your head through. Now, the difference there, the benefit of being able to stick your head through at 15th level is you could, like, peek.
Well, I wanted peeking. Peeking feels like a good 3rd level feature.
Oh, see, when you said, it's so funny. I imagined this working
that's
the
why
opposite.
It's here.
No, I imagined this working the opposite the way that it's written. Is what I'm realizing, because I thought appendage was like an arm or a leg. I was not thinking head.
That is technically an appendage. And
I know, but
kind of wrote.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just literally was understanding it as the opposite as intended, I think.
Absolutely missed connection there.
Yeah. So maybe what you should do is with peer and reach through.
Limb is a better way.
I think the way that you should do peer and reach through is you should maybe even make it up into bullet points where it's like arm, head, leg. So it's like if you stick your arm through, here's what you can do. If you stick your head through, here's what you do. If you stick your leg through, something like that. But yeah, I think it's pretty solid for 15th level. I think that we need something else if we cut this part out and just because again, I just assumed this was happening already. So maybe add something else too.
Isn't there one for the blur option?
Blur would make sense. I would also say maybe like I don't remember how long pass wall works, but some sort of like very like brief ability to like phase through solid objects. Like maybe, you know, you could use your action to make yourself intangible until the end of your turn or something like that. Like I feel like that would be reasonable by 15th level.
A lot more about incorporeal movement now that I first wrote this.
Because I feel like at 15th level, being able to just phase through something, I think at least a couple times would be fine.
Now, my other thing was there's a reaction attacks have disadvantage on you. The original expansion for that was reaction. The triggering attacks against the rest have disadvantage on you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay at 15th level?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
What it is the original is reaction. All attacks have disadvantage, including the triggering one. At 15th level, that becomes the triggering attack misses. All further attacks have disadvantage.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No, I like it more like this. I think lean more into the phasing as like an active feature as opposed to a super defense. The defensiveness of it is good, but I feel like the funnest, like the thing that the most fun about this is you phasing through stuff is like the most fun part, I think.
Yes. That's why I was looking for fate reaction phase through sword, but that's fine.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
let's look at 18th level. Your skill and vibrations are unparalleled. You do not have to forego damage. Okay, cool. You get to get your special thing better. Successful attacks from your kinetic growth stack on every hit attack after. You have 3. If, for example, if you have 3 attacks, the first hit you deal 1d6. The second hit you deal 1d6 and 1d6. And the third you. I would just write this out differently. I can't. I think I understand what you're trying to say. You're just trying to say the number gets bigger.
It works the way you were worried it worked.
Yeah. I guess it's fine. I don't know. I think if you're gonna, it's one of those things where it's like it would just be annoying for me to keep track of, but I think it's probably fine. The other thing that you could do is if you didn't want to have it do this, you could just have the number. You could have whatever die you end up using for kinetic growth just get a lot bigger.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it works for an 18th level feature.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea for a subclass. I really, really like the flavor. I think that rejiggering some of where the features are and moving them around will be very beneficial, because I think that flavor-wise, it's there. And I think that a lot of it sounds like it would be a lot of fun. Do you have any questions, thoughts, yearnings?
Tons. First of all, shout out to my now ex but then girlfriend for making the art or modifying the art in the bottom right. Shout out to the art creator. Warlock subclass is on its way.
All right,
that's
Data.
about the name.
All right, cool. I look forward to the Warlock subclass.
Now, that was an accident.
All right, and I'll see.
Love you so much.
Love you too. I'll see you on the ship.
Great.
I'll see you on the ship to adventure. Solaroid, thanks. Can't wait to show it. You've been a DM for a long time. Have around 200 Homebrew monsters to show off. Cool. Well, pick one to show off then. And Solaroid, did you figure out how to do submissions? If you're new here, basically, there's 2 different ways that people can submit Homebrew. There's the link in the video description, which is right here, which is just the open wheel. And anyone can submit Homebrew there. You don't need to be a member. You don't need to do anything. And the next night for the open wheel is going to be Sunday. If you want to become a member or a patron, then you get access to submitting on Thursday nights. Or it's not always Thursday night. It's usually Thursday night. But once a week, I do a stream that is just reviewing the homebrew of people that are members and patrons. And that's what Thursday night is tonight. So, yeah, and that's it. It does not guarantee that your piece will get looked at. This is the wheel. We're not going to get to all of these people. Almost guaranteed we're not going to get to all these people. But It is a much smaller wheel than we normally have. It's the difference between a wheel with around 30 people on it and a wheel with around 120 people on it. And if you are on stream when I look at it, you can come on stream and talk about it. So them's the breaks. That's how it works. All right, Rex, thank you for the 10. Thank you very much. Very kind. Hope everyone is having a great party tonight. Oh, we're doing what we can. Cinder, have you ever given simple monsters 1 or 2 class subclass abilities? For example, a dire wolf with a wildfire spirit or a giant with key points. Rex, I do not. I've taken inspiration from player features and given them to monsters, but I would not take a player feature whole cloth to give to a monster unless it was very simple, because player features are designed for somebody who is only keeping track of one character. So they often are more complicated and more nuanced than monster features. Monsters are generally designed to be used in congruence with a bunch of stuff for someone that's running a game that's thinking about a lot of different things at the same time. So I would not worry about giving a giant key points, but I would give a giant flurry of blows. I just wouldn't make it based off key points. I would either make it based off of a recharge mechanic where it's just rolling a d6, or I would make it like a twice per long rest or a 3 times per long rest. So I wouldn't use like the resource mechanics based on character stuff, but it's the same reason why I don't think it's a good idea to give, like Wizards of the Coast is doing this too. I don't think it's a good idea to make spell casting monsters just have spell slots and spells. I think it's a really good idea to make them have, they can cast this spell this many times per day, this spell this many times per day, like that. Yeah, it's just a lot easier, because a monster, you don't want to spend a lot of time thinking about a monster's mechanics. You want to just be able to run it. You want to be spending more time thinking about the combat that you're running, you know? Really, really fun idea, Data. Did we give Data a round of applause? Here, let's give Data a round of applause. Thank you, Data. Really, really interesting idea. I think that the core of that idea, we'll do a refresh in case anyone submitted. I think the core of that idea is a really, really, really good example of how specific you can get when you are coming up with a subclass, and arguably how specific you can get when you're coming up with a subclass, because it is something like, you know, a vibrating fighter, like a vibrating as a class mechanic is as a core mechanic is so specific and weird. But there's so many ways you go with it. Solaroid says that's the idea of a lich, though. It's the exception, not the rule. It doesn't matter what it's supposed to feel like from the player perspective. If I took a lich stat block and I didn't give it first level spells, it has 6 first level spell slots, 6 second level spell slots, 4 third level spell slots, 4 fourth level spell. If I did all of that and I wrote all the spells down that it has access to, and then I ran it, I guarantee you it would not feel any different for my players than if I said it can cast these spells at will. It can cast these spells 3 times per day. It can cast these spells once per day. It would feel exactly the same for my players. It actually would feel better because I would spend less time thinking about spell slots and more time just looking at what spells they have and just picking which one they're using. So it doesn't matter if that's what a lich is supposed to be. It's not what a lich, it's about what the thing that is written on the monster stat block is only for the dungeon master. It's not for everybody. Everybody doesn't need it. It only needs to be the dungeon master's code. So it doesn't need to do all that stuff, you know? You also can't spam the best spell every round. Yeah, it helps with that too, for sure. It's only going to get to use like 3 or 4 of the spells anyway. That's not necessarily true. Depends on how long the fight is, or if it's like a character that's an NPC. I think that a lot of spells work really. There's a lot of spells that are amazing spells on both NPCs, both good and bad, that are not that you'd want to have them have access to, but really they would never use in combat. One of my favorite spells to give NPCs is Legend Lore. Not really a combat spell. Fair enough. I guess I just like the idea better. Also, totally agree on the player perspective. Yeah, I think people sometimes. The other thing that I'd say is I think people, regardless. You said you made over 200 monsters, so my guess is you started playing D&D a little while ago. So you probably just got comfortable with monsters being written that way. And that's probably just the way that it is, you know? Most people are most comfortable with the thing that they're, like, the most familiar with. It's the same reason why, like, if you got into Critical Role in Season 2 of Critical Role, that's your favorite season of Critical Role. If you got into Critical Role at Season 1 of Critical Role, that's your favorite season of Critical Role. Just, you know, we start where we start with something, we get excited with it. Starting with 3rd edition. Yeah, I've only ever played 5th. 5th is the only one that I know. So if you send me monsters, don't send me 3rd edition monsters. I won't be able to give you feedback on them. You'll counterspell a healing word? Good. Also, there's good use for spell slots and or spell books for monsters if the DM is planning on multiple encounters in one day. That's true. You got a bounce still in? All right, buddy, get out of here. Next is Bildo. Bildo, if you're around, pop in. I know you like short homebrew. I like all lengths of homebrew. So I figured I would send you a 25-page adventure. Read all of it. Or don't. I'm not your mom. How would you run this setting? What do you think of my encounter list near the end? How are you doing? Getting exercise water? Did you actually send me a 25-page document? I can't tell if you're joking or not. I hope you're joking. No, you sent me a goddamn fucking 20-page document. I don't want to read this. I don't want to read this, my guy. What did you send me? What did you say? How would I run this setting? I have no idea. What do I think of the encounter list near the end? All right, I'll look at the encounter list near the end. Where's the encounter list? These are just a bunch of fears. I don't know where the encounter list is. Build out. Come on, man. You can't be doing this. You're random encounters. All right, let's look at we'll read some random encounters. 1d50 bodies. You come across a small field littered with fresh, clothed bodies. Upon getting closer, the bodies begin to writhe, their chests snap open, revealing wraiths. How many? You find a dying mind flayer vampire. You may feed it and make a wisdom check to try to control it, kill it, or simply leave it. Okay. A group of 1d6 mind flayers riding long, multi-legged lizards is headed your way. Make a stealth check to risk capture. All these are cool features. They're intense. You encounter a large swarm of writhing zombie limbs. Okay, that's cool. What is scarier than a wait? Is that scarier than a normal mind flayer? Who's to say? Maybe it's less scary. It has a prologue. We'll probably read the prologue a little bit, but we're not going to look at much else. Were-Raven and Mind Flayer. A Were-Raven, oddly enough, is being escorted by 2 Mind Flayers. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be very, very honest with you. A lot of these just feel like Mind Flayer plus something else, which I actually don't think is that exciting. It's like Mind Flayer plus guy, Mind Flayer plus guy, Mind Flayer. So I would maybe make some of them a little bit more. I feel like instead of just making it like Mind Flayer plus guy and Mind Flayer plus guy, I would maybe give the Dungeon Master a little bit more to work with in terms of what else they can add to make the encounter more unique and specific. Mind Flayers. A lot of these are just a monster appears. So I'm not a big fan of random encounter where it's just monster appears. I think that if you want to do that, that's fine. But there's not a lot of feedback to give because it sort of is just a list of monsters then. So if it's just a list of monsters, then my only feedback is, yes, this is a list of monsters. So I would suggest putting in a little bit more to give the Dungeon Master something to work with for the intent of the scene that it could build. Or even if it's not a specific intent, but just ideas to work with. You know what I mean? Now, I'll read the prologue. And we'll see if it is exciting to me. You are not spun yet, no. You and the other party members awake screaming. A young priest looks at you wild-eyed and sallow of face. He quickly explains that you were all dead, and that he brought you back to life with this, with what? Oh, with this, while showing a staff in his hand. He tells you that he found a rod of true resurrection, and he has started bringing back whoever he could. Any scrap of humanity that he could find, he tried to cast the rod on. To cast the rod on? That's a weird phrasing. If asked, he will explain that he is a planar traveler. There's no I in the word planar. Planar is spelled Planar. A planar traveler, and that his name is Origin. He will also tell the characters that he has lost his mind. Is his name Origin or is it Ogrin? You got a couple spelling jonkies going on. That's kind of a cool opening to an adventure. Everybody wakes up and they don't know what happened and they were all dead. Yeah, I think it's a cool opening for an adventure. Am I going to read more of it? No, I'm not, because you sent me a whole document and you didn't really tell me what specifically to read. So I looked at the encounters, which you asked me to look at, and my main feedback for them is make them a little bit more encounter and a little bit less just listing monsters. And maybe put in some roleplay encounters, some environmental encounters. I agree with Solaroid there. And I think that that's a very fun little opening to a story, is everybody wakes up dead from being dead, not really knowing who they were or where they come from. I think that's a lot of fun. I think that could go in a lot of different directions for that, and I hope that in this adventure, at least part of it is tied to them, figuring out their origins and where they come from and that sort of thing. And that's my thoughts. And I don't really have much more to say about it. Thank you, Bildo. Remember, everyone who writes in GM Binder and Homebrewery, spell check in another Word doc. Yeah, spell check is so good. It's always better to write your document out in a document that uses spell check first. Random encounters I use include elemental, environmental, weather, effect, chances for the players to obtain rare resources that can be crafted into useful things and sold for gold. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, let's give Builder a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. A while ago, I designed special rare metals for most of the other planes of existence. There was Stygian steel. There was Stygian steel from the Feywild, from the Shadowfell. There was Zephyr steel from the air. I did all of the elemental planes. I did the Feywild, did the Shadowfell. I did Mechanus. I did Limbo. And basically the idea was you could craft weapons or items or weapons or objects out of those materials. And the material had a basic feature that was just on all the time in it. It had a special feature that it would be applied to any weapon crafted out of it. And it had a special feature that could be applied to any object that it was crafted out of. And they weren't crazy strong. So it was the kind of thing where you could have like a semi-mundane weapon made of Stygian steel, or you could have like a rare weapon made out of Stygian steel. And if it was made of Stygian steel, it would just apply that effect. I gotta find those, but I'll share them with you guys at some point. Do weapons and armor made of those metals work by tuning forks to the plane? No, the idea of them was that they were made of an element from that plane. They were made of something from that plane of existence. So they guess they could work as it, sure. Makes sense. I could see that logic. Milky! Let me grab you. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
You got to turn the echo off on the stream.
Oh, God.
You gotta turn the echo off.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
Just a second.
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Did it work? I really liked the nautical theme yesterday. I decided to show you a version of a big shrimp thing from 3E. All right, cool.
Man, you're
welcome. We're looking at your big shrimp from 3E.
Yeah.
So tell me about this shrimp from back in the days of 3E, because as you know, I am a simple man. I only know 5E.
Well, it's a big evil shrimp demon, and its eye can stun you. It can stun you just by looking at you.
Okay. So it's got a little bit of like the a little bit of the same vibes as like a basilisk or like an umber hulk in that regard.
Yes.
Okay. CR17, oh, it's a big boy. How do I pronounce this? The Uzalru are massive shrimp-like demons that inhabit Dagon's Shadow Sea. As an Aberith and as minions of Dagon, Uzalru are some of the oldest demons to prowl the abyss. They prefer to hunt sentient creatures, driving them to insanity with their crimson gaze. And Uzalru has no mouth. Instead, it uses tentacles on its face to dissolve its prey from the inside out and absorb their juices. Oh, cool. Gross. Cool and gross in a way that I am a big fan. Okay, let's see. Gargantuan Fiend. Demon. 300 hit points, 17 armor. It's a swimmer. All stats look good. Saving throws look good. Damage resistances look good. Just make sure you're doing all your math. I think you probably are. 20 times 6 is 120. Nice. Okay, good. True Sight. Oh, is this because they're like mantis shrimp?
Yeah, and they have the big magic eye.
They have super eyes. The only thing, I guess, no, they're CR17. True Sight 120 feet is okay then. It's True Sight 120 feet is very big, but CR17, so it's probably fine.
Also, they live in the Shadow Sea, so they kind of need it to be able to see around in there.
Well, I don't know what the Shadow Sea is, but I could imagine that super dark vision would work there, but unless the water is like murky. They have magic resistance. They have stunning gaze. Let's see what stunning gaze is. The Uzalru's eye sheds dim red light in a 60-foot cone. As long as it isn't blinded or incapacitated at the start of each of its turns, it decides which way the cone faces. This is very similar, for folks that don't know, this is very similar to the way mechanically a beholder's eye works. So it's a very smart idea. Yeah. If you want to make a semi-passive, semi-active feature that's an eye emitting feature, basing it off of the mechanics of the anti-magic eye of the beholder is a very, very good idea. Well done. Okay. Any creature that isn't a demon that starts its turn within the cone and can see it must succeed on a DC 16 intelligence saving throw or be stunned. Why did you go with intelligence over wisdom?
Because mind flayers use intelligence to stun things. And that's one reason. The other reason is because I feel it's more like a madness stun. Like, you're not physically stunned, you're mentally stunned.
Yeah, but I feel like that's what wisdom would be. A little bit. Like, wisdom is like your ability to, like, stay grounded, not lose yourself. I would maybe make it wisdom. Okay. I feel like intelligence also makes sense on the mind flayer, because the mind flayer is not like a passive feature that you're like entering into. It's like a blast of the eldritch in your face.
Okay. Yeah.
It's also Philip also says it's also because it's psionics. So if this is supposed to be a psionics thing, I could see it being intelligence, but
not really.
Okay, yeah, then maybe go wisdom. A
more
creature that
demonic magic.
Yeah, I think wisdom is the move. Intelligence would make sense if it was like, I think intelligence could make sense if you changed it so that it was like emitting like fractaling paisley, like crazy shapes that were like hard to comprehend, because it was almost like forcing you into like demon puzzle box mode, you know, where you're like, I can't see the patterns, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah. A creature that isn't surprised can avert its eyes. Cool. So, I don't know if you did this intentionally, but I really, really like how this is written. The way that this is written, from my perspective, it looks like you took a combination of the mechanics of the Umber Hulk and the Beholder, and
I
sort of
took
Frankenstein them together, and it works really well.
Took from the basilisk and the beehive.
Okay, same diff. Yeah, so very nice. And for folks that are at home that are making homebrew and they're wondering how much they can or should copy from the books and when they should, this is a perfect example of when it's totally okay, and one could even argue good to copy from the books, because the idea is not being copied. It's being somewhat inspired, but what's really being copied are mechanical language. And if you're ever unsure of some mechanical language to use, you know, it's a good way to do it. Whoa! Sorry, I fell for a second. I'm back. Okay. Multi-attack. It makes 2 claw attacks if it uses at least one. If it has at least one creature grappled, it can also make a tentacle attack against the creature that's grappled. Oh, it's almost like a mind flayer.
Yeah, the tentacles are on its face.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or not like a mind flayer, like what are this thing called? Chul, the crab guys with the tentacle faces. Got some big bludgeoning claws. DC 22 grapples, fucking hectic. It's fine. It's CR 20. It's challenge rating 17. It's fine, but it's hectic. I could see lowering the DC to 20, and I think it would also be reasonable. The tentacles do piercing damage. Piercing damage. Can I make a weird suggestion?
Yeah.
I think the tentacles should do a lot less piercing damage and a lot more acid damage. What if the tentacles did one? What if the tentacles did 1d6 plus 8 piercing damage to literally represent just a single piercing, and then they did like 4d8 acid damage as it's like pumping you full of acid?
Yeah, I like that.
The other thing that I want to say is that right now, the claw does 18 damage on average, and the tentacle does 24 damage on average. I almost want the tentacle to... I want that gap to be bigger. Because the tentacle... Does the tentacle require you to have the creature grappled?
No, but I think it should.
I think it should too. And if it does require having the creature grappled, it gives you it allows you to make the damage stupid high. Which it should be. So make this 1d6 plus 8. Make this like between 4 and 6d8 acid damage, and make it require grappled. Let's look at Stare of Madness. Target one creatures that can see in the area of its stun. They have to make another save, or they take a shit ton of psychic damage, and have their intelligence, wisdom scores. Why not charisma?
I was thinking about charisma.
I would just make it all their mental stats.
All of them.
Yeah. How long does it last? If the creature fails to save by 5 or more, it will last until they're targeted by that. Otherwise, it lasts until they finish a long rest. I would make Stare of Madness either on a recharge or limited number use per day. I wouldn't make it just a thing they could always do. But I would make it affect... I would probably make it affect all of the mental stats, or maybe let... How smart is this thing? It's not dumb. It's not dumb. It's 8. It's a thinking creature. I would maybe let it pick. That's the other option. Yeah. Either letting it pick or making it all 3 is the way that I would do it if I were you. Somebody pointed out in the chat that this doesn't have any legendary actions or legendary resistances. And I
thought it would be too strong if I gave it those.
Well, I also want to say that there is sort of a thing that happens where I think that when you give a monster... Let me rephrase this. When you don't give a monster legendary resistances or legendary actions, you are sort of winking, you're sort of hinting something. There's something between the lines there to the Dungeon Master. And what I would say that is this monster is not a boss. This is just a monster. So, like, if I see a monster in the monster manual...
Boss is Dagon.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, like, it's not even a boss... it's not like a boss fight. It's just a monster. So, like, if I want a monster to be the boss fight of a scene, of a battle, then I think that the key then I think that making it have legendary resistances or legendary immunity, all that stuff works if it's going to be like the main thing of a fight scene, of a big fight. But if I saw this, like, because this thing doesn't have legendary resistances or legendary actions, I would be like, oh, this is like, I would have this thing be, I would have level 20 players fight this, and I would have them fight 3 of them. And it would just be like a monster fight, is the way that I would imply. That's what that implies to me. A Pit Fiend isn't technically a boss, but it still has legendary resistances because it's a gameplay boss. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Gameplay boss. Exactly.
There are some non-legendary monsters that have legendary resistance.
Yeah, and it's less. There's not a rule to it. Like there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's all just about how much you what you want it to be. I just think it's worth knowing that if you don't give your monster legendary resistances or any of that sort of stuff, it makes it feel more like a creature on the adventure as opposed to like a gameplay boss moment. And I don't think there's
like
anything
really
wrong with
powerful
that.
enemy.
Exactly. But it's a pretty cool little guy. I like it. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concerns, yearnings?
You want to Google a picture of this thing?
Sure. Which picture is the accurate one?
Probably the first one.
Oh, it's beautiful. Looks like one of my exes. Beautiful. Very sensual. Love it. Very cool.
Yeah. All right. So that's it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Any final words before I hang up on you?
Nope.
All right, Milky, you're a champion. All right, let's give Milky a round of applause. I like that monster a lot. You know what that reminds me of? Let's give Milky a round of applause. It reminds me a lot of, what is that monster, chat? What's the monster that's the giant ice worm? What's it called? Giant ice worm that has a fire in its belly? What's the monster that's a giant ice worm that has fire in its belly? CR14. I know it's a CR14 monster. And I know it has a big bite. What is it, chat? Remorez. That gave off big Remorez vibes. I spelled Remorez wrong. Let's see if I just write Moraz. Is it going to come up? How do I spell Remorez? Remorez? I don't know. I hate how everything has such stupid names in D&D. I'll just do that and I'll find it. There we go. That it is. This guy. This is a pretty big monster, and it has one attack. It's like a perfect example of a monster that like almost isn't a boss, but it has stats like it should be a boss, but it does not have boss action economy. This is also one of my favorite D&D monsters. Anyway, thank you very much, Milky. Steph, welcome. Steph, we looked at your piece already, so you don't need to be nervous. We gave her a gander. The main feedback that I have for you, Steph, with your Darkness Cleric is that it is too similar to the Twilight Cleric, and I think that it needs to, I would encourage you to make it lean more into what you talk about in the flavor text of it being sort of like nightmares and destruction, and less like the Twilight Cleric was like the main feedback. I don't remember what else. Ross Gosling, Pokeniner. I don't know what to tell you, man. I can't please everybody. The last time I did that, I got a lot of DMs from people that were a little bit upset that I did that. So I think the answer is no. People were like, hey, man, it's not fair that people that are in the time zone that can make it. And I like live on another one. I'm like, you know what? You're right. You're totally right. So we looked at your piece already, Ross, so we're not going to look at it again. But yeah, so we just gotta do it by the books, you know? I don't want to, otherwise we're playing this game where I have to like, I'm trying to accommodate every 3 seconds and everyone is always going to be upset. So this is the nature of the game. Oh my God. I am the Pirate King. Tell me I'm not King of the Pirates, Pokeniner. Tell me you're not the goddamn King of the Pirates right now. Will you join my crew? Pokeniner. Pokey Niner, come here. Rigged. It's not rigged. Pokey, unmute. Pokey, unmute. Pokey. I used...
I'm here, don't worry about it. Sorry.
Pokey, how are you?
Oh, I'm tired.
Well, Pokey, I used the power of my hockey, my destiny hockey, so that I didn't use it. I'm like the guy that doesn't know how to use it. It just comes out where everybody gets asleep or they get their destiny. Like, I am the Pirate King. Cinder, join my crew. It's me, right?
Yes, I believe so. Alrighty, so yeah, this is definitely, I want to describe this. Yeah, this is another monk class. We're gonna see.
It's a what?
Another monk class.
We are getting so many monks this
yeah, I know. I've been surprised how many monk subclasses you've been getting over the past few weeks.
People used to send me a lot of monks, and I just started to scream at them. And then Fract put out a little document that was like doing a data collection thing, and noticed that like an absurd amount of the subclasses I got were monks. And then nobody sent me monks for like a little while, and now everybody's sending me monks again. So I just think Data needs to do another thing where he points out that people are sending too many monks, and then it will subside. So we'll see. So what kind of monk is this? What are we working with here?
A wounded monk, basically.
Bloodletter. Oh.
Yep. This actually went through a lot of work on the Discord before this came out here. I want to thank everyone who gave a lot of good input.
Yeah.
To this on Discord.
Derek, I said that Fract did it. I didn't say that Data did it. I said that Fract collected the data. They collected the data. Data is here, but Data is not a data collector. They are a bank. They are where the data is kept. They are a refuse. At the end, I said Data because it was in data collection. Anyway, let's read Way of the Bloodletter. The gift. You've lost your goddamn mind, Derek. You're out of control. The gift of key is the one that all life has within them, and you've learned to dig your very bloody. You've learned to dig into your very blood to harness its power. You've wounded yourself as a way to bleed out the power within you, marking your body with a symbol of the monastic tradition. This bloodletter represents the pain and suffering one must experience in order to achieve the ultimate power. Did you intend for the double meaning of bloodletter as like letting blood and bloodletter letter?
That was one of the big things I was like trying to think of a good name for this a long time ago. I was like, a bloodletter. That actually seems like a fun like idea for like flavor. It's like giving the sort of like bloodletter of bleeding out the power of the key on your body, also like giving a little fun flavor of a symbol marking you as a character.
For sure. Derek, I will never accept that I misspoke. I never did misspoke. I never will misspoke. Did everybody get the joke I just made there? It was pretty funny. Sanguine Soul. Starting at 3rd level, your dedication to your training improves your form and can rejuvenate your ki. Your hit point maximum increases by 3, increases by 1 again whenever you take a level of this class. Additionally, as a bonus action, you can take necrotic damage equal to your con modifier and regain that many ki points. This damage can't be reduced in any way. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So once a day, you can get a little boost to get some ki points, and you're just a thick boy. THI-double-C. Okay. Let's look at Brunted Blood. At 3rd level, your blood mark boosts your defenses while wounded. As a reaction, whenever you take damage, you can spend 2 ki points to have your wound empower you for 1 minute. As a bonus action, as a what?
It's a reaction.
As a reaction. Okay, as a reaction, whenever you take damage, use ki points to empower yourself for 1 minute. When you have something that activates for a minute and it doesn't start at the beginning of the end of your turn,
it ends at the end of your turn.
It ends at the end of your turn? Okay.
Yeah.
For the duration, you gain the following benefits, and again, whenever you take damage for the duration. For the duration, you gain the following benefits once. And again, whenever you take the damage for the duration. What do you mean by that? Do you mean you get them immediately and then again?
You get them immediately, and then it keeps going on as long as you have the duration.
Okay. Okay. Solaroid, thank you for the 5. Assuming all monsters... One second. Assuming all monsters are stat blocks, CR5 and below, how many can I submit in one Google Doc before it's too much? 1. You can submit as many as you want. I'm going to read one of them.
Yeah, I will say this wording is a little confusing. It was one of the hard things I was trying to get across to some people. Sometimes it was confusing to one group of others, another way is confusing to others. So it was a little difficult to get that across to most
I would
folks.
argue it's still a little confusing. You gain +1 to your armor class until the start of your next turn. The maximum bonus you can get from this feature equals your proficiency bonus. So I would argue, okay, you gain +1 to con saving throws. Okay, so the way that I would word this is what I would say. I would say, as a reaction, whenever you take damage, you can spend 2 key points to have your wounds empower you. Period. You gain... Okay, so this is where I think it gets tricky, because you're trying to make 2 different durations happen at the same time. One is there's this mode you enter that you lasts for a minute. That's the first part. The second one is these little things that are happening in between. So I think what you need to figure out how to do is how to separate that into 2 separate things. So what I would probably say is... Maybe keep this whole part... Okay, keep this whole part, rewrite this second part to say, for the duration, you gain the following benefits, period. Okay?
Alright.
You gain 1 bonus to your armor class until the start of your next turn. No, the way that I phrased that. Each time you take damage, you gain 1 bonus. You gain a +1. Yeah, this is how you do it. You rephrase it to say each time you take damage from a different source, you gain +1. You gain a +1 bonus to your AC until the start of your next turn. This can stack up to a maximum of your proficiency bonus, and I would just say the same thing. And you could even say, for the duration, you gain +1 to your AC and +1 to your con, and the additional effects. If you want to split them up, so it's like minimum of what you get is +1 to your AC and +1 to con saves. And then this extra part is just there to describe the stacking feature. The other thing that I'm going to say is, I don't love the stacking armor class con thing. I think the idea of something triggering when you take damage and activating is cool. I just wish there was something. I just don't want it to be armor class. I feel like, I don't know, that's just a me thing. I feel like I so commonly see people do stuff where they do features that give bonuses to armor class, and it's such a flavorless feature. Like it's just number go up, and number go up doesn't interest me that much. But I understand if that's what you want it to be. I accept. But that's how I would reword that so it functions better. The other thing that I was going to say is, if you are going to make a thing where you can activate as a reaction this mode, and this mode lasts a minute, and the most these things can be is up to your proficiency bonus, you probably shouldn't be able to go into this mode.
The Constitution doesn't stop. It's only for the arm.
Okay, regardless, you probably shouldn't be able to go into this mode that often. It should not be limited to key point use. There should be more limits to that, because by higher level, like, you're just always gonna have +4 or 5 to your AC, and it's gonna be tedious at best. So I probably would make it limited in how often you could use it.
All right.
Because 2 key points is a big cost at level 3. It's not a big cost at level 15. Starting at 6th level, when you are under the effects of your brunted blood, your wounds can recoil creatures that attempt to harm you. As a reaction, after a creature within 10 feet of you hits or misses you with an attack, your blood letter violently revokes the attacker. Roll 2 of your martial arts die. The triggering attack takes necrotic damage equal to the number rolled. Okay, that's pretty straightforward and fine. Reaction: a creature tries to hit you, you hit them back during your Super Saiyan mode. I like this a lot. It is continuing to make me feel like if we're the more things we tie to Brunted Blood, I would say the more we have to be cautious to either make Brunted Blood weaker so that we are getting access to these features more often, so we're not building it in such a way that when we don't have Brunted Blood, we have nothing, or making Blunted, or going down the road of making Brunted Blood significantly limited, almost like limited, like maybe half your proficiency bonus times per day kind of thing. Because otherwise it's going to be a little bit too much. I also feel like this feature could just be an all the time feature at high, like I could also see you giving them this feature at like 11th level at the cost of a key point or something like that. And they could just always use it. But 6th level, I wouldn't make this feature always on. That would be a little too strong. I don't love that by 6th level, everything is so critically tied to Brunted Blood other than your key point booster. I feel like this should have something else at 6th level that is not specifically tied to Brunted Blood. Sanguine Strikes. At 11th level, the key in your blood empowers tremendously. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, the creature takes additional damage equal to your con modifier. That's not really anything. That's just better damage. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I'd probably come up with something different for that feature. Additionally, you can add your con modifier to the saving throw of your... What is this? Yeah, this is... both of these features are just monk, but better. I disagree with them. I come up with new stuff here. And to give you an example of what I mean, let's look at one of my favorite monks, the Mercy Monk. The Mercy Monk basically gets one monk, but better feature. It gets the Way of Harm. It's just like, yeah, you key point, do better damage. Damage go up. But if you look at it, it like does other stuff too. It like poisons. It's also necrotic damage. It's like there's other things to it that give it a little bit more oomph feeling. So I probably would just rewrite both of these. Something that just makes your key save better. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. 17th level, your blood letter marks you for success and smears those who face you with failure. Whenever you are missing any hit points below your maximum, you kind of saying the same thing twice. I think you can just say whenever you're below your maximum hit point. You're considered under the effects of your Brunted Blood. Additionally, whenever a creature is damaged by Letter Lash feature, their speed is to 0. I like the Letter Lash speed 0 thing. I don't know how I feel about the Brunted Blood permanently on. I think it really depends on how you change Brunted Blood. The way Brunted Blood works right now, I would not keep this as is this way. Yeah, those are my main thoughts. I think that if I were you, I feel like I would lean a little bit more into, like, what does having your blood as, like, a weapon stuff do? Like, I don't know, like, what does bloodletting do other than just make you a better monk? And then I think when you know the answer to that question, that should be what you get at 11th level, and can also probably infer what you end up doing, if anything, to put some ribbon features on 6th level or change around Brunted Blood and Blood Bond. Thoughts, questions, concerns?
Yeah, I was definitely probably Sanguine Strikes was probably the biggest question mark of this entire thing. The whole entire thing was I was trying to find a way to utilize a monk that could feel comfortable enough going into adding more to its con, because it is one of the few.
Did you just change your microphone or something? I just went from being able to hear you to not being able to hear you.
It's weird. I don't know why.
Maybe you moved away for a second. All right, say what you said again.
Right. So one of the biggest things that I was told a lot was how mad monks were.
Yes.
And I was trying to find a way to encourage monks to invest possibly in con, as having them confidently invest more in con as a way to be a more like bleeding and.
But you accomplish that with the hit point feature. That's you give them hit points. That's it. The only thing that you're using con for as a monk is hit points. So you get that. You don't need to be doing more to make them do con. I mean, you could if you want to, but the answer is not now your key save is just better. That doesn't, I mean, I could see you do that if you wanted to add, like, I could see an argument for it for, like, you can add your con modifier to some sort of skill checks that you make. That could be an interesting way to do it, but just making your core class feature better based on adding your con on top is not the move.
All right.
Any other final thoughts or questions?
I'm guessing the biggest thing was probably Brunted Blood. I was wondering, is getting an endless amount of Constitution saving throw bonuses that strong if you take out that much damage? I'm just trying to figure out how often you gain hit.
It's not that strong. It doesn't. It's honestly, it's going to be the kind of thing where it's going to be irrelevant for a monk. It immediately becomes strong if you are multi-classing into something that is a spellcaster. Because if you could do this on top of needing to maintain concentration on a spell, yes, it is too strong. So with that in mind, I probably would cap it. Like a level 3 Blunted Blood monk, level 6 cleric would be dirty in a way that I think would maybe not be too good. So that's what I would say to that. But again, it's like I also feel like it's not like the end of the world to cap that, like, because let's be real here. What is this doing? It's making it harder for things to hit you, and then con saving throws, again, they don't matter for monks. It's like the only time they come up is if a spell requires you to make a con saving throw. That's it. So it's like it'll happen sometimes, but not all the time. And it's not flavorful. Like, that's what I mean. Like it's just numbers go up. I mean, it's a little bit flavorful, I guess, but it's like, I don't know. I want to see more. This is just a thing. This is also very much just a me as my design brain, but I am always more interested in seeing, let's take an idea that we have a cool idea for and figure out what the unique mechanical expression of that idea is. That to me is always going to be more interesting than I have an idea and we're going to put that idea on top of numbers go up. Because numbers go up is easy. Anybody can make numbers go up. So I'm not. That's why I sort of feel like there's nothing wrong with this thing. But if this is something that feels very special to you, I think you should work on a little bit to make it a little bit more evocative feeling. Like, if this is sort of the reason why, like, the dragon sorcerer, no one plays it, because the dragon sorcerer is like completely. Because that's all. A lot of what the dragonborn sorcerer, dragonblood sorcerer gets at early levels is just numbers go up, and it's boring. You know, you don't feel like a dragon because you have a little bit more AC and more hit points. It's that's where my head goes about these sorts of things. But yeah, so I would encourage you to spend a little bit more time thinking about what does it mean to be a bloodletter from a non-just numbers go up perspective. Like, what should they be doing? What else can they manipulate? How else can they change their body or push through things or whatever? And try to tie those things in.
All right.
Any final thoughts, questions?
No.
All right, buddy. I'll see you on the ship.
See you on the ship.
All right, that was Pokeniner. Oh, Jeremy Walton becoming a very cool member. Thank you very much. Love to see it. Thank you. Let's give our dear Pokey a round of applause for their Bloodletter Monk. The Bloodletter Monk. What do I mean by finding the One Piece? What do I mean by finding the One Piece? I mean that if you stick with me, if you join my crew, you will be part of the crew of the Pirate King. And we shall go to the Grand Line, and we shall find the treasure, and we shall be together champions, and I'll help you follow your dreams. I'll do what you need because I'll be your captain, and every good captain knows that his crew needs to follow their dreams. So stick with me, And we shall find the One Piece. We shall find the treasure. We shall make it. I thought you never watched it. Never watched what? What are you talking about? I'm not talking about watching anything. Yeah, the One Piece. It's at the end of the Grand Line. It's how we become the Pirate King. What does that have to do with watching anything? What are you talking about? All right, thank you, Poke9er. Very fun idea for a subclass. I would maybe lean more into the Brunted Blood as like a rage-esque mechanic. Maybe. You said you never watched the show One Piece. What is the show One Piece? What are you talking about? As we all know, the One Piece is real. Yeah, I know the One Piece is real. I just don't know what show he's talking about. I've been watching What We Do in the Shadows. That's a pretty good show. Edwidge is next. I was inspired by Cinder's Circle of Chimera Druid, and I took my own stab at it. Oh, exciting. Did you make yours less complicated than mine? Because mine was too complicated. How about MHA? I don't know what MHA is. It's about the one piece of pizza that everyone fights over? Ah. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna be very honest with you, Edwidge. How much did you just take my idea? I hope this is different. I really hope this is not but just my idea reflavored or like slightly changed. I'm always okay with somebody taking inspiration from my stuff, but don't just make it the same. Like, why did you just do this? Don't do this, my guy. In the same way that I wouldn't tell you, in the same way that if you're going to make a shadowy darkness monk, it shouldn't. All right, he's in the waiting room. All right, I'll yell at him in person. Hey, Edwidge, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
You didn't really take it. Did you take inspiration or did you just copy mine?
It was well, I mean,
I see a little. God, the first thing's kind of just the exact same so far.
What first thing?
The poison spray and primal savagery?
Yeah, I took those because they're just like the two cantrips that made sense.
All right.
But for I took the same tables, not the same tables, but the table mechanic, and then instead of the chimera points is currently spell slots.
Okay.
And if it's,
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be very honest. It is weird. I don't know how I feel about. I'm super down to take inspiration from an idea, but it does feel weird. Like, did you redesign the things that you get at the different levels?
Yeah.
How much?
A pretty good amount.
Okay. If you're ever taking inspiration from someone else's work, I strongly, with an underline, bold highlighter, encourage you to make it dramatically different. Like I would go out of my way to make sure you're doing much more than just changing the system of resources being used. Much more than that. In the same way that, like, when you're making a homebrew based on something that is just officially published, you want to make sure it feels dramatically different, because it does sort of become a question of what's the point. And I think that if the point is, oh, I want to use spell slots instead of points, instead of chimera points, then I would argue that if, regardless of whether or not I made the chimera subclass, I would say that's not enough of a difference to merit existence. So that's just sort of a general thing. I would say in general for homebrew, like, maybe it's fine for your home game, but if your goal is to grow and change as a writer, it's great to take inspiration from people's stuff, but make sure you make it your own. You don't want to just copy somebody and then reflavor it. You really want the thing that you're working on to feel like it is your own thing.
100%.
All right, with that in mind, let's dive in. So you get Primal Savagery and Poison Spray. You only have one form you can shapeshift into with your Wild Shape, which is this. You can Wild Shape into, and by spending spell slots, you can improve the strength of that Wild Shape. Your Chimeric form has stat block, HP, or 8 times your Druid level, whichever is higher. I think you could probably just write that. I would probably just write that into the stat block. Like, I would probably, have you ever, like, if you look at, like, here, let me just give you an example. So even though it's not a minion, I would build it like a minion stat block. So the Drake Warden, for example, it has its hit points are 5 plus 5 times your ranger level. So I would write your stat block like this. I wouldn't write it like a monster. I would write it like this so that it can just naturally grow with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I had the idea by copying the Beastmaster, which takes
You probably
the
copied.
stat block.
Yeah, you copied the old Beastmaster, which is lame.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. This is the way to do it. That's gonna just be smoother because it's like it just makes it so you don't have to write nearly as much to explain how it works, and it's just gonna save you page time, and it's gonna feel better. Trust me.
I also have never made a monster stat block, and learning the HP math yesterday.
Oh,
was
it's
important.
tedious. It's tedious as hell. Don't say may, say can. You can spend spell slots in any combination totaling the level of adaptations you want for your Wild Shape. They can be found on the Chimera table. And you get more. The Chimera table contains more adaptations as you gain Druid levels. 2 at first level, 1 first out. Wait, what is this thing? 2 first level spell slots for 1 second level adaptation. So you're just explaining how it works. Okay. This can be done during Wild Shape action. I probably wouldn't let you spend multiple first level slots to get a second level feature. I don't think I would do that. I would just break it up separately. So at first, for a first level slot, you can get AC of 16. You get a 40-foot movement speed. I would not let you. If you want to do this, you gotta tie it to. I would probably tie it to when you get access to flying and swimming normally at Wild Shape, and not just let you casually be able to do it for a first level spell slot immediately.
Well,
it is in there. It's in there. I see. Okay. Temporary hit points equal to twice your Druid level. Can only be done while taking the Wild Shape action. Are other of these intended to be able to be used while you're in Wild Shape?
A few of them, usually the later ones.
All right.
Like I kept the resistance one. So if you like learn of a damage type mid fight, you can spend even more points to gain a resistance.
Okay. Wild Heart. Wild Heart feels a little too strong for a first level spell slot, in my opinion. Also, you need to clarify that it can only be used once per Wild Shape, not because otherwise it'll just be forever. The way it's written, it just keeps you invincible in your Wild Shape form forever.
Once in Wild Shape. Oh, yeah. Once per Wild Shape. Gotcha.
Scent for Blood, advantage on melee attacks against creatures that don't have all its hit points. Once during your turn when you take... What is this thing's attack? So, the other thing is that this is really fucking strong. This is too strong a monster. So, you're going to need to do some toning around there, because I'm going to say that you have to keep in mind that all of these things are on, like something like this. Getting advantage on all melee attacks against creatures that don't have its hit points for the full duration of your Wild Shape is pretty fucking strong. So I would probably... Like, I don't know. I feel like that's stronger than a second level spell slot, because your Wild Shape is going to be lasting a minimum of an hour if you want. So that's potentially like multiple combat encounters. So like you got to keep that in mind. It's just like,
okay.
The thing that's going to get tricky is with this, and it's the thing that was tricky with my Chimera, is the more of these options you give, the harder it is to balance. Because not only can these options stack, but oh my god, actually, I have to be honest with you. That's the biggest issue here. Do you have a system for these not to be able to stack?
Not implemented, but I was thinking about it.
So I think we're going to stop looking at, unless there's specific features you really want me to read, because I think that the core idea here works fine. And it's very similar to the idea that I put together. It's implemented a little differently. But the main issue with this is if you have the resources of a full spellcaster, like the reason why I made mine do Chimera points, and I had very specific kind of points you had, was because I really intentionally made it where it's like, okay, you could pick 4 of the level 1 things or 1 of the level 4 things, because the level 4 things are so fucking strong. Like the reason why I put those point systems together was as a balancing mechanic.
Right.
This has no balancing mechanic. So
right.
if I use if I wild shape and I spend 5 spell slots worth of spells, not only am I going to be the strongest beast to this side of the Mississippi for the entire duration of that thing, I'm still like, I could just do that. I could be that times a million. It's too strong. So you're gonna need to come up with a way to implement barriers to how many of these things you can add. And I also think you probably got to tier them. So like, it might be okay for you to activate Carapace and Thick Hide and Wild Heart, but I don't know if it's gonna be okay for you to activate, Relentless Hunter and Carnivorous Appetite and Primal Strength, or you know what I mean? Like there's spells, because so like, for example, like the reason why spells work the way that they do, and the way that you can't just infinitely expend them, like how to put this. So when you're playing D&D, you can cast 1 leveled spell a turn. So there's a level of that preventing there that's happening. So that's an element to it. Another element to it is you can only have 1 concentration spell going at a time. So there's all sorts of spells that do all sorts of different things. So you can have like a really powerful 3rd level spell and a less powerful 3rd level spell or whatever. But what this does is this takes all of that off the table. And nothing requires concentration, and everything stacks. So it's like, it's just going to be a little bit too much all the time.
So if it had something that was like, you can only pick 3, and then once you hit level 6, you can have 5.
Yeah, you could do something like that, but even then, I think you're gonna need to be very cognizant of which features you get at which levels, and if you can only pick 3, is it balanced to be able to pick these 3 mid-tier ones, as opposed to only being able to pick 3 low-tier ones and 1 mid-tier one? Like the part of the reason why it's good to put bigger limiters on it is you don't have to spend the time to think of every possible thing, every possible combination. Because I'm not sure if I would be surprised if you did. I certainly didn't with the Chimera that I made because I didn't have to. But some player, you don't want your player to be able to find a broken thing in here. Do you know what I mean? Like, and the less limitations are, the more openings there are for that.
Yeah.
So you're kind of needing to work with 2 things at the same time. One is, if you want to use spell slots to access the features, fine. But then you also need to think of how many features can you have on it at a time, and then what tier of those features can they be? So a way that you could think about it with it, I mean, I don't want to tell you what I'm about to tell you is not what I think you should do, because it's what I did, and I don't want you to just build the exact same thing. But the way that I did it was I made it so each level of each adaptation had a certain weight to it. So like a tier 1 adaptation had a 1 weight to it. A tier 2 had 2 weight to it. Tier 3 weight to it. So if the maximum of weight of change you could have is 3, that balanced it out. Means I could have 3 tier 1, I could have 1 tier 1 and 1 tier 2, or I could have 1 tier 3. So you could implement something like that, but then you're just building a new system that's completely different, and it's like, then it's just the exact same system that I built. So I'm not sure exactly what it should be, but I do think that you're going to need to pretty dramatically focus in on how you add these features to this Chimera, and making sure it stacks in a way that is both fun and balanced. It's definitely fun right now. The fun is there. The balance is not there yet.
Yeah.
Arcade Avery, I would just limit limit your wild shape to this 1 unique form that unlocks features as you level up. I honestly don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. I kind of agree. Like, what if you built it like this? What if it was, this is the only wild shape feature you get? At first level, at second level, whenever you use your wild shape, you can add one of these features. And then at 6th level, you can add one of these features. And then at 10th level, you can add one of these. You know, you could do it that way too. That could also work for sure.
For wild shape or just forever?
What do you mean? That depends on how you want it.
when
That depends on you. That's very much a you as a designer decision.
Because I think the like mockery of nature thing and just being this amalgam of heads and tails and wing, like one wing, just like this horrid mass. Each time just something even more messed up comes out of your wild shape.
I think that is a great idea. Like I said, what you want how you want that to be iterated in the mechanics, I think is going to be up to you. If you want to make it so every single time you wild shape, you're picking a new set of features, I think that's fine. But I think I agree with Arcade Avery. I would probably rejigger this so that it's not based on spell slots. It's that at level 2, you get this special wild shape and you get access to these 3 bonuses and you can pick from one of them. And then your level 6 feature is now when you special wild shape, here's a bunch of other special bonuses you can pick from. At level 10 now, you know, you can just keep going in that direction. Maybe at level 10, when you special wild shape, you get, in addition, you now pick 2 level 1 features instead, you know, whatever. There's a lot of different ways it could grow. But that would be a way to do it if you didn't want to base it off of spell slots. If you want to keep it based off spell slots, I think you need to play the game of, is every feature roughly balanced? Like, is this 4th level feature worth a 4th level spell slot, or is this feature too powerful for a 4th level spell slot? So there's that game you have to play, and then the other game that you have to play is how do I limit this in a way that it's not utterly overwhelming and overpowered?
Okay.
I like the idea a lot, though. I do think that that's going to be their biggest hurdle moving forward, though, is just balancing that out.
The system.
Yeah, the system is going to be what matters the most, because at the end of the day, making sure that every single one of these little features works is really going to be, that's a lot of that is opinion. Like, a lot of that is like, oh, I like this, I don't like this, whatever. But how those are implemented is going to be much more important. Wait Up was a 4th level feature, permanent haste. I don't know, I didn't look. I didn't read all of them. Is the 4th level spell slot a permanent haste?
It's for a 1 minute duration.
It's way more than a minute. Oh no, it's just it only lasts for the duration of the spell.
It should, yeah.
That's also kind of odd. Wait, so does that mean it can be counterspelled or dispelled?
Sure, I don't know.
So that's other stuff that you should be thinking about, though. Like, because if you say you're that's very like casting it on you. I don't know if that's the move. Like, I don't know. I would
putting at it only lasting for the minute.
Yeah, I got you. I would. It's odd. Did you pick the word cast intentionally, or were you just sort of typing it up and that was the word that came out?
I was typing it. It was not.
Okay, so I would think about that a little bit, though. There's not a right or a wrong option here, but if you make it a natural part of the transformation, it makes it so it can't be dispelled and it can't be counterspelled, and it won't be affected by anti-magic things. If you make it a casting of the spell, it is affected by all of those things, and also can be broken with I guess you don't need to make concentration. I'm not sure what. Yeah, if you don't want to need to maintain concentration, I wouldn't make it a spell. I would make it not a spell.
Okay.
But I also would make it very clear that it only lasts a minute.
Okay.
Also, I want to point something out. I actually, in hindsight, I think you should get rid of. I think you should ask yourself which of these features could be on for the full duration of the wild shape and it wouldn't be broken, and keep those. And the ones that are just a casting of the spell, I think you need to drop them. And I'll tell you why. Because what that means, because the way that it's written right now is this druid gets access to the ability to cast spells while in a wild shape by like very early level. Normally, druids have a class feature, I think it's level 18,
Yeah.
where they can cast spells while in wild shape. So you probably shouldn't be casting spells in wild shape before level 18. So if you do want them to be casting of spells, I don't think that works. I think you got to get rid of them. If you wanted to figure out how to make them not class spells, but like a physical manifestation that is just, you're just using the language of the spell to, so you can save time and not have to write it all out, I think that that would make more sense. Also, though, if you are going in that direction, you got to think of like haste during a whole duration wouldn't work, obviously. But large reduce, I think could. And large reduce isn't going to break the bank. It's just going to be really big or really little. It's not going to be huge, but haste would. So you're going to have to like go through it spell by spell probably to figure that out. And with something like Stinking Cloud, I don't even remember what Stinking Cloud, I would, or any of these, like Vampiric Touch, you should pull back and be like, what does this spell do that I like? This spell deals damage and it heals a little bit. Okay, so what if for the fourth level adaptation, instead of casting Vampiric Touch, you get a special thing where your claws deal necrotic damage instead of whatever damage they normally dealt, and you gain, 1 dice roll of them for hit points back every time they deal damage or something like that. Like you could take the idea of what the spell does and turn that into what the thing does. But don't limit yourself to it having to be the spell, and then you have to account for it being the spell, If you make it just what it does in sort of a vibe, you can make it anything you need it to be, and you can make it a lot more specific to your idea. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Any thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
Can we get a quick glance at the 14th level ones?
Sure. What levels? I mean, I'm gonna not really be able. What level are you getting? What level are you getting? There's 6 levels, so it's for a 6 level spell. What are 6? I mean, as an action, you turn your magical gaze toward one creature you can see within 60 feet. It must make a 17 Wisdom save, or suffer one of the effects. Choose one or roll. It's stunned. It's confused. What is the difference with the Hypno?
That's copy pasted from Demogorgon.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't give them this feature. Okay. I would probably pick one of these because this is sort of just like, or if you want to keep it, make it random. Don't let them pick. That's probably a pretty important part.
I was thinking that,
yeah. A stun is fine. I mean, all of these are fine. This just shouldn't be an action. It has to be limited. There needs to be a way to limit it. You shouldn't be able to just do this every turn. Breath Weapon is fine.
But if that's the only 6 level adaptation / only adaptation you get.
What?
If
this is the only... Yes, you still should not be able to do this every turn as an action.
Okay.
Like I said, I can't really judge it based on what's not in front of me, so I'm not going to give you feedback on what it's not. And if it's a 6 level spell, to be able to do this every turn for the entire duration of your wild shape, I would argue that that's too strong. Yeah, and the DC should definitely be your spell save DC, not this.
Sure.
Anytime
you use a 6 level spell slot or higher to do it.
And anytime you have a feature that's a subclass or a class feature that requires a DC, if you're a spellcaster, you should tie it to your spellcasting DC.
Okay.
The Dragon Breath, you need to say what this is in the action economy.
Oops.
A 30-foot, 78 damage. It feels more reasonable. Here's the problem: is like all of these for the full duration of any of these for the full duration of your wild shape is pretty fucking strong. So like you have to keep in mind, this is not a crazy strong feature. Being able to do this feature every round consistently for several hours, maybe a little too strong.
Yeah. This one does have a spell slot limitation, where you have to spend another 6 level spell slot or higher to do it again.
Oh, I would.
You can do it once for free.
Oh, then it's kind of weak. Because this is not that much stronger than like a fireball. Fireball's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah.
You can swallow a creature. I'm not gonna get super deep into these ones.
Sure.
I think the main thing that I would suggest for this, if you want to move forward with it, is take some time. All of these features, I want you to think about how powerful they feel compared to a 6th level spell. Keep in mind that none of these should feel as powerful as a 6th level spell, because a 6th level spell happens and then it's done. Right. All of these are 99% of spells happen and then they're done, or they happen and they last a minute. All of these features last the duration of a wild shape, and you can wild shape a lot. So I think that that is an important thing to keep in mind. I like the idea of swallowing whole a lot. I like the idea of Hydra regeneration growing heads a lot from a flavor perspective. I think you just need to balance them so that they are reasonable for players to have access to. Every time you take damage, one of your heads dies at the beginning of your turn. You can draw 2 more heads. Every time a head is regrown, heal 1 hit point. For every 10 heads you have, you gain an additional attack. That's just, this is just a mini game. I would probably rewrite this. I would probably actually make it closer to the Hydra, where it's like, if you take if you take like a damage of put it like a threshold. Like if you take 25 damage or more from in a single turn. So like if a creature deals 25 or more damage to you on a single turn, you grow a second head and then you have a second attack. I would go more in that direction, because I don't want to be keeping track of every attack, every head. Like that just seems tedious, and the head point regeneration, it's just like a lot. It's like a mini game inside of feature inside a feature. It's too much. I think that gaining the extra
10 heads. Is every 10 heads you gain another attack? Is that good to keep?
No, I don't think you need to do that. Like, why not just make it harder to regain? Why not just make it harder to get a head, and then to having a head do a thing as a head, as opposed to being easy to have heads? Yeah, it's like you're building an extra step, and I don't think you need.
Okay.
Like the extra step that you're building is it's easy. Like it's really easy to grow extra heads, but now you need a lot of extra heads to do a thing. Why not just make it harder to get extra heads, but you don't need to have extra? You know what I mean? I don't know. It just feels like it makes more sense to me.
Because I want 100 heads.
All right, well, then be a dungeon master.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The other thing is that part of what makes a class like this work or not work is not just making sure all of the system works, not just making sure every individual feature is balanced, not just making sure that each feature is balanced against each other. All of those things need to happen. But on top of that, you have to keep in mind that by giving variety, regardless of what that variety is, just by giving it, that is a power. Giving a player a variety of options is essentially a buff, regardless of what those options are. So there is almost an extra level of toning it down that you need to keep in mind, depending on how many different types of options you're giving the player. That matters more or less what they are. So, like, for example, with the Warlock that I looked at earlier tonight, that was the Divine Bargain one, the difference between what you could get on some of those bargains was so vast that it kind of made it too much. But if you think about it like, okay, like all of these are going to be different movement options. All of these are going to be different ways that your attack can increase. All of these are going to be different ways that you can get a skill improvement. So they're all sort of under a similar umbrella. That makes it matter a little bit less than like, okay, this guy can either be really good at stunning or fighting or area of effect or healing. Like it shouldn't be able to be good at anything and everything. If it can be good at everything, it shouldn't be that good at any of them. Is a good way to think about it. Right. Does that make sense?
Master of none. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that you designed the capstone features off of like scary big monsters a lot. I like that a lot. And I would almost encourage more of that. Like, this is feedback that somebody gave me for mine, and I agree. Yeah. Like, stuff like anything, the more features you can call stuff like putrid glands, you know you're going in a good direction.
Animal parts.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I liked bioluminescence a lot.
Yeah, bioluminescence
You
is a
just
good
start
title
glowing.
also. Yeah. Adaptive shell, also a really good title. All right, any final questions for me?
I think that's it. I'm probably gonna find someone else to help me with the actual stat block because
Are
I
you-
just
are you
tried
in
to
my
tone down a chimera.
Yeah, are you in my Discord by chance?
I am.
Yeah, just share it in the peer review section. Folks are super helpful there.
Sweet. Yeah.
Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. All right, that was Edwig. Let's give a big round of applause for Edwig. Edwig. The Circle of Chimera Druid. We all want to be monsters. They're the coolest things to be. All right, friends. It is 12 o'clock. Normally, I would be ending stream around now. But I am not. I'm going to probably go for another hour or so, maybe a little bit longer. But I need a break. I need to pee. I need to stretch my legs. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go pee and stretch my legs and stuff. I'll probably be back in like 3 to 5 minutes, depending on how long it takes me to pee and stretch my legs. And then we will keep going. Does that sound good? Are you guys okay with me taking a break? Do you want me to play some? Here, wait, let's get. Let me get some good music going. What kind of music? You guys probably want pirate music, right? Because we're pirates and you're part of my crew. That's probably it, right? Arg, me mateys! We're going to find the One Piece. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. If I get inspired when I come back, we can do We Are One. We'll do a proper music video. It's off to adventure we go, friends. You know what I love so much? I know that as fun as it is, here's what I think. This is what I want us to do, guys. This is the plan. The plan is simple. We are going to start the most intense, ridiculous, fun-loving, adventure-daring, champions of the sea pirate crew. We are going to become king of the pirates. But along the way, and we are going to yell at the top of our lungs about how we're going to find the One Piece. But, and here's the key part, along the way, we are going to learn nothing about the One Piece manga and anime. Nothing. We're not going to read it. We're not going to watch it. We're going to learn nothing. Maybe we'll read it eventually. But for the time being, we're just going to be so loud and proud and full of joy about us being the Pirate King, and it doesn't matter if we don't know anything. And do you know why that's so funny? Do you know? No, you're allowed here. If you already watched it or read it, it's fine. You're fine here. But here's why it's funny. It's funny because the frustration that the larger One Piece community would have with someone so actively and adamantly claiming that they are the king of One Piece, the frustration that those people would have with that person is the exact same frustration that the pirate world community has with Luffy before he is anything. Because they're like, who the fuck are you? Why? You're not the pirate. Who are you? Why are you getting this? So we're, in a weird sort of way, embodying the essence of the Straw Hats better than anyone else by diving into our ignorance with love and passion and not giving a fuck and annoying everybody that's been in it for 100 years, trying to find their way to the green line or whatever, trying to get the Triforce. We're going to try the Force first. And it's going to annoy them in the way that it's going to annoy Buggy or Arlon or any of those guys that are like, I've been here forever. It's my house. It's like, eh, well, I'm new and I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm better than you. Oh, it's so funny. Do you guys understand the metaphor there and why it's amazing? Or am I imagining it in more craziness than it is? But isn't there sort of a beautiful poetry to the fact that, isn't there sort of beautiful poetry to that? There is, right? Of course there is. Of course there is. It's amazing. All right, so whose first time is it on stream? Who's first? Raise your hand if it's your first day here. I saw somebody earlier asking they wanted to do a music video. And they were probably like, what? Some of you are probably like, I don't know what that means, which is reasonable because you're new here. But I know what it means. And some of chat knows what it means. Should we do one real quick before we go back to reading Homebrew? Yeah, dance party is really what it means. All right. Fine. For you, chat. Because I love you. I got to set it up. Give me 1 second. And then we'll look at more of your homebrew. Because I love you and I want to see your creative minds. Also, I just want to say something before we go any further. For anyone that is new, whether tonight was the first piece you looked at or tonight's the first night you're watching on stream, or more importantly, if you are new to the process of feedback, it can feel weird having somebody criticize your work. It can feel uncomfortable, and it can sometimes feel almost like an attack. And that feeling of defensiveness, if you feel that, I want you to know, first of all, that's very normal. And second of all, it's a thing that you will have to move past. And it will get easier to move past the more that you are feedbacked and critiqued. Because the thing that you have to keep in mind, and it is so hard to do. So again, there is nothing wrong with feelings in any direction, but it's so hard to do. But the thing to keep in mind is that when somebody is criticizing your work on my channel, whether it's me or somebody in the chat, unless they're a scumbag and then we kick them out, the goal is never to make you feel bad, to make you feel dumb, to make you feel like you can't accomplish something. The goal is to just point out things that we struggle with in the piece because we believe and hope and yearn for you to grow as a creator, for you to grow as a writer, for you to grow as somebody that is designing toys for people to use for fun, because that is what Homebrew is at the end of the day. It's designing toys. So take all feedback with a little bit of, but don't also, at the other side of that is don't let anybody be mean to you, right? If somebody's just saying like, this is stupid, that's not helpful. That's not good feedback. That's nothing. That's just someone being mean. So you'll figure out sort of which feedback you want to listen to and which feedback you want to ignore, and which people are worth your time and which people aren't worth your time. That is something that is an annoying thing to have to figure out, but it is a thing to have to figure out. But if you're new to getting feedback, regardless of it's really helpful feedback or really unhelpful feedback, it always is a little hard to take. So I just want to say, if anybody's new here and this is the first time they're having me read their pieces, or if on Sunday if you've submitted something for Sunday and that's going to be the first time I'll read your piece, just remember that you are doing a good job. You should be proud of yourself for putting in the work that you've already put in. You don't need to prove anything to me. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. The fact that you have taken time out of your life, out of your busy, crazy life, to design a toy for the goal of fun for other people. The fact that you did that alone is amazing. It's powerful and it's wonderful. And you should be proud of yourself for doing that. So right off the bat, you're doing good. So don't feel bad, feel good, all those things. Okay? Does everyone get it? Is that enough of a goddamn speech? Is that enough? Do we all love each other again now? I hope so.
The coast, boy, wanna hear the ocean roar, crash over me, then ride it home, dance it out in moonlight, hold me tight and don't let go, watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild, put me into overflow, crash into me, and let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go, watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, one. We are all.
Anyway, that was for whoever was saying all one. That was for you. I hope you enjoyed it. I figured out well, whatever. You guys don't need to know how the inner workings of my machine is. Let it be a secret and mystery forever. Good morning, Squid. Your crew for life. Let's go. Of course, your crew for life. I knew it. I could feel it. And I'm here to help you. I'll be with you for life. Let's go. Ride or die. We will accomplish the missions. What is your dream? What is your goal? Everybody, do the thing where you put your foot up. Everyone put their foot on the thing. You can't see. My foot's up. Everyone, and say, what are you doing? There you go. Well, follow our dreams. I will be the Pirate King. You will be the Pirate King. We will be the Pirate King. And together, together we will be the Pirate King. Okay? Okay. Guys, we got to start making more One Piece content. And not because we need to know about One Piece, but because we need to let people... Are there people trying to be the Pirate King? Or is it just us and Luffy? Squid, I think I looked at your piece just now, didn't I? No, I didn't. Where'd the music go? You know what? I think we actually have to change the music up. I think it's time. I think we gotta go. We gotta go in late night mode. Let's go. Yeah. Quite a lot of people want to do that. There's a lot of people that want to be the Pirate King. All right, let me get Squid. What's up, Squid? Squid, when you have a moment, unmute. Hey, how's it going? Can you sit closer to your microphone and turn your mic up? You are barely I can barely hear you, and you're as loud as I can make you.
Sorry, is this better?
Nope.
1 second.
I'll give you several seconds. Let me grab your piece. First homebrew for a larger audience. Homebrewing monsters for a while, but they were tailored to your own campaign. So you're not sure. Oh, okay. Cool.
Is this better?
Much better. Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
No worries.
How are you doing today?
Well, I just woke up after like an hour and a half, so tired.
Ah, well, welcome. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen.
Close enough. That's German. I'm Dutch, but close enough.
Oh, that was pretty close. I don't speak Dutch or German or any other language other than a couple of them. But how would I say good morning in Dutch?
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. All right, cool. I went to camp with a Dutch guy once. He was really funny. What piece are we looking at? The Mosquito Matriarch?
Mosquito Matriarch.
Love it. All right. Oh, do I see some art?
Yeah, just like ripped from the internet.
Oh, it's nice though. I like the picture quite a bit. Cool. Okay. It's a CR 13 monster. 13 is a great monster CR, by the way. One of my favorite. It's a great CR for monsters that are sort of super intense, but also can still just be monsters. Like the Remores is around there. Okay. Mosquito Matriarch. Large beast, unaligned. 17 armor class. 180 hit points. Let's see. Dexterous flight. Its stats are so... I feel like I'm a piece of feedback that I might give you that I haven't... I feel like it should have higher stats, maybe. Not all of them, but if I were you, I probably would boost up its strength and its dex a little bit. The other thing that this thing should have is it should have some saving throws.
Yeah, I forgot those.
Yeah. So what I would do if I were you, this is what I would do if I were you. I would give it a strength. I would give it strength saving throws, dex saving throws, and either charisma or wisdom, but not both. Probably, maybe both. And then I probably would make its dex higher, and I would might make its strength higher. All right, let's see what else we got here. It's a little slow for a large creature. I might make it faster too. Dexterous flight. Whenever the mosquito matriarch is airborne, it has advantage on all dex checks and dex saves. Okay, so it actually doesn't need a crazy higher dex, but it should. I think we should make its dex 20. That's what I would do. Chitinous plating. The matriarch's body is covered in thin, smooth chitinous plating. Any attacks that equal but does not beat its armor class glances off its plating, only dealing half damage. So
glancing blows, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I almost want to suggest you grow it a little bit. Like I almost want it to be like if a creature rolls between a 17 and a 19 on the attack roll, it does half damage. I almost want there to be a little bit of range there. The main reason for that is that 17 is a very specific number. So when you are in a situation where something will trigger only off of a very specific roll happening, you have to ask yourself a question: is it okay if this thing never happens? And while maybe it's okay if it never happens, I do think that we should encourage it happening, because this isn't like a game-breaking feature. It's not like if they roll the wrong thing, they lose a character or something major happen. Like it's half damage on a single attack. So I feel like you could expand the range of it a little bit. But I like the feature. Multi-attack makes 2 attacks, one with Proboscis, one with its Ovipositor. It has pack tactics. Is this creature intended to be flying around with like other types of mosquito monsters?
No. If you check the Ovipositor attack, it basically makes allies.
Okay, cool. Proboscis, +7 to hit. D 2d20, 2d10 +4 piercing damage. It heals an amount equal to the damage done. I think it should probably not heal that full amount. The way that I would do that if I were you is I would make it do probably 1d10 +4 piercing damage, and then like 3d6 necrotic damage. And then it would heal an amount equal to the necrotic damage dealt or something. So I'd split up the damage into 2 separate types and make one of the types the healing. The other thing is that for a CR 13 monster, +7 to hit feels very low. So I feel like you should do what you can to get this up to a +10 minimum. +10 to hit for sure. Because people are going to have such high armor class by now, and this thing's getting very few attacks. Like, if we do want to compare it to like something like the Remoraz I think has like a plus. I think it's definitely plus. I don't know how much. I think it's like at least a +10 to hit, because it only has 1 attack also. Oh yeah, pack tactics. This is more of a formatting thing. Any feature that isn't part of the actions you put up here. So pack tactics should sit up here. All right, Proboscis.
Yeah, that's an easy fix.
Melee attack, reach 15 feet. I like the reach. And the. Oh, I just read that one. Okay. Yeah. Do what I said. Make it split the damage. Make the healings part of it. Okay. Ovipositor. 15-foot reach, same damage. I'd make the damage different. If the attack is successful, the target must succeed on a con saving throw or be infected with a disease, matriarch spawn. A creature infected with matriarch spawn is considered poisoned, and at the end of its next turn, it will regurgitate a swarm of insects that is immediately hostile to it and considered an ally to the mesquite matriarch. Interesting. It can use a bonus action to call an insect swarm within 60 feet to absorb it and gain +2 to its armor class until the end of its next turn. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to suggest a couple things here. I like the core idea. I like a lot. If I were you, I would lean into 2 things. I would lean into the summoning of creatures in other creatures, and I would lean into wielding those creatures. So if I were you, I would consider not having them throw up a swarm of insects, but having them throw up like a baby one of these. And I would make a stat for it that I would put next to it and make it like a CR1 or CR1.5 type. Like, you know, don't make it big. Make it a really little monster. And maybe when they throw up 1d4 of those monsters, or maybe just one of those monsters. And then I would probably make Matriarch's Call function. I would probably give it several different versions of Matriarch's Call. So I feel like you could do Matriarch's Call where it could use a bonus action to this. But what I think would make more sense is you make Matriarch's Call a reaction. So it's like when a creature goes to attack the mesquite matriarch, as a reaction, it can pull one of its babies in front of it, and they can do a fight thing, and it can either deflect the attack or attack at disadvantage or something like that. And then I would give it a bonus action to either empower one of the baby's features, or to absorb the baby to empower itself. So like maybe it can consume one of the babies to get an extra use of its proboscis attack or something like that. So maybe, you know, if it consumes a baby, it gets 2 attacks with its proboscis instead of 1. Lean into the baby use, but I like it a lot. I think it's a pretty straightforward monster, and I have to say, I'm not trying to be biased here, but I really, really, really like straightforward monsters because it really allows the dungeon master to play in the space of creativity and really focus the feeling of what this thing is supposed to be like. Yeah, those are my main thoughts. I think pretty much everything else is mostly going to be fine. It needs some higher stats. It needs some saving throws, but everything else feels pretty chill. Thoughts, questions, feelings?
Yeah, the way I've written it, I intended for the ovipositor attack to summon like the swarm of insects as written in the monster manual.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's the way to go, or should I make like a baby version and actually make a new stat block for it?
I would go in one of two directions. I would either do what Trodosio just suggested in chat, which is that you summon a swarm from the monster manual, but you reflavor it as a swarm of these things. So you'd say like a swarm of baby of these, use this from the monster manual, or make it a new stat block. I do think that if you do make it a swarm of insects, you're going to want to make sure it's like a flying insect, something that sort of represents this. But I would also maybe give it a bonus, like maybe make it one of these flying insects, and while it's within a certain radius of this creature, it gets a special thing. Or maybe it also gets pack tactics or something. You know what I mean? Something that makes it a little bit distinctly tied to this thing empowering it, or vice versa.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Sort of like the way the Shadow Sorcerer summons a direwolf, but when it summons the direwolf, they get like a few extra different features, you know?
Sounds good.
Yeah. I like it a lot, though. I think it's a lot of fun. Giant mosquito. And I will point something out. If you look at the chat, it's very evocative because people are having all sorts of feelings about giant mosquitoes.
Everyone hates a mosquito.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I think it's solid. I think the main feeling, and this is more of an opinion thing, but change Matriarch's Call to a reaction and then give it a bonus action that empowers it offensively.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a stat block for the little ones as well, and then make them interact with the Matriarch's Call as well.
I like that. That makes a lot of sense. I like that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little feller. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
No worries, and have a good evening,
All right.
whatever time it is for you.
It's every time. I live in a flat circle.
Don't we all?
Maybe we do. All right, let's go find the One Piece. Bye. That was Squid with the Mosquito Matriarch. Let us give them a round of applause. Welcome back, Data. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. All right. What if it exploded when the swarm died? What if it exploded into a swarm when it died? That's a cool idea. Yeah, that could be kind of fun. Although I do like the idea that when it dies, like the eggs inside aren't like alive. They need to like incubate in a thing. So maybe instead of having a swarm erupt out of it, maybe you could like harvest eggs out of it that you could turn into poison that you could feed to people to make them throw up babies. That would be cool. Hey, Bobbin the Goblin. I mean, Boblin the Goblin. You love making monsters explode when they die? Yeah, it's fun. You love vomiting a swarm? You guys love all sorts of stuff. You're lovers. That's the thing, is we're a bunch of lovers out here. Cinder, do you DM a lot of evil campaigns or something? No. I almost never DM anything evil. But I go out of my way to make monsters and the things that my players must do battle with pretty horrible. Horror Dude is next. Horror Dude, did you want to come on stream? I saw you in the chat earlier. If you want to come on stream, you got to be in the Discord. But if you don't want to come on stream, you don't have to. You don't want to. I see that. Okay. I'm trying to make a new homebrew compendium, but it's only in its early stages. That's fine. Everybody's got to start somewhere. That being said, this subclass is one of the ideas I had to include. The Druid subclass is metal, and around becoming tougher when wild-shaped and can deal more damage with melee while wild-shaped. Please be as critical as you feel is necessary. I usually am. Bildo, you did miss yours. The Earth-forged Druid. Okay. Yeah, Bildo. Basically, in the briefest of nutshells, the way that I ran my member stream last week was that if you were in the waiting room, I would pull you in, and you got to jump the line. And everyone that was on stream really liked that. And then I got a not small amount of messages from people saying that they felt like that was not fun or fair because they were not able to make stream. And I immediately felt really bad. So we are doing the wheel because I can't make everybody happy, but I do think everybody does deserve a fair shot. And the wheel is the ultimate sign of fairness. So we must stick to the fairness. Because I don't want anybody to feel bad, you know? That sucks. Okay, Earthforged, a druid subclass. In the heart of the wild, amidst the ancient groves and deep-rooted trees, there exists a druid unlike any other. This druid bears a unique bond, one that resonates with the insides of the earth itself, and it sings a primal tune of metal and stone. Oh my god! This is really nice flavor text! Shut the fuck up! Horror Dude, bro! I do declare! Their touch can turn metal brittle, shattering the strongest chains, or infuse it with newfound strength. Don't say strongest and strength. The words are too similar. Newfound resilience. Forging a bond as unbreakable as the mountains. Clad in armor as resilient as bedrock. Okay, now you're losing me. This is enough. This is all really good. If you need to get more ideas out there, tie them into this. There's too much now. This is the moment where I said to myself, I'm ready for you not to just describe nonsense and tell me what the fuck's going on. So, now we're cutting ahead. When they transform into beasts, they become living fortresses. Their skin is tough as steel. So, really, really nice flavor text for the opening. But the problem that you're facing here is that you are doing the same sort of sentence over and over and over and over and over again. And that makes it feel very repetitive and tedious. So you want to avoid that. Is there a Google form in the Discord? Google form for what, Aton? So yeah, you're losing me because of the sentence structure, not because of the words. The words are good, but the words being good does not necessarily make The words being good can make the whole thing not good if you use too many of them. In the Discord and in the video description of this, you will find the way to submit Homebrew for Sunday's stream. It is 1 in the morning-ish, so it is a little too late to submit for tonight's stream. But if you're like, man, I really want to submit Homebrew for the member review nights because I'm a member, then just keep an eye out on probably Sunday or Monday, where on the YouTube member tab, I will be posting that link. I'll also make an announcement, a reminder about it in the Discord. Okay, Iron Bastion. So at second level, we get 2 features. We get Iron Bastion and Metal Delusion. Metal Dilution, not Delusion. Slightly different. When you choose this circle at second level, your beast form has skin like iron. You are able to add +1 to your AC while wild shaped. This gets upgraded to 2 at level 6. Okay. This is okay. We're going to change it a little, though. In addition, you gain proficiency in heavy armor. You can wield this heavy armor despite the restrictions placed on your druids. Okay, here's what I'm going to suggest here. Why not this? When you choose this circle at second level, your beast form has skin like iron. If your AC is higher than the creature's natural AC, you keep your AC for that. So if you're wearing heavy armor, you just keep that armor in monster form. Just simple as that. If the monster's natural armor class is higher than your armor class, it gets +1. So don't do the +2 bonus. Just make it where if the monster's AC is higher than yours, so like if you have hide armor or whatever, you have really bad armor class for whatever reason, the monster armor class gets +1. If your armor class is better than the monster's, you just get to keep your armor class. The restriction placed on Drew is not specific enough. Is it meant to be all the metal armor thing? If so, why does it only work with heavy armor? That's true. I probably would just say, in addition, I would say you no longer get any of the metal restrictions. I would build it more on the metal restrictions than heavy armor, because heavy armor isn't a specific restriction. Metal dilution, not delusion, because I'm a dingus and I read it wrong. At second level, you can cause metal near you to become brittle. As an action, you can choose one non-magical metal item within 30 feet of you to weaken. The effect of this change depends on the item. If the item is a metal piece of armor, it drops 1. The way that you write this is you put the word armor, make that bold, and then you say what happens. You say weapon, and then you put that bold to say what happens. And you say object, and then you could maybe even say door, metal thing, whatever. Say what happens. But make it so it's easier to check what it is. Yeah, you can wield and wear armor. Yeah. If the item is metal, if the item is an like, see how this is all the same? You don't need to do this. If you have to start the same bullet point with the same of each 3, that means you don't need to use it for any of them. So armor is dropped by 1. A metal loses 1 to its attack and damage rolls. Doors and hinges or something similar. Any creature that attempts to break has advantage. Okay? This weaken state lasts until the end of your next turn. You can only weaken 1 target at a time, and you can use this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. Okay, so this needs to have a saving throw if you are using it against a creature that is wearing or wielding the item. So if you are doing this against a piece of armor that is not being worn or wielded, I think no saving throw is fine. If a creature is wearing or wielding the armor, I think you need to make a saving throw. And I also think that you could probably make this a bonus action. I don't think it needs to be an action. It only lasts until the end of your next turn. And you can only have 1 at a time. So you can't stack it at all. So it's not that strong. It's just very specific. Which I think is fine. I think -1 to the AC, I think all that's fine. So I would... The other thing is, yeah, you have to say you get all of these back on a long rest. One second. Alright. I'm streaming at the moment, but will after, and am so excited. Okay. Sorry, I had to send a message. Okay. Let's look at 6th level. Yo, what's up, Navar Jenkins? Now, as a total 6th level, as a total for a 2nd level features, this is pretty fine. I like it. It's not crazy strong, but it's pretty decent. The fact that you aren't getting different beast shapes, so you're still limited to just being like the pretty ordinary beast shapes, is I think a pretty solid way of balancing the armor thing. I would pick another word than dilution, maybe corrosion. Oh, Matt, I agree. Corrosion for sure. Soul of Steel. Starting at 6th level, metal has seeped into your wild shape's very essence, strengthening its blows, period. While wild shaped, any melee attacks you make deal extra 1d4 damage. Your melee attacks count as magical for the purpose of overcoming damage resistance, and it decreases to 1d6 at 14th level. Cool, fine. In addition, you can see the primal energy all metal has. Whenever you are touching a metal object, you gain knowledge of who crafted that item and where it comes from. Oh, This should be a once-a-day thing that you could do. I would make this like once a day. If you touch a metal object for more, I would say this. This is how I would say it. I would say, in addition, you can tap into the essence of a metallic object. If you touch an object made of metal for a minute and focus, you gain knowledge of it. You can see who crafted the item and where, and you can see and where it comes from is a little vague. So I might say who crafted it and like where they crafted it, or who crafted it and who last wielded it, or something. Like I'll make it so it's like, make it so the thing can be answered in like a word and have it not be hectic. And then the other thing that I would probably put on top of that is a caveat that makes it harder to do against things that if the crafter of the object or the place that it was crafted is concealed in some way. So like if the person who crafted the object is like, has like some mind blank features going on, you probably shouldn't be able to spot. Like there should be a way, like maybe there's a contested check or something. That's true. It could also cast Identify. That's not a bad idea either. Oh, I'm a moron is right. Oh my god. Completely remove this feature. Completely remove it. Here's what you do. You completely remove this feature, and you replace it with being able to cast Identify as a ritual. Okay? Boom. Or something. Then, somewhere at 10th level or in 14th level, you also get the spell Legend Lore. Look up the spell Legend Lore and make it limited so it can only be used on an object or something. Legend Lore. Legend Lore. Oh my god, Legend Lore fits this so well. Okay, Tempered Alloy. At 10th level, you learn how to ignite the primal energies in metal. You gain the spell Heat Metal. Don't druids already have Heat Metal? I guess it's fine. You can cast it once per day without expending a spell slot. No, this is stupid. This is a bad feature. Erase it. Gone. Doesn't really fit the vibe. Doesn't really fit the thing. So, normally at 10th level, if you get a special way of doing if you get a special thing at a special wild shape, that wild shape improves. But I would also say that Metal Dilution, or whatever you change this name to, could improve at level 10. I would probably make it an improvement here. And what I would probably say is the way that I would do it here is I would either make it so now it can stack, or I would make it so you could target 2 things for one use. Like, you use it and you target 2 things at the same time. So you could target 1 armor, 1 weapon. You could target 2 armor, 2 object, or whatever. Anyway, that's what I would do. Get rid of this entirely. Waste of space. You don't need it. Make this improve here. Something like that. Ore Forged. By 14th level, your skin has become pure tungsten steel, and you have learned to enhance your allies. Whenever you wild shape, you have resistance to all bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Doesn't another druid get this? In addition, when you wild shape, you choose a number of creatures equal to half your proficiency bonus. They gain +1 to your AC. The creatures you choose gain +1 to your AC. This is kind of cool. This is just a feature that the Star Druid gets, so I wouldn't do this. Circle of Stars Druid can do that. That's the Circle of Stars Druid's level feature. So I would just make it something different. There's an argument for it being fine, I guess, but like to me it's like if you have the ability to make it something new and unique, like why not, you know? Stars is not that different. Stars is you're using your wild shape special power. You get this. This is you're using wild shape. You get this. I don't know. feels samey to me. Maybe that's fine. Who's to say? A horror dude. Do you have any questions? Thanks so much, man. You're welcome. Do you have any questions? No worries if you don't. But I do want to check. You think you got some good advice? Good. I'm glad. Sorry, I forgot. I have to update the ending credits of the show. So basically, anytime somebody donates money to the show, you get added to the credits. And every month and a half or so, I do a refresh of them. And we got a bunch of new people that were donating today. So I got to add them all to the credits. And I normally do that during the break, and then I forgot. So I started to do that in this moment right now. And I'm going to finish it because I'm close. Truth. Fiction. Okay, and if you see your name on the credits twice today, that means you gave me support a lot recently, and that's really nice of you. Okay. Oh god, I have to have a better system for this at some point. Okay, done. Sorry. Now, thank you, Horde. Let's give a horror dude. Let's give horror dude. Do you know I used to have like some speech impediment stuff when I was little, and there's certain words that bring it back. Horror is one of those words. Anyway, let's give horror dude a round of applause. Thank you, horror dude. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. All right, Arcade Avery, done and done. Asked and answered. Added. Also, thank you. That was very generous of you. You don't actually have to give me money ever. You can just be my friend and hang out here, and that's fine. But I do appreciate it. But also, asked and answered. Added. All right, click. Yeah, very close to being done, honestly. Hey, speak of the devil. That's crazy. Second time that has happened. Guys, this wheel is rigged. There's some strange stuff going on here. A small compendium of spells. Take your pick. Force of will or bloated eruption. Arcade, do you want to come on stream? It's a magic item? The wheel is a magic item, I think you're saying, maybe. Alright, I'll grab you. Hello! Hello! Ahoy hoy!
Ahoy hoy!
How's it going, bud?
It goes. Just been drawing.
What are you drawing?
One of my D&D characters.
What's their name?
Her name is Runa. She is a cleric of Dendar.
What kind of creature is she?
What kind of creature?
Yeah.
Like race?
Yeah.
She's a Yanti.
All right. Cool. Does she have snake legs or people legs?
She's got people legs, but she has a really long snake mouth.
Oh, gnarly.
Really wide.
Awesome. Yeah. Gross. Cool. All right. So what do you want us to look at? It's force of will or bloated eruption, you said?
Yeah.
You don't have a preference?
I mean, they're both cool. Bloated eruption is edgy in a way that I think is fun. Force of will, I think, is unique.
All right, they both look kind of short, so we'll probably just do both. All right, let's look at force of will. Abjuration, 1 action range touch, duration special. Ooh, enchanté. You draw out the willpower of a creature you touch and shape it into armor, manifesting as a force field around them. The creature's AC increases by 3 and decreases by 1 at the start of each of their following turns. Oh. Curious. Once the bonus to AC provided by the spell falls to 0, the force field shatters outward in a 5-foot radius. All creatures in range must succeed on a dex saving throw. A creature takes 1d8 force damage on a failure, or half as much on a success. Dang! That is interesting.
Yeah, I've been sitting on this idea for a while, and I didn't know if I wanted to make it like a subclass feature or like an item that lets you do this.
I like it as a spell.
Yeah.
I could see it as a subclass feature, but honestly, I think a spell is better. I like it as a spell.
Yeah, I think I agree. I originally only had it that you could only cast on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was like, I don't know, I kind of want to make the fighter or the barbarian just ticking time bombs.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining it as. You cast it on somebody and push them out into the fight.
Yeah.
I think it should require concentration.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I could see some shenanigans if it doesn't. Maybe. I don't know. I go back and forth. Chat, does this need concentration?
It could stack with Shield of Fate, but maybe there should be a caveat that you can only get a bonus to AC with this. Maybe I don't.
Philip has an interesting idea, which is also like if you do have it require concentration, you could have it so you could choose to drop it and make it explode early, which is kind of cool also.
Oh, I do like that idea, actually.
I just feel like an AC bonus that lasts several turns. The reason why I say it should require concentration maybe is just that it does a lot of things. And I like all the things that it does. I like that it does the AC boost that trickles down. That's very fun. And I like that it ends in an explosion. I think that's very fun too. And it's dancing with being a little too much. I don't think it is too much, but I think that concentration might be the way to make sure that it's not too much.
Yeah, I can definitely make it that. Do you think second level is good?
I think if it requires concentration, second level is good. I don't think it's strong enough to be a third level spell. I think if you want it to be a third level spell, you make the explosion bigger, either the radius or what it does or the damage. I think the AC thing, keep as 3, have that go down, because then it also is the kind of like, there's like a 3-2-1 boom vibe, which is really funny. So like, it's sort of like a little bit of like a meta joke. I don't know if you did it intentionally, but it's there.
I'll just say that I did, and I'll take credit for it.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, take it. Doesn't this mess with bounded accuracy? It would mess with bounded accuracy if it was permanent or if it lasted a long time. But it doesn't mess with bounded accuracy because it's a very short period of time. There are lots of spells that there's lots of spells and abilities. The difference between a spell messing with bounded accuracy and a subclass feature messing with bounded accuracy is a lot. Because spells intrinsically have a lot of resource and caveats to them. There's all sorts of barriers that get put into place and prohibitors when you have something that is a spell. So you also have spells like Shield, which is a reaction, and it's a whole round of +5 to your AC. You also have spells like Shield of Faith, which last a minute and give you +2 to your AC, but require concentration. So there's all sorts of different spells that tweak AC. The biggest issue with bounded accuracy is when it's built into a core class or subclass feature. And it's partly because of how that can interact with spells and things like that. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's read the next one. I like it a lot. Make it concentration is kind of the only change that I think it needs. And I think if you're like, I don't want it to have if you're like, I don't want this to require concentration, then I think you make it a 3rd level spell and you make the explosion bigger, and then that balances it out.
Yeah. I prefer the concentration.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Can I suggest one final thing?
Yeah. What's up?
Maybe now that you understand that you wrote a really fantastic 3, 2, 1 boom joke, maybe change the name to something that feels closer to that. Maybe. The name doesn't fit, in my opinion.
Yeah, this originally started as like a list of spells that I was gonna make a whole school of magic, and it was forced around like willpower and stuff, and I decided that I didn't want to do all that. So
we have somebody somebody on the Discord who's like building new schools of magic. And like Dream and Rot and stuff. So we'll check out some of them again sooner than later. Yeah, it's tricky making a whole new school of magic. But yeah, change the name. The spell is great. Name doesn't fit it. All right, let's look at Bloated Eruption, 3rd level. Casting time or reaction. Taken when a creature you see within 60 feet of you is reduced to 0 hit points. Range 60 feet. Makes sense. You point your finger and the target corpse instantly swells and explodes in a gory mess. Each creature within 10 feet of the corpse must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 4d10 necrotic damage. On a success, the creature takes half rounded down. 2 things. 1, I like the concept here a lot. 2, 2 things. 3 things. I like the concept. 2, this is the most fucked up spell to give a villain, and I love that.
Oh, yeah.
The last thing is, you should probably clarify that casting this spell makes it so things like Revivify don't work.
Don't you need a body for Revivify?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this should clarify that, like, the body is destroyed.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's fair. There's a
Like,
lot of things that I just kind of take as a given.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I get, like, it's, like, you have it here, but I do think that a little sentence that says, a corpse targeted by this spell is destroyed for the purposes of spells like Revivify. How do we feel about the damage? 4d10.
Yeah, that was the hardest part. I was trying to compare it to other 3rd level spells, but they're kind of all over the place.
They're really all over the place. I think you could go higher, maybe. 5d10 is a lot, though.
Yeah. I fiddled with 8d10, or no, not 8d10, I'm sorry. 8d... Nope. 5d8. God. That's what I went back and forth between, is the 4d10 and the 5d8.
I feel like I like 5d8 more. But I think 4d10 can work. Chat seems pretty split on it. Some people say it's low, some people say they think it's fine. If you feel like the damage is super, super, super low, you know, like if you're playtesting it or trying it and the damage feels really low, but you don't want to make the damage higher, and you don't like 5d8, you like 4d10, you could also maybe throw on some other effect where it's like creatures are fucked up by it because it's scary and gross. I don't know. You could do something like that, like where it's like it could distract in some way. I don't think you need to, but you could. But I would say 5d8 I think feels a little bit better.
Okay. Yeah, I did have the idea for the fear as well, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, 68 would be too much. I wouldn't do 68. But I think that considering it's a very small radius compared to Fireball, and it's so situational, you cannot pick where this goes. You have to, like, you have very little control over this. Like, you're not able to strategize where it goes. You know, it just happens when you choose to make it happen. So it's quite limited. So I feel like that's okay. Yeah, 10 feet and near a corpse is tough. Exactly. That's why I think it's okay if the damage is a little high.
Yeah, that's what I figured as well.
Yeah.
It's so situational.
Yeah, these are both really fun spells, though.
Thanks.
Dude, the Force of Will. This is the move. This is the spell, though. This is good. Like, people will like this. People will use this. This feels different. Like, this is such. I just want chat to note. I just want chat to acknowledge the simplicity and the fun of this mechanic of an AC boost that trickles down from 3 to 0. It's just so smooth, and it's like there's so many times people have ideas for features that change over a period of time or stack over a period of time or whatever. And it's like, more often than not, it's like hard to keep track of. It can be a little overpowered, it can become a lot of things that is like requires a lot more clarity or just doesn't function. I think this is a really good example of something that does that sort of thing, where it's a system that changes over a series of turns, and it's simple. Not only is it simple and straightforward in a way that I don't think it's hard to keep track of, it somehow feels like evocative. Like it feels like it makes sense for the spell. It is mechanics meeting flavor in a really nice way, or vibe, I guess, more than flavor. Yeah. Any final thoughts or questions, my dear Arcade?
I had one, but I don't remember what it is.
That's reasonable. It's getting late.
Oh no, I remember. Kind of unrelated. If I could turn this into just like a real quick helpline for a second.
Sure.
How would you go about giving exposition about a dead character without it just being like, oh, they happen to detail their lives in a journal that you find? Because I find that so boring. You know?
Mm-hmm. Do other people know about the dead character?
Like in general or the
in the
party?
world, not the party, NPCs.
The instance that I'm thinking about in particular is this dude's wife who went missing and no one knew what happened to her. I intend on them finding her skeleton cave. So
the only thing that I would say is if you don't want to do like stuff that's written down, you can have people have had you. It can be from people. Like the two places that you can give exposition in game are from written down notes and from NPCs. So if you don't want to do a written down note or dream sequences or that sort of thing, that's pretty much the main three. There might be others, but those are the three that I feel like are the main three. So if you don't want to do exposition written down, you can have them encounter somebody that saw her, that heard about her, that heard tell of something, or you can always do the thing where, like, you know, people have visions in a dream of something that happened. But those are like the three main ways that I would do exposition. If you can't accomplish it without that, then you have to sort of rely on environmental storytelling, where like maybe it's okay if the players don't get the full story. So like, for example, if you want the players to learn that she spent her last couple months alive trying to like scavenge in these mines, and then she got poisoned by this big worm monster in the mine, and she died of poison in the cave, you could potentially not have notes, but have her cave have bits of mining equipment, and maybe a book of dangerous cave animals, or a book of, or like a half-finished potion of healing, or something, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that, where it's like they could sort of put the pieces together based on like what she was doing in her life and like what was happening in the space that she was living in. That can be hard, and that also definitely doesn't guarantee your players putting the pieces together, is the only thing.
yeah, I think that's the part I'm worried about the most.
Yeah.
Is just my skill as a storyteller, but you know, we'll see.
Well, that's imposter syndrome that we all have, isn't it? Like, listen, do you know? Do you know? Show me a dungeon master that doesn't have imposter syndrome, and I'll show you a bad dungeon master.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
It's what keeps us good. Is that fear of not being good enough is what gives us the power to like make it good enough. I feel like it's not healthy, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I keep putting off this campaign, just
Yeah.
like it's not ready yet. But no, yeah.
Are there? Yeah.
But that is helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, Arcade, have a good one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Fun spells. All right, bye. Click. Hang up. All right, let's give Arcade a round of applause. After every session for an hour. I think you guys are having a conversation that I missed part of, so I'm just not going to worry about it. You want Shatter Shield in your games? I don't know what that is. What's Shatter Shield? Average. Second, homebrew. Next to a niche potion and a boomerang. I am hoping to make more homebrew. Possibly a subclass or two in the future. Nice. Mind, though, I will be at work, so I may not be able to come. That is fine. No worries. Hood of Many Heads. What a funny name. The chat came up with a new name. Hood of Many Heads. I love that name. That's such a good name. Legendary item requires attunement by okay, both you have to wear both items from one short rest to one long rest. If both are removed, the attunement is not void until someone else attunes to both. I know that it's hard to write things in D&D Beyond, and I feel like this is the only thing that matters. This is the sentence you intended to write. I don't understand what this means. What is the goal here? Oh, Shattering Shield for the name of the spell. Oh, that makes sense. Tick, tick, boom is also not bad. What does this mean? Chat, let's spend a minute and try to actually understand what this means. You have to wear both items from one short rest to one long rest. So you have to wear them between a short rest and a long rest. Only if both are removed, the attunement is not void until someone else attunes to... What is... I genuinely don't understand what this means, so I'm not going to worry about it. Why does this item do 1,000 different things? Forged in the Underdark by a mysterious mage's circle, the circlet pulses with an undeniable essence of power, whilst the hood emits an aura of mystery. Legendary, wondrous item. Why does this thing do a million things? Okay, the circle allows you to benefit from the following. You have resistance to psychic damage. You have the shield cantrip. Shield is not a cantrip. As a reaction, you can cast the shield spell. You don't need to say +5 to the AC, including its... Okay, so the way that you would say this, is you would say, you gain the following things. You gain resistance to psychic damage. You can cast the shield spell, period. And then you have to specify how many times you can cast it. You can once you use this feature, you can't do it again until you finish the next long rest, etc. You can't just get infinite shields. That's crazy. So it has to fit into the action economy somewhere. And because normally shield requires a spell slot to cast, you need to say how it's being cast, because we're not assuming that you have a spell slot. And if you don't have a spell slot, you have no way to cast it. So what you would say is something like, you learn the shield, you can cast when you can cast the shield cantrip with a charge. This item has 4 charges. You can expend a charge to cast the shield spell, period. Also, what does shield have to do with the vibe of this? I don't know. If you are attacked with force damage or miss, grants 3 temporary hit points, and a hit grants... I don't know what this is supposed to be. I would just drop this whole part. I don't understand what it's tied to anything. It doesn't feel like it's tied to anything. I would drop this whole part. The hood allows your specific class to benefit from the following. If multi-classing, the benefit works as though separate classes. All right, we're not going to actually read all of these things. I am going to say something here. I'm actually going to ask chat, how do you guys feel about a magic item that has a different feature for every class? It feels like it doesn't feel like a magic item anymore to me. I just sort of feel like you might as well just make a different item for every class. But maybe there's something to it. Like maybe there's something fun to having an item that you can split between people that does different things. But it doesn't make sense to me. Genuinely interesting? I do think it's interesting. I think it's interesting. It's just a little... I just don't know. Okay, here's what I'll say. if you want to make an item that can be switched between everybody and it does something radically different for every class, you need to just make sure all of those things are balanced and kind of the same. So, like, for example, it should grant a different saving throw for everyone or a different skill, for, like, something like that. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be remarkably different, and I'm seeing remarkable differences. You already have proficiency in all tools as an artificer. You only take half fire damage and gain resistance to lightning or thunder. Lightning or thunder and acid or water damage. Water damage. All right, so I think if we're actually going to stop reading this piece here, this is going to be my feedback for you. I love, love, love the enthusiasm. I love it. I absolutely love it. But you are biting off more than you can chew to start. There are some really important fundamental features to how the game works that you don't need to know, but you are going to be going up against when you start writing Homebrew. And if you make a piece of Homebrew that does 100 different things, that means you need to contend with 100 different of those things at the same time. Let me give you an example. What is the difference between taking half fire damage and having resistance to lightning damage? I would argue there is not one, and that this is just another way of saying resistance to fire damage. That's one thing. Let me say a bigger thing. You have resistance to acid or water damage. What monster or spell does water damage in D&D? It can double resistance to fire damage. That's true. It stacks with fire damage. I didn't even think about that, which I don't think is a good idea. But what does water damage? Because a water elemental doesn't do water damage. Spells like Tidal Wave don't do water damage. Water damage isn't a thing. There is cold damage. There is bludgeoning damage, both of which I think could represent water in different situations. But you're going to be tripping over these tiny little details until you start to, like, simplify. So, like, don't start with this item. Start with this item. Don't start with this item. Start with this item. Also, this power is too strong. Being able to lower the number needed to crit an enemy by a d6. So that means if I roll a 6, if I roll a 14 or a higher, I'm critting on an attack. And grants the ability to deal 1d20 plus con modifier damage to large or bigger creatures per turn when succeeding on a d10 intimidation check. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean that, like, I can just for free, I can say I'm intimidating and they have to make this, there's a check? Like, I have to make a DC 10 intimidation. I roll a DC 10 intimidation check every turn. And just all creatures take 1d20 plus my con modifier damage? Because that's kind of crazy. You could probably, if you wanted to make it not balanced, but mechanically sound, you could say, while raging, you can use your bonus action to make an intimidation check against a creature that you can see within a certain range. On a success, they take some amount of damage. But again, it needs action economy. Is it a bonus action? Is it an action? Is it a reaction? All this stuff. It needs all this stuff. Secondly, just casually dealing a d20 plus your con modifier damage is a lot. I would argue it's too much. What is Rogue? All right, we'll take a look at Rogue. But then I think we're going to stop because there's a lot of stuff in here that I'm realizing, like, this, you just don't understand how the game works yet, which is fine. But you can't be writing super complicated magic items when you don't know the rules of the game yet. You need to learn the rules of the game so that you can manipulate the rules of the game. Adds +1 AC when encased in shadow, +5 movement. What does that mean? When are you encased in shadow? What? Like, that doesn't mean anything. There's no mechanics for encased in shadow. Does that mean when you are in dim light or darkness? Because that's a thing. But again, that's not an assumption that can be made. Encased in shadow literally means nothing. +5 speed to movement when partially obscured. What does partially obscured mean? Partially obscured is not a status effect in D&D 5e. There's lightly obscured. There's heavily obscured. All stealth checks have advantage and decreases the number needed to by D4 per 5 meters you are away with a limit of 10 meters away. What does that mean? Just stop that. Don't do that. So first of all, a couple things here. I'm going to be kind to this because I'm pretty sure you're new and you don't know how to play D&D yet and you don't understand the rules. This may have been written by AI. That's also true. That's the way that it's written. It could have been. But just to be clear, D&D 5e measures things in 5 feet increments, not in meters. That's the first thing. The second thing is you should not mess with crit range. Almost ever. So just drop all that stuff. The third thing is start with one of these items. Not a million things, just a one thing. The fourth thing is go online and look at some magic items. Go look at some magic items. Look how they're organized. Look how much they get. Look how straightforward a lot of them are. And try to build a straightforward magic item. And make sure that if you are making something affect a damage type, it is a damage type that exists in 5e. Make sure that if you are having a feature do something actively, it sits in the action economy. It has to require an action, a bonus action, a reaction. It has to start, if it just happens, it has to start at the beginning of your turn, at the end of your turn, when a creature walks within 5 feet of you. There needs to still be a way, there needs to be rules for how those mechanics are included in the game. But realistically, the best advice I can give you, by far, is to go look up magic items that exist and just sort of start to use them as inspiration for how to design magic items. And read the rules. Learn the mechanics of the game. Get familiar with playing game. Get familiar with the magic items that exist and the powers that exist so that you can sort of see the patterns, but also how they sit in the mechanics of the game, because language in D&D is incredibly important. All right. Thank you very, very much. That was Average. Let's give Average a round of applause. Thank you very much. James, I agree that saying that something could have been written by AI does sound like it could be mean, and I apologize if it came out that way, but I would also argue there is a difference between saying this sounds like it could have been written by AI and this sounds like AI. Because I do think that telling somebody what their homebrew sounds like doesn't necessarily mean that you're being mean. Like, you're just telling them what it sounds like. I don't know. If the homebrew comes out like reading like it was written by AI, there's a reason for that. So I think the way that you do say that in a nicer way is you say, this sounds like it was written by AI because, and then you say why. So for example, with that piece, the reason why I think they said that, because I've seen AI do that before, is AI doesn't understand a lot of the rules of D&D and uses weird language. So the whole thing of measuring thing in meters, to me, made it seem like that could have been written by AI because it was measuring things in meters. But I agree. We're not trying to be name-calling or anything like that. The other reason I think why somebody said that in the chat is because we do have people send stuff that's made by AI sometimes and try to sneak it past. So sometimes people that are here get a little bit of the eye where they're worried about it. Yeah, water damage is another big hint. Yeah, water damage was another big indicator that it could have been written by AI for sure. So yeah, so if there's people in my community do not. We have a dark eye for AI. So if somebody gets a whiff of AI, they usually say, that feels like it might be AI, even though sometimes it's a little accusatory. All right, let's give her a spin. Philip has a wrench by his name because he's one of my mods. The French. It is time for the Frenchman. Oui, oui. Let us go. Hors d'oeuvre, Jacques. Xenofashion. Rigatoni. Bonjour, Seigneur. Bonjour. Je suis Blocksally. This is a paleontologist monk. I hope you like it. Okay? We will give it a look. You've only seen my shorts, and that was an incredible response. What response was incredible? Well, I'm glad I impressed you. Oh, God, your name is so normal. Is your name just Rachel, and I'm an idiot? I'm sorry. I was like, Rachel? Oh, it's Rachel. I'm just being dumb. Rachel, yeah. Well, I'm glad I earned your respect, but you don't need to be mad. Oh, yeah, to the AI comment. Yeah. Well, it also, like, sort of defeats the purpose of this whole stream, because the point of my stream is not to be like, whoa, look at this cool homebrew. The point of my stream is to be like, hey, learn how to write homebrew. Get better at writing homebrew. Learn how to write, learn how to grow, learn how to express your ideas clearly, learn how much language matters, learn the importance between getting the idea up here to the idea in hand in a way that if you're not in the same room as the person, that person can get the idea that you want them to get. And if somebody submits a piece that they didn't write, that was written by AI, then there's no point in me giving feedback because they're not growing as a writer. You know what I mean? It's like giving somebody feedback for, it's like the same, like giving someone feedback for someone else's work is not a good, it doesn't help anybody. Like the only time I really ever will review something that somebody sends on behalf of someone else is if it's like a dungeon master, if it's like a player that's like, hey, my dungeon master and I are working on this, will you help? Or one time somebody sent me one of Pointy Hat's pieces, and I was like, I'll read that because I like Pointy Hat. There is in the chat. Monks that follow the way of the fossil are fierce protectors of a long-lost history. They train to preserve living and delicate fossils, but whenever violence becomes necessary, the same petrified fates await their enemies. Okay, this is fantastic. Make this a period and get rid of the but, and then just make this the ending sentence, and you're golden. Boom. Starting at 3rd level, you can apply your extensive understanding of what is long gone to understand the modern wilderness. You can add your wisdom modifier to your nature ability checks. I would, can I say something? I agree with somebody, Matt, I agree with what Matt said in the chat. Oh, hey, Neosol, what's up, my guy? Nice to see you. I agree with what Matt says in the chat. I would probably make this, I would rewrite this, so at 3rd level, you can add your wisdom modifier to nature and history checks. I would make it nature and history checks. I don't think you need proficiency in history. I just think adding your wisdom modifier to it is enough. I think that's fun, and that's kind of cool. It's weird. And it's like not too much because both history and nature are very circumstantial abilities. So they're not going to break the bank a lot of the time. It's not like you're giving them... It's very different than putting it on like stealth or deception or something like that, you know? Changes it a little bit. Fossilization at 3rd level. Beginning at 3rd level, your touch can encase creatures in stone. Whenever you are under the effects of patient defense and an enemy enters or leaves your reach, you can use your reaction to make an unarmed strike. Mixed feelings. On a hit, you reduce their speed to 0 as they slowly start to fossilize. Okay, this is just too similar to the Sentry feat. Isn't this just Sentry? Or Sentinel? No, someone was... I don't know if somebody was using... I don't know if somebody was using it. Somebody asked if a piece was made by AI, and then there was a conversation about why our chat is a little bit quick to be like, is that AI? Because there is a lot of because AI kind of fucking sucks, and especially when somebody is trying to, you know, it's like it's a great way to not grow as an artist is to use AI to write your art for you. If you and so somebody was like, hey, let's not be accusatory, and then other people were like, all right, we're not trying. Yeah, anyway, But that's why, yeah. I don't think it was AI. It was just the AI conversation just came up. When are we getting a Baldur's Gate 3 stream? You're getting a Baldur's Gate 3 stream when more than 15 of you want to watch me do a Baldur's Gate 3 stream. I'm not going to do... You have to understand something. This is what I'm doing. This is... The last... That's just that. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's just that. I'll do a Baldur's Gate stream. I'll do a Baldur's Gate 3 stream if it draws the same numbers or even 2/3 of the numbers of my other stuff. But, like, you watch the VODs? Well, I'm glad that you watch the VODs. But I don't think we're going to be doing a Baldur's Gate 3 stream again until I have enough free time where I can stream in a way that I'm not worrying about making money while streaming. If I ever get, like, a thing where, like, I'm getting money regularly, then maybe. Or maybe we'll do one if I have a slower period of my existence, but not for a little while. You guys don't like them. You might like them, but you guys don't like them. The collective you. The collective you are a donation goal. We could do a donation goal. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Sentinel has another condition for opportunity attacks, and it only reduces the speed to 0. Sentinel also has the added benefit of ignoring disengage action. They're different enough. Are they different enough? Okay, if you say they're different enough, maybe they are. I just sort of feel like it's what we're getting at 3rd level. So, like, I sort of feel like I wish we were getting something that wasn't also just sort of a feat, because it's the main thing we're getting. An affected creature can make strength saving throws against your key save DC at the start of each of its turns to ignore the effect on that turn. It lasts for a minute. I see that now. The creature or another creature within the 5 feet can use their action to break them free of the stone and end the effect. Also, at 5th level, when using Stunning Strike, you can make it impose the Petrified condition instead of the Stunned condition. That's kind of an interesting thing. I have to remember what Petrified does before I know if I feel good about that or not. That's probably fine. I think that realistically, if you could potentially drop creatures' movement speed to 0 for a whole minute, I feel like there's got to be a limit on how many creatures you can affect with this at a time. Petrified does do too much, I agree, but a lot of it is kind of nothing. Advantage on attack rolls, failing dex and strength checks, resistant to all damage, immune to a bunch of stuff. It's not actually like that bad of an effect. What do I think of prestige classes? I think they can be fun, depending on how you incorporate them into your game. $1,000 and we get a Baldur's Gate 3 stream? Yeah, sure. Sure. Fair. $1,000 and we'll get a Baldur's Gate 3 stream. I'll put a donation goal up at some point. I'll tell you what, I think the way to do a Baldur's Gate 3 stream is to have that be a subathon type stream. Where it's like, I will play the whole game. That would be the move. A prestige class is like a class that you can't take at level 1, but you can become at higher levels. So, like, in order to be a prestige class, you might need to be a level 10 fighter and have an 18 in dexterity. And then you could start taking levels in a prestige class. I don't think I think you can end it. I think the whole point is they can break free with an action. The way that I'm reading this is essentially you make a creature 0, speed 0. They can break free as an action, and the stunned condition, the petrified condition would not last any longer than the stunned condition. It would just be for a round. It's all right. It's all right. It's a little weird. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, slowing creatures down with patient defense is interesting. I don't like how much it feels like Sentinel, but I accept that chat disagrees and that chat feels like it's separate enough, so I accept. Moving on from that. I don't know how I feel about creatures' movement speed dropping to 0 for a minute. That feels like too much. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like too much. I feel like it being for a round makes a lot more sense. And I think that it's maybe not enough at 3rd level, if I'm being honest. Good night, y'all. Good night, horror dude. You're great. Also, like, the reaction unarmed strike, separate from all of this, feels like a lot, too. Sort of. I don't know. Like, a reaction unarmed strike, even just a reaction, like, even just this. I feel like this is pretty strong. So, like, this feels like it's really pushing it over the edge a little bit. That's just me. Are there such things as homebrew pacts for a warlock? Because I want one that punches using otherworldly beings. Sure. There's homebrew everything. Unarmed strike when a creature enters your reach is kind of crazy, right? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a little stronger than we're realizing it is. I also feel like it's, yeah, it feels like a lot on its own, let alone reducing a creature's movement speed to 0 automatically. And then they can make a save at the end of their, or at the start of, or they make a change at the start of their turns. Okay, but it doesn't matter. It shuts off their movement for the rest of that turn at least. So it happens immediately. And then it could potentially be on for a minute. I don't know. It just feels like a lot. Let's look up Petrified Assistance. At 6, wow, this is a long feature. At 6 level, you excavate a fossilized remains of a small creature and animate it. The fossil is friendly to you and your companions and obeys your commands. See its game statistics. Okay. I'm just gonna assume you just wrote this the right way. If it dies, you can use your action and touch it to spend 1 key point. It returns to life. Only 1 key point to bring it back also feels like not enough. It should be more expensive to bring back. How long does the creature last for? It lasts for forever? If the creature lasts for forever, that's a little too much, I think. I would probably limit how long it lasts. Or I would make it part of the 3rd level feature and I would get rid of this whole thing. 1 key point in 10 minutes? Where's the 10 minutes? Or are you suggesting it should be 1 key point in 10 minutes? A pet but not at 3rd level. You can do a pet but not at 3rd level. It happens sometimes. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ. What is happening? What the fuck are you doing, document? Okay. It happens sometimes. It happens with the thing that gets a pet but not at 3rd level is oh, is my computer starting to crash? What's happening? All right, give me 1 second. My computer might be crashing. I can't click different tabs. I can't do anything. We're frozen, friends. We're frozen. We're frozen. I think I have to try that. I think we have to start that over. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay, we're back. Took a minute. What? I need to open the thing again. Give me 1 second. I had to close everything because everything froze. Okay, there we go. Nope. Whose piece am I looking at again? Oh, it's my French friend. I can't fucking pronounce your name. Oh god, how am I gonna find your piece? Oh, this is so fucked. There you are. Okay, good. So the thing that gets a pet at 6th level is the bardic inspiration pet of the whatchamacallit, the creation bard. But it's a little bit more expensive than this, and it lasts for a really limited time. So you got to make this both more expensive and more limited in use. It can't just be out all the time. 20 plus 2 times your monk level. This is a weird scaling. I would make this number less and this number more, probably. What can it do? Scar. Your attack bonus for unarmed strikes. for a hit. So does it just give you like extra action economy? I don't understand. And are you picking one of each of these? Yeah, you got to tone this thing way down. You got to tone this thing way down. If you want to have a pet that's as strong as a pet proper and lasts as long as a pet proper, you got to make it a pet proper. Make it a 3rd level feature, and you got to completely drop this feature. I would also say that this feature is so strong and so different than this feature that I don't see them connected. There's no sinew there that ties them. Let's see. So I guess when you get it, it becomes one of these types. So it either has a fly speed, it can climb and can knock creatures prone, it can swim. Yeah, if you want to make a pet that you can make this much variety in, it's a lot to put as a 6th level feature, have an infinite pet there. I think the maker of this should read up more on summon spells. That should help with the writing and balancing of the summoned creature. Or just look at subclasses that summon creatures. The Drake Warden, the Battlesmith. You could look at the Bard of Creation, but you have to pay attention to the little details. Like the fact that the College of Creation Bard is limited in how often its pet is out. And also, the more options you give a thing, like by allowing them to, like, it would be one thing if when you reach 6th level, you pick one of these, and that's the only thing it ever is. But every time you use this feature, you can make it a different one. So that makes it pretty strong. So, like, significantly stronger, I would argue, than a lot of other minions, in a way that I think is probably not balanced. Because you essentially get 4 pretty different pets. Savant Protector. When reaching 11th level, you enter in communion with the eldest beasts you protect. Whenever you use Patient Defense, your pet fossil also benefits from its normal effects as well as those from fossilization. What does that mean? What normal effects? It benefits from patient... Does your pet get Patient Defense when you use Patient Defense normally? What the fuck are you saying here? So, I mean, obviously the answer here is no. This is too strong tied with your pet. I'm so sorry. I would just say no. It should not work that way. Fossilization is probably too strong as it is, so being able to essentially double fossilization is unquestionably too strong. When you're stunning strike on a creature within 5 feet of you and your pet, it can impose disadvantage on the saving throw. If there's speed, I would get rid of this too. I'm going to be honest. I think we're going to stop reading it here. I think that this needs a pretty serious rework. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be at this point. Is this a pet class? Is this a control class? Is it both? It feels like you want it to be both. If you want it to be both, then your pet can't be such a monster. You got to tone it way back. Way back. This is just too good right now. It's just too strong. It's just too strong. Like fossilization on its own is very powerful. Petrified Assistant is very powerful. Combining them escalates both in a way that is unreasonable. So I think you need to pick a lane. And is the lane I want to have a badass pet? Or is the lane I want to do badass petrification stuff with a pet that is okay and does a little bit to help? And if you're like, can't figure out how to make the pet okay and do a little bit to help, then just drop that whole part. James suggests make the pet less strong, but give it control. You could also get it at level 3. Yeah, I would. If it's going to be a normal pet, you should definitely get it at level 3. So yeah, it's an interesting idea. I feel like you're doing too much with it. I also sort of feel like, in a weird sort of way, disturbing a bunch of bones to make them into like a fossil pet that you bring into combat sort of feels like antithetical to the point of this subclass. Like, it feels more like necromancery and much less respectful of the dead. This is like, oh, I'm respectful of the dead. Now let me use the dead to go into battle. You know? It's just a little odd. I would maybe... I don't know. I could see the pet evolving with your monk unarmed numbers. I mean, there's a lot you could do with the pet on a monk. I just think you have to be very thoughtful about how you do it. The other thing is giving a pet to a monk is weird in a way that is significantly different than any of the other subclasses that have pets, because monks really need their bonus action. They really need their bonus action. So if you are making a pet function in the same way that a normal pet works, you're sort of always deciding, am I flurry of blows or does my pet get to attack? And I don't know how much fun that is, but I feel like it's less fun on a monk than it would be on a lot of the other classes where you're not doing that much with your bonus action most of the time. It's an interesting idea. I wish it was a little bit more single directionally focused and then branched out of that as opposed to two massive branches. All right, let us give our dear Kelkudren. I said your name wrong because I still don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. It's like Alkan Kelk Andutire, something like that. Anyway, let's give them a big round of applause. Alright, guys. I think we got one spin left in me tonight, I think. Then I think I'm done. My brain is turning into fire. Aton. Only on the later part of stream. Well, it is the later part of stream, so I wonder if you're going to join. Let's see. Might not, but we'll see. Let me know if you end up showing up. Feat, blood magic. Prerequisite, the ability to cast at least one spell. You have learned to use your own blood to fuel your magic. While you are missing any of your hit points, you do not need to provide material components for your spells, so long as the components lack a cost and aren't consumed by the spell. In addition, when you finish a short rest, you can choose to expend spell slots to recover. Roll one or more of your hit die. Instead of regaining hit points, you regain spell slots. Oh, I wouldn't do that. The spell slots can have a combined spell level equal to less than half the total rolled. Rounding down, none of these spell slots recovered by the feat can exceed 5th level. I am going to say that I'm so sorry to say this, but I would not make a feat that gives you the ability to expend hit die for spell slots. It, I think, in my opinion, is a little bit too... There's too much other things going on. Hello, how's it going? Aton, hello. Talk if you want to talk. If you're talking right now and I can't hear you, it's because your microphone isn't connected properly or something's weird on your Discord, so you need to leave and come back. I think you need to leave and come back. Like the Discord. Like turn off Discord and come back. I don't know if you did that. All right, let's try again. Hey, can I hear you now? Aton.
Hi.
Jesus. Okay,
Good
yeah,
morning.
I can hear you. That was loud. How's it going, buddy?
Good. Excellent. This is very exciting. First
Cool.
time doing this.
Cool. So I'm super pumped. This is a fun feature. I like the first part a lot. The second part, I just don't think works. And the reason why I don't think it works is because both hit die and spell slot recovery work so fundamentally different for every class. There are too many ways that I could see people taking advantage of this that I would not want to. I just think it would be tedious. Like, even if it's just like, what if you're multi-classing, right? So does that mean I could expend fighter hit die to recover sorcery spell slots? Or like, is a druid is going to... This is going to be a much better feat on a druid than on a wizard just by the fact that they use d8s as opposed to d6s. There's also like, you know, why does a wizard get arcane recovery, but only one druid subclass gets arcane recovery and no clerics get arcane recovery? So there's like a couple things going on that make me feel like I would go against that. I would lean more into maybe like a once a day ability to sacrifice hit points or hit die to cast spell things, but I would not make it a part of the short rest system if I were you.
All right, that makes sense. Although hit points, I'm like, there's so many ways to heal that I'm hesitant to make it hit points.
Then don't make it hit points. Make it hit die. Make it something like that. But limit the use to once a day.
Yeah, I mean, this is also limited to once a day, but yeah.
No. You're misunderstanding. I'm not saying once a day recovering spell slots. I'm saying once a day to cast a single spell. Or something
all right,
like that.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And how would you balance it? I kind of like the idea of rolling the dice and then like you might get more and might get less. But the other option I could see doing is just basically sacrifice a hit die per spell slot, and that'll already be, I don't know if all the way balanced, but part of the way.
This is probably what I would do. What I probably would do, because I think it's really hard to balance the difference between how do you measure a spell slot versus a hit point, because they are such different systems and they're really not designed to work together.
Right.
So what I would probably do is I would make you expend a hit die to get a casting of something, and then I would say if that spell was a damage dealing spell, one target of the spell would take extra damage equal to the roll of that hit die, and if it was a healing spell, one of the creatures healed by that spell would gain extra healing equal to a roll of that hit die. That's probably how I would do it.
That's a really good way to.
And you know what you could even do? If you do it like that, where it's just a hit die for a spell, you could potentially make it a more than a once a day thing. You could make it a twice a day thing. I could even see an argument potentially for like a proficiency bonus rounded down or something like that. Like I could see that if it's just not, I would shift it so that it's not about recovering spell slots. It's about casting a spell.
Right. All right. That makes a lot of sense. But although, different spell levels are differently powered, so I'd have to think about.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you could do it a couple different ways.
Cast wish, right?
Yeah, you could do it a couple different ways. I think the easiest way is to limit it to first level spells. You could also do it where the more hit die you expended, the higher level you could go. And if you did that, I probably would make it like for every 2 hit die you expended, you could go 1 level. So in order to cast a second level spell, you would need to expend 3 hit die. In order to cast a third level spell, you need to expend 5 hit die, etc. Something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. And the truth is, at that point, I don't know that it needs the arcane recovery cap of 5th level. Right, if you want to spend 18 hit dice to cast another 9th level spell, that's on you, right?
It's also like that's gonna be you could still I could see, honestly I could see an argument in either direction. I could see an argument for a cap, and I could also see an argument for not a cap. I think you should just go whichever one you like. Whatever you like more is where you should go with that, I think, because I don't think it was a right or wrong answer. I think people are gonna feel strongly either way.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, in my games, I do like sort of randomness and these, very high, high risk, high reward. Like, if you want to expend 18 hit dice, I'd love that if you were my player.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I think that works a lot. I also feel like having the hit die add to the, now that I'm saying that, if you do it where the more hit die you spend, the higher the spell, I still think the extra damage or healing should only be 1 roll of it. I don't think it should be many rolls of it.
Obviously,
but I really like that idea now that I'm thinking about it combined with the first one, because the whole point of it is it's like the magic is coming from you. Your blood is the arcane focus. So the fact that your hit die has a shift of the effect of the spell is kind of fun. I like that.
That's true. Would you do just the hit die, or would you add also the constitution bonus, sort of the way short rest healing works?
Oh, interesting.
Right.
I would.
A thing.
This is what I would do if I were you. I would think about. I would not take either off the table. If anything, I would try the adding of the con bonus one, and be very self-critical of if it feels too powerful, and if it feels even a smidge too powerful, get rid of the con.
All right, and would you limit, like, if I'm multi-classing wizard barbarian, should I be able to roll my d12? No, right?
Maybe you limit it to it has to be a hit die from a class that has the ability to cast that has a spell slot.
Right. I don't think there's other wording. I think I'd have to. You can't just grab that wording there.
No, no. That's what you'd have to write it out, but that's fine. You know what? All that means is you're coming up with a feature that is fairly unique, which is a good challenge to face. I feel like the solution is you say, at the end you say the hit die expended must be of a class with either pact magic, arcane spellcast. Like you could literally like list the magic types and just say that.
I mean, there's only two, right? There's pact magic and right? Because if you say the ability to cast a spell, the totem barbarian.
No, you would say I would say a class that has access to spell slots more than I would say that. But you'd probably say that has access to pact magic, divine magic, or arcane. There's three difference, or there's three or four. There's the religious one, there's the nature one, and there's the arcane one. I don't know if they're called different things or not, but those are all the different types. And then pact magic is warlock bullshit.
As in when they describe what multi-classing is, right?
That's it. That's what databank. It's they have to either have pact magic or the spell casting feature.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
In multi-classing.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. Thank you.
This is a pretty fun little feat. You know what? I have to say, normally, and Data and I actually agree on this most of the time. I saw them yelling about it in the chat earlier. I see a lot of people trying to create characters that are blood magic or use hit die for magic, and 9 times out of 10 it doesn't work. And it's just jank and it's like tedious, and I can quickly think of like 16 different ways that I can either break it or that it's going to be a pain in the ass to keep track of. This I think is pretty dang close though. This is not bad. Like I think with some minor changes, I feel like this is a pretty solid little feat.
Thank you. Yeah, I submitted.
Data still disagrees.
2 weeks ago, and it was bullshit. But
that's okay. Yeah, really, really nice little piece. I hope you keep working on it. And I will say that I like the simplicity of it. It's good, solid.
Thank you.
Final thoughts, questions, yearnings, anything?
No, you'll be getting a druid subclass from me next week.
Can you give us can you give me not a preview, but can you give me a hint as to what kind of druid subclass it might be?
Yeah, it's basically a druid that can use his wild shape to transform other people. I really don't like that they already took the name Circle of the Moon, because that would have been perfect.
That would have been perfect.
But someone used that one. And you can cast like lycanthropic stuff on people and basically expend your wild shape to wild shape other people.
Yeah.
And with willing creatures, there's no save, and unwilling people, there is a save, and that's basically the concept.
Yeah, that's very interesting. All right, cool, man. I'll look forward to it.
Great.
All right, see you, buddy.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Block.
Bye. All right, friends. It is 2 a.m. The time has come for us to prepare to say goodbye. But we will be back. We will be back. Don't you fret. We will be back on Sunday. And then more after that. So, thank you very much for being a part. If you're new and you haven't seen the end credits yet, watch them a little bit if you want to, but no worries if you don't. Either way, you guys are absolutely amazing. I just want to say thank you again for being a part of this fantastic, wonderful little journey that we're on. And I will see you guys on Sunday. And Sunday is going to be an earlier stream. I don't know what time yet. I'm going to post something about it on the internet either tomorrow or Saturday. Sunday is going to be we're going to start at like noon or something. It's going to be an early stream, daytime stream. So you guys have an absolutely fantastic night. Yeah, I'm sorry it's over. But you know what they say. If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't ice cream, sandwich. You know what I mean? So you guys are great. Have a great night. Don't forget to feed your pets. And as always, be good to each other.
You're gone now. Will you coming back? Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. You're the traveling kind. It's a known fact. Yeah, I know that. Once you've seen all the things, all the places, I hope it means that you'll come home to me. Once you travel the world, all the spaces inside your heart, I hope I'll be your end destination. I hope I'll be your life-changing sensation. I hope I'll be something that you won't let go. I'll be your high when you fall down low. I hope I'll be your end destination. You're far away and yet so close. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, you're up in space. You're inside the noise. I can feel you. Once you've seen all the things, all the places, I hope it means that you'll come home to me. Once you've traveled the world, all the spaces inside your heart, I hope I'll be your end destination. I hope I'll be your life-changing sensation. I hope I'll be something that you won't let go. I'll be your high when you fall down low. I hope I'll be your end destination. You're gone now, but you're coming back. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. You're the traveling kind. It's a known fact. Yeah, I know that. I hope I'll be your